Welcome. You have just tuned in to the book of Genesis. Get ready to fasten your seatbelts because we are stepping all the way out the box and breaking all the rules. Are you ready? Are you sure? Well, let's get into it. Here is your host, the wonderful, the beautiful, the intelligent, the wise Genesis.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. We are here for another edition of the Book of Genesis. And we are headed to the Grown Folks Cafe yet again. We had so much fun last week. We're doing it again this year. So we're going to get right into it because we're not doing 8 hours tonight, y'all. We stayed on there for 8 hours last week. And I was tired all week. And so was my co-host. But we both back again. And we're going to kick it off again because what? We ain't got nothing else to do. So without further ado, let me bring him on in here. Y'all already know who it is.
What is up?
The poet from the King and I Life podcast.
Oh man, yes.
How you doing this evening?
Hey, I'm rested finally. Like you said, we not doing them 8 hours.
We're not doing 8 hours tonight.
I would literally tore up the whole week.
I don't think I recovered. I don't even know if I'm recovered yet. I know I wasn't recovered by Tuesday.
Nah.
I was still on fumes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this content creator stuff is heavy. I wasn't ready.
I give props to everyone out there who does lives,
Yes.
4, 5, and 6 hours and stuff and more. Like I told you on our podcast, the longest we went was like 3 hours and some change.
Wow.
But yeah, some of them that be doing them like real live work shift hours, like
that was my intro to YouTube. Like before my channel, I was like on panels on other people's channels,
right?
And they were doing 4, 5, 6 hours easy, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess this is what it's supposed to be. And nah, I think I'm a little too old for that. I can't do it.
Yeah. The thing I found funny though is because I'm on the East Coast and some of them are, your time zone and on up to the West Coast.
Right.
I saw one that started about 10, 11 o'clock my time. And I was watching it. I was digging in. I was like, yeah, it's cool. All right, cool. But I gotta go to bed because my alarm goes off at like 4:45 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to drive from where I'm at to DC, and that's an hour and a half drive. So
wow.
I got in my car, and I have this stand that I put my iPad on. It's right there. You know how police got their little laptops and stuff. I got a little setup like that. So I hit YouTube, and I saw the live thing, and I'm like, they still on? So I hit the thing, and they were still on, and I was like, yo, they still on. And I was like, y'all still on? They was like, yeah, we still going. They was like, hop on in. I was like, I'm driving.
Unbelievable.
But I jumped in, I was able to drive and, comment, whatever. But I got to work at 7:30. And
hey, Freelance HD.
Yeah. And what's up, Sir Hale? And they were still going. And that particular day, I got off work at 10:30. And they were still going. I got home probably around 12:30, 1 o'clock, and they were still going. And I was like, yo, no.
You got to find balance, and finding balance is hard because, most of us content creators have a regular gig that, during the week, like this is just a part-time thing, but it's rough. It's rough. And wait, you know what? I'm being rude. I am being so rude. I forgot to say what's up to the best moderators in these YouTube streets, and that's Big Bad Bull and Jenny Marina.
Yes.
Y'all, thank you for tuning in and moderating on the show. We so very much appreciate
Yes,
y'all.
yes, indeed. They be getting it in. I definitely love how they moderate.
Yes, yes. They make it so much easier for the content creators
Oh
because,
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
we
yeah.
have to watch the chat and,
Mm-hmm.
talk at the same time.
Yeah.
Like they
Try to
help
try to engage
so
and be
much.
all over the place.
Right. So yeah, we gonna get right on into the Grown Folks Cafe.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Because what did I do when I did have some free time this week? I listened to some of your poetry.
Oh, did you?
I did. I did.
Okay.
And there is one. Well, it's late night, right? So we can talk. We in the Grown Folks Cafe. We
Oh,
talk.
of course we in the Grown Folks Cafe.
So there was one
Uh-huh.
that is explicit.
You only saw one that was explicit?
Well,
It must have been a more recent one.
you know what? I think I'm not sure. I can't remember the title of it.
Uh-huh.
Darn it. Now look, I was ready. I was ready. I should have came prepared with the title because you were saying something in there. I was like, okay, I see how he doing it. Wait,
Oh man.
now I'm gonna have to go and check the records because we
Oh
gotta
my
talk about
goodness.
this.
Was it Sex Trap?
No, that doesn't sound familiar. I want to say it was about a month ago.
Wildfire? Deep Kiss?
Is it Deep Kiss?
It might have been Deep Kiss.
Hold on.
Yeah, when I if it was Deep Kiss, that might have been it. Because after I posted that one, I had people texting me saying, what were you thinking and all that kind of stuff. I was like, it's just
Yeah. So, like, what motivates you when you're? Because I'm like, was that a story or was that a letter to somebody or what was the?
I don't write to somebody per se.
You got to meet.
Something like that.
Okay.
For the most part, when I write, it's random thoughts, and I may look at a person or remember something or whatever the case may be, or just be motivated by something, and I just let it flow.
Okay.
If you're talking about Deep Kiss, I honestly can say I was thinking about oral sex to a woman.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Uh-huh.
so that's kind of where that went. And it's kind of short, but I did that intentionally because my whole goal was to write 28 poems and post them for my birthday month.
Look at Jenny Moreno. She's saying read it. The Book of Genesis. Listen, Jenny, if I read this, I might as well just go and say goodbye because my YouTube gonna be shut down by tomorrow.
Oh man.
It is all of that. All of
Oh
that.
man.
I was like, oh wait, hold on. What did he just say? Look,
Oh
y'all
my
gonna have
goodness.
to you gonna have to get him the link, share the link in the back chat so Jenny can put it out there. They gonna have to go listen on their own because I'm not trying to get shut down.
I know that's right.
Out here.
I know that's right.
But there was another one. Darn it, and I can't find it. I tried to like bookmark it so that I would be ready.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Did you find it?
I'm about to find it. It is.
I dropped the Deep Kiss in the back chat.
It was a month ago. I'm almost positive that it was posted.
The last time I posted was in February, so it had to be back then.
Okay, so that had to be it, but I can't remember the name of it. Maybe it was Sex Trap. I'm not sure. Okay, well, anyway, we're gonna talk about that. Uh-oh, she said here it is for us curious folks. Jenny be on it. She don't play no game.
She
She
sure don't.
gets to the getting.
She be
Um,
on it.
yeah, but then it reminded me after I read it because I mean, listened to it, not read
Mm-hmm.
it. After I listened to it, you know, I'm talking about the dating stuff, or
Right.
not even dating. This internet, as I
Mm-hmm.
call it, the internet. These dudes will jump in your DM, your inbox, your messenger
Uh-huh.
with all kinds of foolishness. And we talked about everything last week. I
Right.
wanted to mention this.
Uh-huh.
We ran out of time, so I'm mentioning it now.
Mm-hmm.
What is it with guys that jump straight to? I mean, they don't waste no time. They sending
Mm-hmm.
man meat pics. They telling what they gonna do to you. You know what is that about?
It's interesting
Whatever
that you
happened to traditional? Hi, my name is such and such, and you know,
um
proper introduction.
it's a couple of things. Because I used to do this back in the day, and I stopped doing it because I didn't stop doing it because of reactions. I stopped doing it because of the sharing of the man meat. Um, but the
The
thing that
sharing.
yeah, like I would send man meat to somebody, and next thing I know, three and four other females
Oh, they
get it, and
sent
they
it to
like, "Hey, I
somebody
saw
else.
that picture that you sent such and such," and
Right,
I'm like, "That was for her."
right. I
But
have never sent one
uh-huh,
because I would be worried about that very thing. Like,
right,
first off, if y'all good, y'all good. But when
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
not good, then what happens? Will they share? And then
That
before
depends
you
on
know it, you circulating the internet?
that
Nah,
depends because
I'll pass.
I've had women send me a whole bunch of wild stuff, and I've never shared it and put them on blast because I just
Mhm,
if you sent it to me, that's for me, that's my business. But um, as far as men jumping straight to that, um, men and women are to blame.
mhm.
Um, Sometimes women have encouraged that. So as men got comfortable doing that with these women that encouraged
Creative,
it,
creative.
in their brain somewhere, it was okay to do that with all women.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, and then, once women, well, some women that did not like that, once they started having a problem with it, then the men get offended. But at the end of the day,
Mhm.
it's like, I currently do not understand why men still do that. It's like you said, what's wrong with saying, hey, my name is such and such and this, that, and the other? But then also, you have men who do approach women like that, and they still get a whole bunch of kickback. And it's like, all I said was, hi, how you doing? And you coming at
Mhm.
me sideways. So I guess it's a hit and miss thing for certain people in certain ages or mentalities or
Mhm.
whatever the case may be.
I was just like, this is too much. Like, I know of a situation, like there was a guy who I was with, and how guys go and hang out at the barber shop.
Mhm,
And when he would go to the barber shop, the guys would be in there sharing all their stories, sharing
mhm.
photos. And it came to be that a guy was sharing photos of somebody that I didn't know. We went to high school at the same time. I
Mhm.
didn't know of her then, but we connected on social media, and we're talking back and forth. And the guy shared like all the details of, you know,
Their
their
interaction.
their interactions. Yeah, he was sharing the details. He was sharing her photos and everything. And I was just like, oh my God.
Mm.
And I didn't know if if I should tell her or if I should just stay out of it because it wasn't my business, but I didn't say anything to her. You know, I did put up like a vague status, not to her, but like sometime later about, you know, women having to be careful about sharing photos because, you know, unless you're sharing them with your husband, and I get, you know, what they're attempting to do when they're sharing those photos, but you have to be extremely careful about who you share photos with because you don't know where those photos will end up. And, you know, like in that case, like, you know, he's sharing it with people that went to high school with us.
Right.
And if he shared it with one, he's probably sharing with all. So, like, these dudes know what your JJ look like. And, you know, he gave all the details of their interactions and, you know, what she did. Of course, he left out what he did. And I was just like, oh my gosh.
Of course. You know, I know women have to worry about that. And it's demeaning to women, in my opinion. But men have to worry about that too. It may not appear that way because we're men and it's like, oh, no big deal. That's free marketing. But at the end of the day, I don't think anybody really wants that type of stuff just thrown out there like that.
Right.
The sad part is sometimes when people do it, they're doing it with malicious intent. And that's destructive in its own right. Now, men, I've been in not big circles, but you know, with certain individuals, and we would share pictures and conversations, this, that, and the other, but those conversations or whatever be strictly right there. I've also been in groups where dudes are just like, yeah, yo, check this out. She did this, she did that. And I'm sitting there like, if not to put her out there and embarrass her like that, why would you put yourself out there like that and subject yourself to whatever came back at you? People need to understand that not too long ago they made that a crime, you know, putting stuff out there like that. And
isn't it a crime though if you can identify the person? Like if I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, if like unless there's some distinguishing scars, marks, or tattoos, or you know their face is shown, then you'd have a hard time proving who it was.
I don't know that part of it, but I do know if it's proven that, let's say me and you were together and we broke up and I was mad at you and I put all your nudes on social media and stuff like that, that's a case. And for me, I'm like, it ain't worth it. It's not that serious. Like, if I'm mad at you, I'm mad at you. I'm not going to put, you know, your personal business out there like that because I'm mad at you, because maybe I messed up and you reacted to me messing up. So my reaction is to put you out there like, no, no, I would never do that. That's crazy.
And I just don't understand, like past a certain age, like, you know, still sending those with, you know, we've seen how that goes awry and people wind up plastered, you know, somewhere, or it's circulating through cell phones. Even if it doesn't make it to social media, then, you know, people see it. Like, we can't do that, especially we have kids, you know. What if, you know, it gets somewhere and it happens to fall into the hands of your kids by mistake? Then what?
I mean,
wow. Hey, Sophia. And we got like the man in these YouTube streets lately done stepped onto the channel.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Sir Hale speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know what time it is. What's going on, Miss Genesis? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Soul Touch, how are you, man?
I'm doing great, brother.
Y'all know I gotta come support Genesis. And the
Absolutely.
beautiful, the awesome, the incomparable book of
Thank you.
Genesis. We here, we rocking with you.
And thank you. Look, we doing grown folks talk tonight now. They had me on here for 8 hours last week.
Us.
8 hours?
Us. 8
Yes.
hours. 8 hours. It we
8 full hours.
eight
A whole
full
yes.
hours. 8 full hours. It took me half the week. I don't even know if I'm recovered right now. Yeah, it was
Mm.
rough.
I
It
have
was
never
rough.
done such a thing. Genesis,
He's
you're broken a record. Listen, I'm gonna call you later to get some lessons on how you did it. You can
No,
straight
no,
face.
no, 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 no,
oh
no. I'm gonna
man.
go back. We gonna get some balance around here.
I know that's right.
Yes. So we grown folks cafe. We just talk about whatever with men and women, asking the questions that we want to ask, talking about the stuff that we don't want to talk about. And Jenny Meridian said, "We're getting your watch hours." Yes, they are getting
Yeah.
my watch hours.
But still.
Sophia said, any photos on any Google platform is everywhere anyway.
That's
I
true.
realized that when they show stuff from 4+ years ago that resurface after being deleted.
That's true.
I just think, what if you decide you want to go into politics or something? And you get on the ballot and your opponent is trying to dig up dirt on you, and something you did 10 years ago pops up because you were in the heat of the moment with somebody who you don't even speak to anymore. I couldn't imagine.
As long as you can articulate it is the default mindset. But sometimes that don't work for certain individuals of a certain demographic, gender, racial background, or whatever the case may be. So it's a tricky game out there.
Wow.
It depends on it depends, right? If it's local stuff, you can kind of talk it away. But the higher up you go, right, the more visibility, the more eyes, the more investors, it's harder to talk that stuff away.
I mean, just think us as YouTube, as content creators. What if something, popped up on us? Because, you get a platform and then people want to be connected, or they want to try to, smear your name and stuff comes up, then what?
Well,
Me personally, I've already got my contingency plan. I'm just going to blame Soul Toucher. That's the deal. He looks like me. We both got bald heads. I'm gonna say it was him. I already got my plan together.
Well, I don't have to worry. If some photos pop up of Genesis, it ain't Genesis. It has been photoshopped. It is whatever. Because I have not sent any pictures ever in my life because, I might decide I want to be a politician in 10 years. Never know.
What? It's not even about the pictures that you send to people sometimes. It could be something that you posted on MySpace, Black Planet, anything. Like if you Google your name and go to images, you'll be like, how the hell did this get in here? And it's like, you look at the picture like, damn, when did I post that picture? It's like, oh, I remember that picture. So wow. It's crazy.
I was never on MySpace. Well, I take that back. I was on MySpace about 2 weeks. I got on MySpace and Facebook at the same time because I was against social media altogether, like wasn't going to do it. And a friend of mine coaxed me into doing it. No, he bamboozled me. And, I'm doing the motorcycle thing. I was in a motorcycle club at the time, and he gave me something about, we needed to do communications with other bike clubs, and I was handling those communications. You need to get on MySpace. And I got on MySpace. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Once I finally got on there, then he's like, you need to get on Facebook.
Oh, my goodness.
And it was downhill after there.
Oh, my goodness.
Downhill after there. And now here I am on YouTube. But, yeah.
It is what it is. I have a top secret security clearance with the military. I have a top secret clearance with my job. but I don't have any pictures in social media that will like damage my security clearance. Now pictures that I may have sent to some females back in the day or whatever the case may be, that's a different story. But do I care? I really don't care.
Oh wow.
I'm not running for government office, so um I'm just a little man on the totem pole when it comes to
But
all
you
that.
said you got top secret security clearance in the military. Like they don't do a
Yeah, they do a
background
background check,
check.
but I don't.
Yeah,
They
obviously you passed it.
yeah, they haven't dug into my social media like that, and I'm
Okay.
pretty sure they haven't asked people, "Hey, have you sent you some news?" You know.
Oh wow. So now that that's the segue to we started off. I was talking about the guys
Mhm.
sending pictures. Do the ladies send that? Because I see
Yes,
ladies are
yes.
really, really thirsty on social media.
Now, are you talking about thirsty as in what they post on social media or
What
what they
they
send to
post,
guys?
I see outright flirting with married folks.
Yeah. Um, but to answer that question, yes, women send that type of stuff. Over the years, I look. Just to be 100% with you. I have a hard drive with probably like 60 gigs of pictures that females have sent me over years.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
and
wait,
it's
you one
like
of those dudes that's saving pictures.
not on purpose. It's like
Ladies and gentlemen, if your pictures are leaked, it's because Soul Culture
nope.
has
Oh,
saved them
Touch did
on a
it. He
60
did it.
gigabyte hard drive. Just for putting that out there.
I do not leak. I do not share. And actually, like once the hard drive gets full, I put it somewhere else because I can't do nothing else with it. And it has other stuff on it. And when I say I'm gonna go delete it, and it's like, damn, if I go through this hard drive, it's like I got all kind of pictures in it. And it's like, I don't feel like going through all of this. And I don't feel like wiping the hard drive because I got stuff on there that I may need.
So now what happens? Wait, before I ask this question. Hey Jay Boogie, welcome. Welcome. How you
What's
doing?
up? What's up? How's everybody doing? How you
Look,
doing?
I haven't got to look. Next week I'm gonna have something for y'all because Jay Boogie, freelance HD, then did all kinds of promo materials for me,
Oh,
and
that's
I
what's
was
up.
rushing trying to get on here, so I ain't got them uploaded yet. But y'all gonna see all his little creative work. I shouldn't call it little. I call everything little. It's not a shot. But y'all gonna see all his creative work next week once I'm ready.
And Genesis, I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to do some work for you.
Yes.
Much
Thank
love to you.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if y'all need anything done, y'all better hit him up.
That's what's up.
Much love.
So darn, I lost my question that quick. You see what old age do for you?
Now, dealing with your last question,
Yeah.
ladies these days are quicker to send the pics than the men are. For
Yeah,
real, for
sometimes they
real.
Really?
are. Yeah.
For real, for real.
Yep.
What?
It's amazing. It's amazing. I don't know if it's about, you said women these days are thirsty. I don't know if that's what it is,
Uh-huh.
but in abundance, they are sending pics way before I even ask for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now I got a question. I know what my question was. So y'all getting these pics.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all decide to get married. Do y'all keep the pics or do you delete them?
Why not? We's married now.
What do you mean we's married? No, I'm saying
You talking about from the
get
other
married
women?
to somebody else. You get married to somebody. All your
Oh,
pics from the past. Do you get rid of your pics or do you keep the pics?
I've never deleted any. I don't
What?
I don't
While you
reference
were
back to
married,
them.
you didn't delete them. So are you
No,
going back and looking at those?
no. I know I have them, but I'm not going back to look at them. It's not that
So why
it's like
keep them?
because again, if they're on a hard drive with a whole bunch of other stuff, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, okay, I'm married now. Let me go. All right, click, click, search, click, clicks. I'm not doing all that.
Why not just delete the entire file?
because if I have other stuff on there, then I might delete something that I need.
Okay. Big Bad Bull said, if y'all really sending and getting authentic pics, what on earth would be the reason why? That's the $1,000,000 question.
I don't understand the question.
To answer that question, if you're dealing with someone and that's your way of flirting back and forth with each other,
Mm-hmm.
then that could be a reason. Um, to go back to what we were originally talking about, like just jumping out the gate, sending and receiving, that's that I've come to the age where that's a bit too much. Like
Okay.
I don't like, you don't need to intrigue me or entice me by sending me pictures like that. And I'm not going to do that to you because we're at a age where we don't need to do that. Um, if we are involved with each other in some kind of capacity and where we are sending those to each other, then I don't see the big problem with that. Like I might be at work and you know, you might send me something. This is for you when you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Well, so I got a question. If
Yeah.
this it pains my heart to hear the things that I'm hearing. Are we saying that men send these pictures too in a relationship? Like we send
Yes.
them back?
No, men send I started off with the question. I was talking about men send the pictures when you're not in a relationship. Men send the picture instead of saying, "Hey, how you doing?" Men send pictures of their manhood.
Oh man.
Some men, yeah,
Yeah.
some men.
Or some men. Right.
Mhm.
Some men.
Yeah, and like I was saying, I'm at a point where I'm not really sending pictures. I'm getting pictures before I even ask for these pictures. And yes, they are authentic photos. And now we are in the days of videos as well. So
Hmm.
photos and videos,
Yep.
all verifiable. Why they're being sent, I didn't even ask for them. So, you know,
So that leads me to my next question. How important for men is flirting from the woman, whether in a relationship or married? Like, we know that you all want to feel wanted, but is that like a big deal? We hear y'all talking about women need to initiate more.
Hmm.
Flirting is the flirting part of the initiation, or y'all just want her to kick it off when it's time to get down to business?
Flirting is healthy in a relationship. Like why not? That's like initiating. That's like foreplay in some cases. Do we men enjoy it? Yeah, we enjoy it. Why not? We want to feel like we're wanted in stuff like that, the same way women want to.
Right. Is there like too much flirting? Like if she goes over and beyond, like because you all, are leaders and want to have control, I'll say, then is there like a line that she could cross where it's too much and she's not allowing the man to lead? Or is she just, once she starts initiating, she's just supposed to take control, you know, the entire night or engagement, whatever?
it,
Man,
there,
depends
there-
on the guy.
It depends.
If you a man's man,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we don't like all that. Like be dainty and be inviting. Right? You know what I mean? So like
Mm.
kind of give some signals. Let us know that you're welcome to that. But like, you going up and overly aggressive, touching too much. But that for a manly man, that hold on, you're a little bit too comfortable with that. And now I got thoughts going through my head.
Right,
It's about the
right.
way you do it. Yeah.
That's why I'm asking the question. Like, is it like too much? We know she shouldn't be,
I'm like,
putting
ma'am,
him
I'm a
up to
stranger.
manhandling him or nothing,
Yeah.
but
I'm a stranger, ma'am. Ma'am, I am a stranger.
Oh my.
yeah,
You know what I'm,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. It's
so
certain lines and boundaries. Certain
you
lines
said
and boundaries,
lines and
definitely.
boundaries.
Yeah, even from a man's standpoint, you can be too aggressive, and it's like, yo,
Yeah.
whoa, pump the brakes.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, I mean, it depends on those individuals. Like, Like, who am I to say that this woman is too flirtatious with her husband? Like 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to see it. So I don't know. I guess it's a matter of what works for them. For me, can a woman be over the top? Yeah, she could be over the top. She could be annoying, like doing certain things, like Sir Hale was saying, be dainty, inviting, and stuff like that. But when you start in certain movies, you know how the woman slams the man up against the wall and stuff like that. We don't need to do all that.
We don't need. Now, Miss Creative said, "Men like freaks. Stop the cap."
There's a difference between being a freak and being overly aggressive when it comes to flirting.
Okay.
I concur.
So I hate to be that guy all the time, but I'm that guy.
Tommy B.
Fuck all that. Clearly, we ain't dealing with niggas as freaks. Because, send me that video. I love being at work and getting that video. And that shit gonna make me motivated at work. And I'm coming home ready. I'm so confused. Confused.
We talking about early in the game. Video.
She used to work at a rental car place. She got in the van. And I just say she sent me a picture of a lollipop. And my work was done very well that day.
Wow.
So in a relationship, you saying that your chick could be too aggressive, that's nuts to me.
No. We wasn't talking about well, that's not how I understood the question.
I asked the question in relationship or marriage.
Oh, relationship and marriage. I missed that part.
That's why I'm confused. She didn't say some chick walking off the street. She said relationship, marriage.
Yeah, relationship.
And people are saying that's too much.
No, I'm not saying it's too much. Like I said, whatever works in whatever situation is whatever works. But there are certain things, like if I'm with a female, there are certain things that she may do that I may be like, you're doing too much. You're annoying. But do all the freak that you want to do. But it's certain things that I don't like is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, what would that be?
Like, let's just say I'm in the kitchen, washing dishes. Don't come up there and start sticking your finger in my butt crack and stuff like that.
Whoa, that's a whole nother level there, buddy.
That's what I'm talking about. People do, certain type of things. And it's like, there's certain things for me that are certain individual things that's too much. But
no, but if you say butt crack, that's different. But if I'm in the kitchen and she come and she start servicing, am I gonna put her head away?
I'm a helper.
Okay, so then your limitation would be the butt crack. It wouldn't be her being aggressive.
No. Like I said, do what you want, but it's certain things that is too much. Like, you can be aggressive all you want, but it's certain things like I hear exactly what you're saying, but there are people out there who will say, well, she came up behind me and put her hand in my pants and that was too much. It's like, what do you mean that was too much? Like, that was nothing.
But I'm saying that's literally damn near what it sounded like before I hopped on. That's why I hopped on. Like, what are we talking about? Because Genesis said, okay, repeat what you said, Genesis.
I was asking about women initiating or flirting in a relationship or marriage. Like, how much is expected? Is it, is there a line that you can cross where it's too much and the men don't want it? Because and I asked the question because men will say they want a lady in the streets but a freak in the bed. But then if she's too much of a freak or whatever, then women are labeled 304s.
But I think within a relationship it's not too much and I say that because once you're in a relationship, your boundaries should be set. So like what Soul Touch just said, so you're going to know if I'm in the kitchen or anywhere on earth, don't play with my booty. But anything else, I ain't never going to complain. Ever. No. You send me a pig video, you start something. Hell, if we in the dressing room, that's just me. Like, I'm active. It's whenever. We on a road trip, go ahead and handle that if you want to. You feel me? Like, that's because I've seen the polar opposite of that, and I ain't signing up for none of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Do women turn it off when they get married? For the people who've been married?
Man, okay, so I'll tell you like this, Genesis.
Or even in a relationship, I guess I can ask, because not everybody does marriage.
So I say it depends. So fortunately, that's not my story, but fortunately, but in a lot of cases, yeah, like it does. Particularly once you start having kids, that's when I typically see that decline.
So what happens when we have kids? We forget about the husbands and start taking care of the kids more.
No.
Or we just too tired.
Some women use that as an excuse.
Sure.
Use that as an excuse.
Some women, ladies, some women, not all.
Okay. And I don't understand, because if we're married, like, it's the two of you before you have the kids, and then once the kids grow up and they're gone, then it's the two of you again. So if you forget about your husband while you're raising the kids or throw him to the side, then what happens when the kids are gone and then it's just the two of y'all? Then, y'all got to get reacquainted, or what? Or do y'all just carry on the way you've been carrying on?
I don't have experience in that area. I can't answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's too deep in a relationship for me. I ain't made it.
It's spot on though. Like, that's what happens. Like, because like a lot of people have kids and their whole kids become their whole world. Mm-hmm. And you forget the person that you made the kids with, and you stop investing there. And so that does happen. So that was a really good point, Genesis.
Man, I will say, when I had mine, I was scooting their little asses over. This shit ain't stopped nothing.
Big Bad Bull said, Genesis, you need to answer some of the married questions now. Stop deflecting and avoiding. What am I deflecting and avoiding?
I guess because you're asking the questions and just listening. I don't know.
I'm asking the thoughts of men. Now, if y'all want to bounce some questions about the ladies that I can answer, then I surely will.
Well, answer that question then.
Which question? Repeat the question.
Answer the question of why sometimes does it happen in a relationship and or marriage, once kids are born, the woman may start neglecting the needs of the man. Why is that the case?
I don't know that to be the case, at least not for myself. Mm-hmm. I think that it's important that you continue to make your spouse a priority. The same fire you had when it was just the two of you, you got to keep that going. You have to be intentional about keeping that going the entire time, because like I said, the kids are going to grow up. They're going to leave you. They're going to be out living their life. And when they're gone, then what? What you going to do?
Yeah, I understand that. But from a lot,
your absence or your inattention for all of these years. And I also think that it opens the door for, potential bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It sure does.
If his work wife is giving him more attention than you are at home, and then he winds up in some kind of compromising situation with a work wife, then I'm not going to say, can you blame him? But I'm going to say, can you blame him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I had a conversation with my homeboy's wife. We was all chopping it up, and they was having that discussion. And they looked at me with their mouth open when I was pretty much explaining to her, what you won't do, some other chick will.
Absolutely.
It is what it is. Like, you either handle up or somebody else will. Now, I'm not saying he's right for going outside or whatever.
Right.
But at the end of the day, if this man is damn near having to beg for it, and then me as a single person, like, this is what I always tell people. I, as a single person, should not be able to go out to the world and meet strangers and get more sex than a person that wakes up next to somebody every day in their bed. That's ridiculous.
Amen.
And I tell anybody I date, if our relationship ever gets to that point, you probably out the door. Because I'm going to leave you before I cheat. So, like, it's that simple to me. So, but I think on both sides, what kind of happens when your relationship starts going, I guess you say the distance or whatever, is people get content. Mm-hmm. Like, and I tell people, like, for me as a single person, like, I got to go out and impress. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't be going out there and giving, lackadaisical, because it might get out. And it sounds, funny and this, that, but I'm just saying, like, that's the mentality of a single guy.
Right.
But as a married person, you already got them. And I'm saying that's for the male and the female. So then, you know, as the female, she ain't throwing it back as much. It ain't that much enthusiasm into it. So I think that's, you know, so that's why I'm intrigued by the conversation when you have single people, married people talking about sex, and then, you know, married people say, you know, their sex is better. I can't argue that because I'm not in there, but I know that as single people, men and women, like, you out there trying to impress. Because you don't, you know, because you, if you don't, it's a possibility this person ain't gonna come back for more. Whereas as a married person, whether you last 2 seconds or whether you a dead fish, they stuck there.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of breeds content sometimes. And then I think that a lot of the times that leads to people, you know, seeking outside because it just gets boring and stuff. Mm-hmm. But one thing I will say, and I tell a lot of my partners is, when you meet her, whatever level y'all at or however much y'all getting in, when you get married, it's either going to stay at that level for the most part, or it's usually going to go down from there.
Mm-hmm.
It usually ain't going to go up.
Right.
So if you expect, like, and my perfect example is like my homeboy. So he was dating his wife, and he had issues with the sex.
Mm-hmm.
So then he gets married, and before he got married, though, I'm telling like, bro, I'm telling you straight up. Well, they had kids and stuff, so it's deeper than just they got married. But
right.
I'm telling them like, dog, nobody gets married. Okay, I'll say usually nobody gets married and the sex goes up. It's either going to stay at the level it's at, or it's going to drop. And I say it's going to drop because, hey, I got you. Now I don't have to do it to keep you. I can do it when I want to. And he got married, and exactly what the hell I said happened. And I'm telling him, well, you can't really complain because you signed up for this shit. Like, that's what you was getting before. You can ask for more after, but it's not realistic because that's what you accepted before. So you
did it to yourself.
Go ahead.
I said you did it to yourself.
Right.
100%.
Yeah, I totally agree because in my marriage career, I've had that happen, and Tommy B is right. It's either going to stay the same or it goes down. My problem was it's like if we start out and you as my lady, you're doing certain things, this, that, and the other, and we get married and you're doing these things, and then it declines, and you give me the excuse. Well, if I say, well, how come you don't, initiate sex? How come you don't come on? How come you don't do this? And I'll get a response like, well, I don't turn you down. And I'm sitting there like, that didn't answer my question. Like, I'm trying to figure out why you're not doing the things that you used to do, but you're telling me that you're always available to me. And it's like, I didn't ask you if you're always available to me. I want you to still do the things that you were doing. Mm-hmm. And because you're not doing these things, now I have a problem. And if you're not going to address this that I'm bringing to you constructively, open-minded, and on fair grounds, if you're not going to bring things back up or recognize what I'm talking about, then for me, is whatever happens, happens. That was my mentality. And it's like, I'm not going to sit around here in a marriage and suffer or be deprived of what I used to get. And you're not giving me, there's nothing wrong with you health-wise. Like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't get that, but I've heard a lot of stories from men actually on somebody's, I'm not sure if it was on Sir Hale Speaks His channel or Black Man Unfiltered. They were having the discussion saying that men in marriage aren't getting it, or they're getting it as like a reward. Mm-hmm. If they've behaved or done everything, then she rewards him, with bedroom time.
Barter system.
Yeah.
Right.
Or, another thing is the punishment. Is the, I'm mad at you. So, because, that's one thing, like my pops, he put me up on, and he was telling me, like, don't never accept. Like, one is, like you said, the quid pro quo, and two is the, I'm mad at you, so you can't get none. Like, that's out.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, I got options if I want to go exercise options, as dudes say. So if you want to play that game, it could get real sticky.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, now it is certain stuff. Like if I fuck up, I get it 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have like a little dumbass argument, like, oh, I ain't do the dishes. All right, play with me if you want to.
Right. That's a dangerous game to play.
And that's a very dangerous game because it's in those times, like when he's mad, that's when he's more susceptible to, or when you guys are mad, because it's not just the guy, because you know ladies do it too. You're more susceptible in your relationship to allow those demons access to you or your spouse during those times, like that whole silent treatment stuff. No, you know, and even
Yeah, that's a female thing, though, Genesis. Like, and I say that because very rarely, because I don't want to use the word never, but have I ever heard of a guy holding out on a chick because he was mad? Like, I mean, if I found out about one, it'd be news to me.
It happens though.
Okay,
it does happen.
It happens.
Okay, so that's news to me then, because for me, that ain't even like, yeah, nah.
It's not masculine.
I know that shit not human to me. Fuck masculine, that ain't even human. The fuck.
I've heard of.
I think there are reasons. You know, guys, there are reasons. Like I'm not sure how deep we can get into this, but there are reasons. Some guys lose attraction, or if they're like things happen and she's just mean. Like a lot of guys just won't, because at some point you get over if you've been with enough women in your life, that's not such a huge deal. You want more than that at some point. You see what I'm saying? And so men can be turned off with a bad attitude and all the other relationship stuff, because sometimes women have that masculine energy where they just want to hop into bed and all the other stuff goes neglected. So men deal with that as well.
What do you mean all the other stuff gets neglected? Like the feminine energy stuff?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I agree with Tommy B. It's very rarely that a man will do that because he's mad.
Right.
I know of some dudes who faked mad, but they used that as to go somewhere else to get something. They wasn't really mad at their woman.
Oh yeah. See, that's a whole.
I got questions about that.
That's a whole different one. That's a whole different one. But that's the only time I've seen a dude be mad and not give to his woman. It was fake mad to create a situation so that he can go get some strange.
He's not mad. He's glad.
Tag Williams said he was loving those times because he was able to smash 2 women in one weekend sometimes. Tag Williams out here trying to be a player.
I'm not even about to get it.
I mean, that's because you can relate. That's why you pleading the fifth right now.
Hey, I can relate because I did the same thing back in the day.
Okay, so now you just brought up something that sparked a question. The faking an argument or faking mad so y'all can get out.
Okay, it happens, but I'm gonna say it's a rarity. Like it does happen. I've heard, but it's not like, I'll say out of 5 guys, you might be one guy that does that. I don't think that's like a normal occurrence, but I think every guy probably knows somebody that's done that, depending on your friend circle. But I wouldn't say that's like a super normal. But that is a strategy.
It is a strategy, and it's not so much men in like solid relationships and marriages that do that. It's people who are like kind of dating stuff that do that.
Okay.
But like Tom B said, that's
Jesus Christ, thank you, Jenny.
Rarity.
Jenny Marina said, I can be mad, broken leg, sick, stressed, missing a toe. That's not going to affect that dynamic.
I know that's right. Because look here,
I fucked with Sir Hill, but I done fucked through some situations. Like I ain't that shit ain't stopping nothing over here. I get my attitude again afterwards, but nah, I don't know. If it's tossed, I'm gonna take it. I ain't too much on the turning it down thing. That's just me.
Hey, I'm with you because I tore my left Achilles tendon completely, and that wasn't stopping me. And the doctor was like, "You got to keep your leg elevated above your heart," because I had staple stitches and everything, and when that leg swelled, it hurt. I found a way to lay it down.
Big dog, I had a torn ACL in a full brace, bro. Come on, man. You got to man it out.
Man it out, because it's
Praying,
like, yo,
all that. Nah.
Yeah. Look, again, I don't know too many men. They get mad and be like, I ain't giving you none. Look here. I'm trying. Look, I was in that cast and that boot, staples and all that for 9 months. I was not missing a beat.
Well, we have a phenomenal addition to the
Yeah,
panel.
That's what I love about the book.
What's that, LG Chat?
She called, hey, what's going on, guys? She has a unique ability to call me a player and call me phenomenal in the very next sentence.
Yes,
I love it, man.
yes.
No, the reason why I jumped on, for one, to pay respect to your channel, right?
Thank you. I appreciate
I love your content. And the second thing, before I forget it, I gotta say the guys are great. See how the guys do? They talking to you, right? They having a conversation. If it was flipped, and I'm just surmising, if it was 4 women on here and 1 guy, they wouldn't be as cooperative. They would be giving us special situation and all these type of defensive moves. But I'm just throwing that out there. But I just wanted to put my comment.
I flip it.
Okay.
I'm asking questions, then they get to ask the questions that they want to know about the ladies.
But
I've been trying to get these ladies to get up here and join me, and they just keep leaving me out here by myself and leaving me in the
dangling.
We got you. I wanted to put my comment. I wanted to put my comment in context. My first comment, that's why I was saying go back to the one before that. My first comment when y'all was talking about initiating sex, right?
Yes.
My first comment was my ex started initiating sex again towards the end of the relationship when I was cheating on her.
Wow.
In other words, it had stopped, right? Like initially it was whatever it was, and then all of a sudden there was a kill switch, right? And she wouldn't initiate it. Now, was she available? As the other brother said, yeah, she was available, but I can just go out the house with a few dollars and buy availability, right? So I just stepped back and I was like, okay.
Go back. You said you can what?
I can step out the house and purchase availability. Like when your wife or your significant other is if they're giving you a status of available, that's carts are available at Walmart when you go in shopping. Okay.
Preach.
They're not your carts. All right, they're not waiting. They're not there for you. They don't pull up when you pull up. So when somebody says I'm available, that's saying something else to me, right? So or I don't deny whatever that is. But anyway, what happened with me? She didn't initiate it no more. This, that, and that. I'm running out in the street, and somebody else was initiating it, and I started engaging with them. And then how I knew that she must have knew something was up, I was coming home and she would initiate it. So I guess it was the trick of saying, let me see if he want to do something, if he coming in from doing something, right?
Yep.
Right. Make sure you ain't been out. If you too tired, then
But she had it wrong, because in my mind I was already fixating saying I get to be with 2 different women this weekend, right? So when she initiated, it was all good too. And then after we broke up, after we separated, whatever, and we're friends today. We talking one time, and she told me, she says, when you was cheating, she says that sex was better. That's what she told me, right? And I was like, yeah, she told me that. She said it seemed like we had sex more. I said, nah. What happened was you start initiating it, right? Like a man, if I'm tricking off, okay, I might wind up with a mannequin or something like that once we get to doing it. I'm not expecting my girl, my woman, the person I'm committed to lay there like she's being forced to have it, or like a mannequin or some type of dummy or something like that. That's a turnoff, because part of it is, for me too, is psychological and emotional and all of that too, especially with the person I'm committed to, right? So out in the street is a little more indifferent. I ain't gonna bring the emotions. I ain't gonna have that. I'm just doing something. But in the house, that can affect the relationship. Now, the other thing, one more thing, and I'm gonna shut up. I do understand that when people step back from initiating or seem like they want it or whatever. That's the way that some people communicate. They communicate either to get your attention. Sometimes that's their way of exposing themselves to their mind somewhere else too. So there's a number of dynamics involved. You know, I don't want to narrow it down to one. I was just sharing my experience with you. I just want to put that in context. I just wasn't out there cheating for the sake of it. That's all.
Now that's interesting point. Like, and Brianna said, wait, let me go back, because Sophia said you would have had her nose open back in the day, Tag Williams.
Sophia. Where's she at? Hold on. Let me see if my girl gonna be. Is you initiating sex anytime soon?
Sophia Sharif, she said you would have had her nose open back in the day.
Oh wow, that's funny.
But now the cheating, men, and this is gonna be my last question. I'm gonna let the men ask some questions. When y'all cheating, we hear all the time about y'all just cheating and there's no emotional connection. Like y'all just cheating because the opportunity is there.
I'm gonna go last because I just got finished running my mouth.
Y'all cheating just because the opportunity is there. But then y'all will be repeat offenders with the same person.
Brother Williams, you open this door. We're gonna let you be the first.
Do I need to call a lawyer first? We need a lawyer. She just called us recidivists, man. We need lawyers.
Absolutely, y'all recidivists.
Tommy B said he'll kick it off.
So let me say this. Maybe I'm part sociopath or something like that. I'm gonna just speak for me. Okay. So the physical self. You know, like all my life, I've been depending on the woman or the girlfriend back in the day or whatever. I've been hearing about it. My body is special. It's my temple. That's where God at and all that. All right. First of all, I do not rank the physicality as number one. That's not number one to me. It's never been number one. It's still not number one. If that's you, Book of Genesis, or some other ladies that I've dealt with in the past, where they put their body as their temple and they line that up sitting right next to God or whatever that is, and that's how special it is for you, that's number one, I don't have an issue with it. As long as we can do Venn diagram where there's some overlap, where I can get to your number one, we still good. I don't rank it as number one. I could literally be physical with other women and you call me and I'm gonna be like, hold up, and I'm gonna check that because I love you, and I'm gonna check that just straight up. In other words, if I'm out cheating, that does not preclude any emergencies, priorities, don't forget to pick this up, none of that. Now I'm not gonna answer and be like, I'm in the bed with so-and-so. No. But I'm going to put that on hold and focus to see what the priority is. And then whatever that is. Okay. So, and I got
to. Do you double back?
And yeah, well, I'm saying it depends on what it is. And then I got a record of once I get caught, I admit it. Right. I got a record of that. Right. So I don't take this long, protracted process. Now, where did the cheating come from for me? Let me say where the cheating usually came from for me. Usually the cheating came from me when the relationship no longer possessed what I call cerebral stimulation, right? Okay, I don't go long. I don't claim to be Mandingo. I'm going to put it in you. You're going to remember me. No. We're going to talk about it after the first two times, because the first two times I'm going to be so excited. It's probably going to happen quicker than you want it, right? We're going to have a conversation. I'm not a selfish dude. I need to know what you like, because I'm going to enjoy it. I just am. So my focus is, let's talk about what you like, the way that you like it, all that. You know, we need to tap in on that, right? So I never claim to be that. But usually when I check out, it's not because I think so much about myself or what God gave me, right? God gave me what he was giving everybody. He didn't give me nothing special, right? So where I usually check out is cerebral stimulation. And here's what that means. After I know I done engaged you physically and so-called these different positions in different rooms in the apartment or the house, you have to mentally stimulate me. That's the glue. The cerebral stimulation is the glue for me. Because if you think about it, the actual act, at least for me, I can't speak for other men, it's not that long compared to what really keeps the relationship together. And I'm just barring kids. I don't want to, I'm just act like there's no kids, because that's different. That's a whole different thing. But that's what it was for me. Once you lose me mentally and I run into, I'm out there, then it's almost like I'm in a relationship with you, but you just a cutie on duty. You look good fixing breakfast. You look good in that stuff, all that. But I'm not racing to hold conversations and engage and just have a discourse with you, right? A discourse. So that's what it is for me. Once I'm checked out up here, it really has nothing to do with your body at that point.
Okay.
Tommy B, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I think so I'm not necessarily like, or I never was like the super big cheater person. My thing was, if it got to that point, I just left you. But as far as like bouncing, like that's why I like to chuckle when these cats be talking about men can have soul ties. I'm starting to work on myself and starting to say and stop saying all, but from my personal experience, it's just straight up bullshit. And I say that because I've even had, like, I remember I looked at one of my old phones one time, and it was motherfuckers. I flat out, I swear to God, on my life, I didn't even remember. I was like, God, dog, like, and it was like 4 or 5 years, I think, had passed or whatever. Had completely forgot I had even met this chick. So if I got a soul tie with her, how the fuck I don't even know who the fuck, like, she could have literally walked past me, you know what I'm saying, on the street, and I would walk past her and wouldn't even remembered her. Or like my Navy days, you know, it was wild out there. It's a lot of them chicks that they literally could walk straight past me right now. I wouldn't have no idea who the hell they was. So, like this, now I can't speak on the female side because I'm not a female, but I'm saying as far as with guys, and I can only speak from my experience because I'm starting to learn that we different from each other too.
Right.
But for me, that's just flat out unfathomable to me, because it just like it's a I can separate, and like Tag said, like the biggest difference between you just being what we call like a flick or you just becoming my chick is the mental. Like it's the, like, I hate being on the phone. If you keep me on the phone for an hour or two, you got me intrigued, because I hate being on the phone. So damn near anytime a chick, like if we start talking and you got me on the phone, like, and I'm talking like old school, you know, laying on the bed, feet kicked up, weird shit like that.
That's right.
That's right. Like straight up. So it's definitely so I will say that I don't think the physical is as important as a lot of women think. It's important as far as like, yeah, I want to knock you down, but it's not important as far as like, I want to make you my chick. That's more than mental, because at the end of the day, like, I gotta like you for you to even be like around. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's another reason why I say I don't know if it's if soul ties exist with guys. I know it don't exist with me, because I can knock you down and I don't even like you. Just straight the fuck up. If I'm horny one day and you throwing it out there, I could probably knock you down and keep it moving.
Hey, Black David.
Like, I don't necessarily have to like your personality, you know what I'm saying, for that to go down. But for you to stick around 100%. And I'll give you perfect examples, like my pops, when him and my mom had split, and he was chopping it up, and he was talking about this chick that he was talking to, and they was about to do them, and they went to a restaurant, and she was rude to like this old lady. And this man told me, oh man, that turned me off. Man, I must have looked at my pop so sideways. What the fuck? What they got to do with it? You ain't trying to marry her. Like, I'm literally looking at him like, you out of your, like, that shit don't mean nothing. You got to do something horrendous for me to not be able to, like, just knock you down, like, period. And that's why I think the biggest difference is from to get knocked down, all we got to do, I mean, if you cute, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you just ain't just like a complete asshole, you get knocked down. But for you to stick around, that's gonna be me.
Wow.
Yeah. To follow up on that, as far as dudes catching feelings when they cheat, yeah, I would have to say that side female would have to be around for a significant amount of time. Because I can't see, oh, me and my girl going through some stuff and I go hook up with this one over here and we bang it out a couple times and oh, now I'm seeing butterflies. Nah, hell no. Like
I've heard of guys leaving though. They leave home and then go hook up with side chick.
They was already gone mentally though. That's that thing. They were already gone mentally. Say again?
I can explain that one.
Do that. I thought that was a woman thing.
No.
Okay, so the problem with that is, and it's a mental thing with some guys. Like, okay, let's just say if I am going to cheat, you're not going to ever get my mental if you the side chick, ever. That's why I was so bewildered when they came out and I forgot what panel I was on. The dude was like, you treat your side chick, but you out of your month? Like, what? Like, you treat your side chick, she gets the very, very bare minimum. She barely gets to watch.
I've heard of that though.
Nah, and you know what? And that's why a lot of these dudes is having so much trouble. Because I had a partner, same thing. He was doing that, and what it does is it empowers her.
Yep.
So now she on Facebook coming at his wife. And I explained to him, dog, understand this. If you got a side chick, you put the fear of God in that chick. That if she ever contacts your wife, like shit gonna get shaken around this motherfucker. You do not get her in a situation where she's comfortable enough to even think about contacting your wife. You keep it at a bare, and you don't lie. That's the biggest part that these dudes mess up at. Yep. You don't lie. You put the situation on the table. If you want to handle it, cool. And a lot of chicks will. And if you don't, cool. You keep it moving. And if you keep it like that, you good. And on your part, I'm not having no long discussions with you. We ain't on the phone. It's, hey, what's up? You available? Okay. You go, you handle your business, and you bounce out. I don't even give you a chance to even open up to even get to where that's even a possibility. The problem is a lot of these cats don't understand that. And so they'll treat their side chick as a girlfriend, and then they start liking her. And then that's where the problem arises. But if you, I hate to say it this way, but if you do it the way you're supposed to do it, then you keep her at a distance, a safe distance, to where she knows her position and she doesn't get confused with her position. But these cats, the only way they know how to get at some chicks or whatever is, you know, the girlfriend route.
I've heard of women preferring the side chick position because they don't have the responsibility of the man and they get to do all the fun stuff. In these cases, you know, they would take them out on dates, you know, taking them to, you know, different outings and things like that. So it's like, well, I get to go have fun with him. I get to go to dinner. I don't have any responsibility for him. And then he goes back to his wife and argues with her about bills and whatever else.
Well,
I'm sorry. Hey, Mandrell, welcome to the show.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for having me. All I was going to say is that if he's going out on dates with her and stuff like that, that's not really a side chick. That's a girlfriend.
That's your girlfriend.
But yeah, but what I run into more often, like, remember when I first came up on the scene and people asked me how come I couldn't find a woman to marry yet, you know, and all that. What I run into 9 times out of 10 are women who just want to have the sex. Like, they want the whole, you know, they want sex mostly. And then it's like after they have the sex, they're like, okay, cool. And then they want to come back again, like in 2 days. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like 4 times a week, they'll come over and crack, but that's about it. They don't want a relationship, you know? And you're right. A lot of women prefer that position. I don't understand it. Like, because these would be the very women who will say that, you know, there are no good guys out there, this, that, and the other. But it's like, well, why are you messing with, Why are you messing with me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now,
It's like,
I will
it's
agree
like, what
with
do
you there.
you never told me that you were interested in having anything. You told me specifically that this is what you wanted. You didn't want to have any commitments. You never got to know me. So you never got to know what kind of guy I am. You know what I mean? And if you've done this with me, I know full well you've done it with other dudes. Probably at the same time, you know, while you're doing this with me, probably. I got no proof of that though. But you know, my thing is they're never women. It's not just women because guys do it too, but people don't take time to get to know other people. So you might have a really good person there.
Right.
You just don't know it because you never took the time to get to know them. And where this philosophy came from, I have no idea. I don't think it's anything new. You know what I mean? Because people talk about men cheating, but women get it in too.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah,
the sad part is the niggas don't even know how to be side niggas anymore.
And
These
Oh
niggas
my
catch you.
God,
These niggas catch
man.
you feeling.
that blows my mind.
Please.
Honestly, I think what I think it is like, and you know, they say it's not a conspiracy or anything. What happened to us is kind of a happy accident for certain people, you know, who govern society, where you have this feminization of men, this lack of masculinity. If there's a lack of masculinity, there's no real challenge for authority. You know what I mean? Women can't really challenge authority. You really can't. They're not afraid of you. So you have a whole 2 generations now full of boys being raised in single parent households. These single parents, 9 times out of 10, are the mothers. So these guys take on these female characteristics, i.e., being sensitive, because they never had a male figure in their life to teach them how to manage their feelings. You know, so you get them out there, and like Tommy said, you got guys out there who don't know how to be side dudes. Where in my, you know, when I was ever since I was a little boy, adolescent, teenager, up to adulthood, I've only known dudes when if they're messing with a chick who has another guy, he kept his mouth shut. Nowadays, he's walking around like that's his girl, but the chick's married.
But there's this mentality that is promoted, and it's steal a girl or steal a chick from a guy who's effing up.
Steal a chick from a guy who's messing up.
That's no different.
Right.
That's dirty macking. That's
Yeah,
different.
I was about to say that's sleazy stuff. Like Tommy said, hit it on the head. That's dirty macking. You don't do that. Like I told you, you know me well enough to know that I don't mess with chicks who are dealing with other dudes. I don't. That gets messy. Guys don't know what to do with that kind of thing, and heaven forbid the fella's falling in love. Then he really doesn't know how to act. If he's in love with the chick, if I'm messing around with a chick and she has a boyfriend, and he's in love with her, this dude's liable to do anything. I might not have any idea about this dude, but he finds out about me, he's gonna come at me with a Saturday night special. You know what I'm saying? And before I knew it, this guy's got that gun in my face, and I don't know what he's talking about. You know, and it's crazy. Like, again, if I find out, that's why
you got to be strategic, dog. You always put yourself in the best position possible.
You do. Don't mess with chicks who are involved with dudes. That's the best position
I'm saying
possible.
I'm saying if you do, see the problem with dudes they want to go to the house. You know, they want to go to you know what I'm saying, like weird shit like that. You want to, go to their job at lunch and pick them up.
It ain't
like,
your girlfriend.
we on the other side of town.
Right. You can't be seen in public.
I'm already like, nah.
That's the thing, Tommy. They'll understand. You can't be seen in public with this chick. That it's a thing where you meet up every now and again. You do what you do intimately, and then that's it until the next time. But for some reason, dudes just don't understand that now. You can't. If it's a married woman, it's a married woman. She's already has a husband. That's not going to be you ever. She's not going to leave her spouse for you. It's the same thing on the other side. Women think that he's going to leave his wife for me. No, sweetie, he's not.
Right.
He's so not going to do that.
Big Bad Bull said, I guess this is not the group of folks that seek to repair the Black community and family structures. And Big Bad Bull, to answer your question, that is absolutely not the truth. However, if we gonna repair the Black family and the family structure, then we have to talk about the things that people aren't talking about. And we know that cheating is happening in our community. So yeah, we're talking about that too. because we have to address it all. We can tell people what a happy family is supposed to look like, what they're supposed to do, but then we have to show the flip side of that too. Okay, this is what is happening out there, because this is a reality.
But at the end of the day, in our community, is everyone going to collectively stop cheating?
No.
Nope.
So what are we talking about when we talk about repairing the Black community?
No.
Because people like to live in fairyland and act like this don't exist.
We need to promote marriage. We need to promote families. But before we get there, we have to unpack the baggage that everybody is carrying, because then they're just going to take this baggage that we're talking about cheating into the marriages, and then we're still at the same place.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm with you on that, Genesis. You are correct. But at the same time, I'm a firm believer in walking and chewing bubble gum. Like, there's some things we can start to fix now and work on it now. You know, while we unpack the rest of the garbage. You know what I mean?
Right.
For instance, like, this is a big thing. My sister and I talked today, and we were talking about not this subject in particular, but she was like, you know, we had the best example of two people getting married and working together and building something. And I said, you know what, you're right, because my mom was 19 when she got married. My dad was 22, something like that, 23, something like that. I mean, so they didn't have anything. Yeah, so they didn't have anything. So they built what they had together, you know, and that's how you work together. But you take people now, getting married later is being promoted. So people are in their 30s instead of their early 20s. And by that time, women, more often than not, if they've been on a path of success, they have a lot more than a man does at that age. You know, men, we start, most of the time, we start getting on paper later on, right? Around mid 40s is when we start hitting the peak of that financial success, you know, earning potential, and we stay there for about a good 10, 12 years. Then we're like, all right, man, listen, it's about time to start thinking about retirement, you know? So you have to look at women who have success. They first have to understand this, that anytime you're making that kind of money, 80,000, 100,000 more, anyone making that kind of money, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have to date down, because most people don't make that kind of money, especially men at that age. So if women, you have to get out of that mentality that he has to make $100,000. He has to make this kind of money. He has to have this kind of car, this kind of house, or whatever. You have to get that out of your head at that age, you know. But it's tough to tell a woman that, because, I mean, let's face it, ladies want what they want, you know. And if they take that attitude, we have to teach them that, okay, you take that attitude, cool, that's what you want. Understand that then you have to date older.
Is that really fair, though? Is
it's
that
fair?
It is.
I'm not saying it's fair. It is what it is.
If the woman has done the work, then why does she have to settle for a man who hasn't done the work? Why can't she find a man who has done the work already, or wait for one?
What is the work? I'm not clear on what the work is.
He said if the woman is you know, successful, and you know, she's in her career and she's making $80,000 or $100,000, he said that the woman has to date down.
Anyone does,
because men are acquiring that later in life. And I'm asking the question: is it fair to her that she has to date down after she's done the work to become successful?
I got it, Todd.
All right.
I got it, Todd. You can cook after me. Just let me get
fair to her, Mandra.
Right. Let me get the first shot. Okay. So here's the thing. It's the big picture here, Genesis, is that's simply how life works for men. We don't get that kind of success that early. No matter what path of success we're on, 9 times out of 10, the way it works out for us is we get our money later on in life, for whatever reason.
Why though? Why?
It's just the mechanics of the engine. It's just the it's just the mechanics of the engine. There's a lot more men in these workspaces, so a lot more people. There are only so many spots for supervisors, directors, CEOs, things like that. There's only a certain amount of spots. There's a ton of men there, so the competition is ferocious.
But
for women,
that's not. There's more than one path to success.
I mean, no doubt.
Or to higher income brackets.
True, but that means we have to work 3 or 4 jobs, and so we're never around you.
I don't know that they all have to work 3 or 4 jobs.
If you want to save the money right now, we gotta listen. Genesis. I'm telling you, it is a man's world is a life of constant competition, and it is survival of the fittest. It is very Darwinist. Survival of the fittest. It simply
there are men
is
out
what
here
it is.
doing their thing, though.
That's because that's because
like,
again,
Sir Hale Speaks is doing his thing.
Yes, he is
in his mid-30s.
Right.
But it also depends on the path that men take to get there. Every man's path is not guaranteed to lead him to that higher income right away. Like for me, it took me the last 3 or 4 years to make over 6 figures.
Okay.
You're right. And that's what I'm saying. We're gonna when we're in our 40s, that's when we hit 40, about 39, 40 years old. That's when we first start to hit. Either we start making 6 figures or we're knocking on the door. Give us another 5 years. Yeah, we're over the 6 figure mark. You know what I'm saying? And we're up and going. You know what I'm saying? And however that lasts is however that lasts. But the men, it's just too many men in any given category of profession. It's just too many of us, where
how do you explain when men of other races are outpacing black men?
Got your answer. They play the race card, and plus it's a diversity thing. So the company is looking at them. It's a win to hire them. Oh, they're ethnic. You know what I mean? So we have an Asian, we have a Latino, we have a black. You know what I mean? Well, blacks are common. They complain all the time about racism, but we don't know what they're talking about. See, when we say, hey, there's a disparity here with race, they don't listen to us because they hear us say it all the time. It falls on deaf ears. But an Asian or a Latino says that, or a woman says it, they're all ears. Because
or an alphabet.
Yeah, or an alphabet because they're all ears because that's a problem for them. Black men, he's just complaining.
But then, when you're saying that though, black women in the business world, they put us behind the black man.
No,
it's gonna be Caucasians or others, then the black man, then the black woman is somewhere behind him. So how
any company will hire
a minority and we're a female.
That's why they'll hire you or put you in that position before us. You're a double minority.
I think if you take 2 equally qualified people, a black man and a black woman, they will choose the black man before they choose the black woman.
Not necessarily.
That would be ridiculous too. That would be a bad call. Because if you think about it logistically,
I think black women have it harder than anyone.
Think about it logistically. When it comes to professions, think about it logistically. You click 2 boxes off of this so-called list, and you're equally qualified as a man of your same race, creed, or color. It would be far more advantageous for me as a CEO, as a business owner, to hire you who check off 2 boxes and you're just as capable as the other guy. Why would I not pick you?
Because they think that men are more qualified than women, and that is us.
I can train you. I can train you to do the job. I can train you to do the job the way I need you to be done. That's not a problem.
Hey, Adrian.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
They will pick us. They will pick us after they pick you all.
No, here's the thing.
They hire us to be the receptionist. They hire us to be the receptionist.
Well, no. The reason why I say this is because this is one of the things that caused this great divide between black women and black men, right? was the fact that black women checked 2 boxes. Businesses started hiring, instead of a black man, which is who these jobs were for, they started hiring black women because you checked 2 boxes as opposed to 1. They hired you in droves, and so black women, you started doing your thing, you started making the money, leaving the black man to bring up the rear. You know what I mean? And it still rings true today. But now black women, it's not the black man that's your problem. It's not the black man that's even your competition. It's literally everyone else except the black man. You have women of all races, and now you have the alphabet community. That's what did it. You have the alphabet community. You have to have an L. You have to have a G, T, Q, all of them. For to have proper representation. So your competition has gotten that much tougher. That's why it seems like it's so much harder for black women, because in a lot of cases it is. But what I'm telling you is your competition isn't black men. It's not us. Your competition is literally everyone else. It's just because of the LGBTQ movement, it was a whole movement. They now have to give them consideration and special consideration, putting you behind them because they have a bigger network and they can make more noise. Just like the small hat people, they start making noise, the whole company's in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So they have a bigger voice. And in black women, you can say what you want to say, but the company's gonna like, yeah, I got it, but I got like 8 more people saying the same thing you're saying, and they check more boxes. This person here is both male and female, because non-binary. This person is male and female and Latin. So that's 3 boxes that they tick instead of your 2.
I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm telling you the facts. That's the way businesses look at it. This is how they hire. I have friends of mine who are entrepreneurs. One of my friends has a company that does business internationally. And then when I used to work for Blackwater, look, I'm telling you, this is how these people think. This is what they talk about in these meetings. This is how they make their decisions. It may not make sense to you, you know what I'm saying? Because let's be honest, it's stupid. I'm with you. But these are the things they have to consider. And again, your competition is not the black man. It's literally everybody else.
I don't know. Miss Creative said, Mandrell, stop the excuse, bro.
Excuse for what, Miss Creative?
I want to go back to something that she said earlier, Miss Creative. She was talking about, where is it? She said, just get your skills. His job, you can make $75K entry level.
Yeah, I saw that.
I want to say to that's facts, and a lot of things that people don't do is they're not looking for certain jobs, or they won't do certain jobs. For instance, I did security from 2006 to 2019, and it's 20-year-old kids coming in making $80,000 a year, $90,000 a year. With a little bit of overtime, they're making over $100,000 a year. And to go to circle back to what Mandrell was saying, you also have to look at it like this. In certain industries, they will hire a woman over a black woman over a black male because the black woman is less threatening to than the black man. You have to look at it like this. They don't necessarily want black men in certain positions because they'll rise to a point to where they can take over certain positions. With women, yes, we'll give you this job. You'll be making all this money, but it's easier to keep you right there and you won't go any higher. You're making great money, but it's easier to put a woman in that position than a man, because a man is going to be more aggressive in, hey, this is what I'm earned. This is what you owe me, blah, blah, blah. Whereas a woman is going to be like, I'm making my 6 figures easily. I'm good. And then she can jump around to other places because they'll be like, oh, we need more diversity. Oh, this woman, this woman, that. She can go somewhere else and get easily another 10,000 on top of her 6 figures.
So, go ahead. So I just wanted to add that, on paper, people look good, people look terrible. I look like a disaster, a typhoon, a tsunami. But then when you look at what people are really doing, it looks different, right? So you might can find numbers that represent this and that, but then you won't find that report about some other facts that people tend to leave out. The United States institutionally and systematically were suppressing the opportunities for Black males. They didn't care whether you got your degree or not. This was done systematically. And then on the lower end of that, if you were receiving any type of funding from the federal government, whether you want to call it social service, welfare, the Leave Nobody Behind Act, or whatever that is, they were actually social programs in place then to suppress the interaction or the family settings of the Black man and the Black woman. See, what happens is the Jews, the Chinese, the white people, and every other race and ethnicity, we allow them to stitch all that together and make it panoramic for us to understand and say, oh, wow, yeah, I see how they connected the dots. But with us, they want this to, yeah, that happened, but that was here. And then we're going to act like that don't have anything to do with generations to come. And then this was happening. Yeah, that was true too. And then over here. So when you look at the collective effort from an institutional, a societal level of how Black men were affected about getting these opportunities, even through education and all of the different things, there's a concerted effort. If you think about the time when you could just hear Black women saying, I don't need no man, I can do it by myself. That went on for about 20 years before now they want to become a man, okay? So if you think about those times and the effect that that had over generation, over decades, then it's not as simple as corporate America giving the Black man all of these opportunities, because they understand that Black women will ask for the advancement through a movement. Well, Black men will ask for it as individuals. See, Black men won't wait and get in a group and say, this is not fair. Let's get together and make a movement that you'll see every now and then, every few years by women. And I think it's great, right? There's some stability, some structure, a strategy, and all that. But if they hire me and I'm in corporate America, I'm going to make the demand right there on the spot, because it's not right. As soon as I peep the numbers is off, I'm going to make it right then and there. So they're not going to hire as many Black men, even though they were eligible. That's why a lot of times you did have all these Black women cutie on duties beyond the front lobby, and they still really didn't make it anywhere, but they looked like they was going in those buildings, getting on the elevators and, you know, whatever, and however it goes. So you always, we cannot forget at the institutional and societal level how Black men were affected. And I know, well, that was then and this is now, but the Jews don't let you say that was then and this is now. The Asians don't let you say that was then and this is now. We always bragging about how the Mexicans come over here and live together and we should model them. Yeah, we would model them. If we were escaping here, going to another country, we would live in the same house for years, and we would be frugal on how we spend, and we wouldn't say nothing while they let us clean their house and cut their lawns. But it would be different once we got in corporate America. So I don't want to deviate from it. I'm just saying collectively, all of us, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these things that are being presented, we have to keep in mind contextually how Black men were suppressed from any and all of that for decades at a time. That's all. I just want to throw that in there.
But then what I noticed with others, though, they practice group economics.
Who? Give me an example of other.
Others.
Like, give me an example of other.
Hispanics,
Asians.
Okay, but
Hispanics also. They practice group economics, and then they will keep the money in the family or recirculate their dollars in their communities.
Oh, that's an easy answer.
Don't do.
Let me say this real quick. We practice group economics. If we went to another country, when I go visit France with family and friends, we practice group economics. You see, there's no equality about how others get here. There's no equality about what's available to them when they get here.
Right. And I understand that all the
That's why when people tell me, look at the Mexicans, 20 of them are living in the house until 20 of us are living in the house if we go to another country and didn't know each other when we left this country. The motivation, the drive, what's incentivizing them is common sense to anybody that's going to leave, that's drowning damn near to get to another country. We would do that, but that's not our situation. And they're not facing what we're facing. They're not facing laws that run Asians out of the country. They're facing laws that embrace the Asians. They're educated about what that group economics would do. Who's educating us? Well, we should go and get the education. I'm just saying the paradigm is different, and it's unfair to compare other ethnicities that are willing to drown and sell their kids or whatever they do to get here to our situation.
Sometimes the people who are here send for them. They're saving.
Yeah, they're sponsored. Yeah, they sponsor them. They sponsor them to come here.
From a
one at a time.
Yeah. And the reason why, Genesis, is because they weren't robbed of culture, language. They were never purposefully brainwashed into sequestering themselves from one another. Well, the light-skinned ones stay in the house. The dark-skinned ones work in the fields. The light-skinned ones in the house. But then you go outside and tell the dark-skinned ones, oh, they're in the big house because they're better than you. And you plant that seed in their head, and then they teach their children that. Okay? The whole Willie Lynch letters tactic. These other cultures were not taught this. They weren't subjected to the same things as us. That's what Talk is trying to get to. We were robbed of our language, religion, culture. We know nothing about our African heritage except for what we read in a book. You know what I'm saying? Our entire identities were taken away forcibly. And then you had to deal with after they claim, oh, you're free now. Really? Not really. You're not free. We had to deal with all of that. Honest effort into keeping us away from opportunity, keeping us away from education and things like that. Whereas they come over here, they say, hey, come on over here. We give you a grant. Okay. In fact, we give you a grant and a loan. So now you can go open up a gas station. So when they open that gas station, they pay you'd be amazed how fast they pay those loans off. It is amazing. 2 years into it, that loan's gone. And they've opened up 2 more in the meantime. And they've sponsored, since they've been here, the citizens now and their business owners, they become sponsors for their relatives over there. And they send for them to come over. They sponsor them over here until they get their green cards. Once you get your green card, you have a social security number, so then you can work. They employ them into a gas station that's either here or the one next couple of blocks down. The Koreans do it all the time with Dunkin' Donuts, and the Indians do it all the time with what you call the American delis. Those restaurants,
Subways.
Subways. They do it all. That's how it's done. They're offered these things when they come here: grants, business education, loans. Whereas us, they don't tell us anything about what's out there. Okay, all these jobs that like you and while you and Miss Creative are correct, that Miss Creative is correct when she's saying go get the skills, this, that, and the other, and then try. Yeah, she's correct. But if you don't know that stuff is out there and available, what are you planning? I mean, how are we going to do it? They don't tell us. Like even I'm a veteran, right? And I get benefits from the VA up the wazoo. I qualify for everything the VA offers. You have any idea? And I actively go look for information. Actively, aggressively look for. I want to know everything I'm qualified for. I want to know everything I'm entitled to. Okay, we go to this building over here. Okay, now you got to go over here, Perry Hill Road. Go over there. And, okay, it said this floor. Yeah. Now what about it says here this? Oh, you got to go up on the 8th floor. Okay. Now you got to go to the one the VA in Chantilly. Go to the one in Birmingham. I've had to go to like 5 different VAs, and I still don't have everything. I still don't know everything I'm entitled to. I know a lot. I don't know everything though, and that's the problem. You know, they make it very hard for you to even find out what you can do, what's available. Whereas with them, when they come over here, they tell them. It's ready. The information is readily available for them. Believe me, I know.
They're educated before they even get here.
Yeah, exactly.
They're informed before they even get here.
So how it went to your earlier point about Black women, Mandrell said that Black women will have to date down because Black men aren't. Well, how are the Black women getting access
to
if
what?
There's all these barriers?
Well, I mean, like he said, like he just like the two gentlemen here just told you, it's way easier to deal with a Black woman in the workplace if I'm a boss than it is to deal with a Black man, because a Black man's gonna come at me. Hey, listen, Mandrell, what's up? I need a raise. Why? Well, I'm looking at here. I've been here 7 years. I've only gotten a cost of living adjustment, and I've surpassed every requirement and everything I'm supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you got this position open. I'm overqualified for that position, that promotion. I want that one. A man would come straight at me. I know this because I've done it.
Yeah.
Every time too, Genesis. Mm-hmm. Every time. No, I'm going right at you, bruh. That I want that. I've earned it. I deserve it. I want it. And then what am I going to do? Tell him no? Why? See, now I have to justify that to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to watch what I say. Because he might not be dumb enough to hit me. But he's smart enough to get to that point. He's smart enough to go get a lawyer. And now I have to justify this in court.
All this stuff
it's rough.
All this stuff that you're saying that the Black man has to go through. Is that why the Black men are saying that Black women have to go half?
Go half? No. Did you say
go half on what?
Yeah, Black men tell Black women that it takes 2 incomes. They need somebody to go 50-50 with them.
Well, you know what? No. Me personally, I would never tell a woman that. Because my thing is this. I'm going to stand on my own. If you're going to come into my world, you're going to contribute, but you don't have to make half. Or you don't have to make the same as what I make. I need you to be a functioning partner, period. But as far as, to the point of dating down, I'm not going to put myself in a situation to where I have a leech. I'm not going to do that. But that dating down concept.
What is a leech?
A person that just doesn't want, that has no drive, no, personal.
But if she's doing, we had this argument, I don't know, somewhere this week that her assistance or her working in the home isn't equivalent to whatever. But if you're able to stand on your own before her, and she comes in and she's doing some of these other things that is lightening your load, then is that not a contribution?
I can't give you credit for that.
What does lightening my load mean? What Genesis, in your description, what is lightening a man's load?
Well,
mean?
If you had to do everything before she came in, and now she's there, and you don't have to do everything, then she's lightening the load, right?
You're talking about domestic stuff, right?
Yes.
I can't give you credit for that. That's something that we're both responsible for.
Yeah.
I have to live there too. So if the day comes and you don't feel like doing it, guess who's got to clean those dishes or do the laundry? I do. That's something we're both responsible for. I can't give you credit for that. Like, that's why I'm not against a spouse of mine working. The women in my family work. Married or not, they work. And they work with their husbands. And they built what they built. And they built a fantastic life. Every single one of them. So this whole thing with women saying, no, I'm not paying any bills. I don't know where that comes from. I think
it might be that they're looking at other races, and other races don't necessarily have that all the time. Yes, there are some that do work, but then there are more of them not working. Excuse me. There are more of them not working than there are Black women.
It
No.
may seem
what age are
it
we
may
talking
seem that
about?
way, but at the same time, that's just their
At
lot in
any age,
life.
if they have children at home, if you look at these, these kid play date groups or even recreational activities, you see more of the moms of other races, picking up and dropping off kids or being there with them during that than you do African American women because they're at work.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the woman working?
I'm not saying anything is wrong with working, but when we're talking about community and things like that, then if this Black woman is working, then she's not raising her children.
Yes, she
But
is.
you have to look at it from a different perspective, though.
I don't understand this. Where y'all getting
Because, okay, if I could put myself in that situation, if I met a woman, and let's just say we fresh out of college or whatever the case may be, I go get a job and I decide to marry her and get her pregnant, and I'm making enough money to take care of all of us. Then she does what she does as a homemaker, if that's what we decide. At this age, I can't fathom running into a woman who has not been working, and then she comes into my life and she still chooses not to work. I can't see that. If at this age we get together, I already know you should be working or something because you have to take care of your kids. I don't want to hear that play date shit. I just don't want to hear it. So if we come together and you have an established career, why would you drop that so you can be a homemaker? Oh, but there's plenty of reasons out there. Please don't come at me. But there's plenty of reasons out there why a woman would want to drop that. But my thing is this: if you have went all this time and we are in our late 40s and you have a whole career established, I don't expect you to drop that just to be a homemaker and lighten my load.
But they do it all the time. For what I think it's a lot of people, and I dare say more people than most care to recognize or admit to. Most people these days, I submit to you that most women and men too these days have a romanticized idea of what a marriage and relationship looks like.
Thank you.
That's where all this comes from.
Thank you.
So many women want to be housewives. Why would you want to be a housewife when both of our incomes? Look at how much more we could have if we both work. That's my mentality. If we both work, put our resources together, look at how much more we can have. That's the kid. Your whole income could be the kids' college fund. Let's say I can afford everything.
Wow. Thank you.
Let's say I can afford everything. I'm making that kind of income. And you're working a full-time job. You've been to college. You're qualified. You have qualifications. You have credentials. You're working a full-time job. Look at how much. That's the kids' college fund. That's vacations in Paris. That's all kinds of stuff. Just
rainy day fund. Come on.
Exactly. We have no financial problems at all.
Y'all know good and well they are not using that for no rainy day fund. If she got a job, she is contributing to the mortgage.
No, she's not.
No, she's not.
No. Like I said,
the devil's a liar.
Yeah, if I can afford everything, Genesis, this is scenario.
Because they can afford everything, doesn't mean they're paying everything in all cases.
That's insane. Why would you not?
We're not going down that lane. We're saying,
yeah. I know you, Miss Genesis. Miss Genesis.
Oh,
I know you.
Hey, Jedi Mike. Welcome, Jedi Mike, to the show. Thank you for joining us tonight.
First of all, thank you for having me. I love y'all. Peace to the channel, everything. I am so proud of you, Miss Genesis. Been watching what you've been doing on the channel and everything. I gotta say, I'm proud. I'm a proud little bro.
Thank you.
I had a long day. I've been in DC at this cherry blossom festival with my girl, right? And
I was my way.
Right. Yeah. So I was watching this topic what you're just talking about here, because we had the exact same conversation on the metro, and that's why I have to say, please drop the link. Please drop the link. Right. So I just want to make sure I'm clarifying what you're saying, Ms. Genesis, before I can retort. So you're saying that in terms of for Black women income, that saying that they're trying to contribute to the mortgage and everything that, right? And saying that
guys are having these black women go half.
Well, okay, I will say this to my girl right here. This is what she said. Right now, I'm telling you what she said. I'll tell you what was going to happen. Right.
Okay.
One, she said for me, like she said, oh, I want things to be 50-50 because, especially like when I take her out on a date or something like that, because she says she know in a position where a lot of men be where they feel like they have to pay for everything, and she felt like okay, she won't feel guilty of feel like she's taking advantage of the dude if she's making him pay all the dates and stuff like that, and she just basically just standing there getting a free meal, right? That was the first time I've heard any woman told that to me. Because we know as men, we know that's the truth. And that's some situation that happened. But I never had a woman actually come up and tell me that. Now I told her how I respond. I said, respectfully, I thank you for being honest with me. But I'm gonna tell you how this is gonna go. I'm like, one, I'm gonna take you out, I'm gonna cover you because unfortunately, it's just I'm not saying as a man, I'm not saying in terms of ego. This is just in terms of us. In terms of structure, we all have an edifying relationship. It's like there's things as women you're not supposed to bear, which is why a lot of black women are tired as hell. They're tired as hell, right? And you're wondering why we get in these situations in our community where unfortunately we try getting competition with each other because all is 50-50, because eventually you're thinking, well, you're not actually whole in terms of what you're serving to the other person, which is why me personally, I say 100. Right? Because there's not no point of like, well, okay, I'm lacking in something and she's not, whatever. It's a symbiotic relationship, and it's like a push and pull, yin and yang, right? And that's why, and even though she might disagree, and it's actually fun, Miss Genesis, you actually like a lot of things that you say on certain topics, whatever. Like my girlfriend like says the same thing, which is why like I'm able to talk to you, right? Because I'm like, yeah, I get it, but this is what I think a lot of women, unfortunately today, is that they're thinking that because in situations where we got pushed this whole thing of independency, but then they think the alternative of that is codependency, and it's actually not. The point of actually having a productive relationship is interdependency. Is that not only can I survive without you, because we're in 2022, right? You are in the most free, most liberated group of women in the face of the planet, right? And but unfortunately, it's kind of counterproductive because it seems like today a lot of women are most miserable because they're feeling like, oh, I'm doing everything, but yet society's telling you, no, I am woman, hear me war, I don't need no man, and I can do everything I want, right?
But that's where we get confused, because then if the woman is independent and she's doing her own thing, then guys look at that as a negative. But then if she wants to be the stay-at-home mom, then that's negative too. So it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? We're not supposed to be a stay-at-home mom. No, we're not supposed to be independent.
What we want you to do.
But then we're not supposed to go half we don't know what we're supposed to be doing.
The problem with the being single is the mindset that comes with that. That's the biggest issue with the whole independent woman, I'm woman, hear me roar thing. It's the mindset, because I've been in relationships where I felt single. And that's why they didn't last.
Yes.
That is a horrible feeling when I'm in a relationship with someone and I feel like I'm the only one in a relationship. And it's like, wait, I'm not, whoa, where's the other person? She's operating independently, doing her own thing, regardless of how I feel about it. And that's just not going to work. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, then I started, it was a situation where I'm like, where was this? We were just courting, just hanging out. But then you get in a relationship, it's like, that's why I believe in marriages, and this applies to both men and women, people can flip on you when they get married.
Yes.
And be a whole other person after the nuptials come in. I believe that.
A reverse Sour Patch Kid.
Right. Because
that
was just a relationship. You know what I'm saying? And this chick just flipped. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, and you talk to them, express the problem to them, and you're nice about it. And then I'm like, yeah, this isn't gonna work for me. This is off the chain. But
Miss Genesis, I just want to say, echo what Mandrell is talking about. The main thing we're talking about, women, regardless of any terms of economic level, you want to have a sense of security, right? You have a sense of security because unfortunately, in situations where you don't, that's when you guys will react and say, then or either panic or like, oh, I have to feel like I'm pulling the weight of the relationship, and then hence here we are discussing this whole dynamic about who are this whole 50-50 mentality. And this is where I came in conversation with Margot. I was like, listen, I think when you're focusing on talking about in terms of what you lack in terms of what you can actually give, in terms of, well, I need this, I need them to do this X, Y, Z, instead of saying, hey, listen, we're just serving each other, plain and simple. I think all these conversations we just overcomplicate it, and also, especially in some of these other, I guess you can say, well, the manosphere topics, whatever, that we all can agree sometimes can be unrealistic expectations as some of them, right? But to be honest with this, I don't believe in any, and especially anybody on this panel, that we have a little sense of common sense when we know in terms of what is actually edifying and contributing to a relationship, and hopefully not putting overbearing weight on one individual or the other. I just honestly believe we all have that common sense. And I just, especially in our community, I just expect us to be better.
That's
I'm
that's
like,
the key to my frustration too.
I'm so tired of hearing all the same old talking points. However, it's like we can't get past it. How do we get beyond that?
Well, here's how you do it. Like Jedi Mike was saying, the thing is, let's say I'm working, right? You and I together, and for some reason my check comes up short or something. All right, let's just make up a scenario. Yeah, my check's short or whatever, and then you might have to. I'll say, hey, Genesis, check it out. Look at my check. Here's my pay stub. Check short for whatever reason. I don't know why. I go to work and find out what it is about tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'll update you on that. But right now, I need you to take care of that light bill. I'll take care of the rest of it with the rest of this check or whatever. But this month, pay the light bill. You should have no problem with that at all. If I ask you to pay
I got one story right here. I'll do you better.
I got pushback.
No, here's why. Here's why.
If your short this week and we ain't got money for the light bill, that means you living check to check.
It's a hypothetical scenario, okay? And the thing is,
that means you living check to check, though.
No, forest for the trees, Genesis. Forest for the trees. Let me finish.
I'll do one better, Mandrell.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. It's because the point is we're supposed to be in this together. I got your back, you got mine. Period. End of story. Cut and dry. That is it. We're in for a penny, in for a pound with one another. If you come up short on something, I got you. I come up short on something, you got me.
Yes.
And if you have that mentality in a relationship, you can build something together. Something fantastic. I've seen it with my own two eyes.
Yes.
Like I told you, look, my family, everyone who was married built something together. My parents included. Built something together.
When you're saying that they built something together, they got together young. You said your mom was something.
Doesn't matter when you get together.
She was 22. Like at this age, why we gotta still be building with somebody?
If you just meet somebody, you have to build with them.
Right.
But he's supposed to be built already.
No.
Okay, let's stop.
Why would you want that?
Time out.
Right.
Okay.
Time
out. Wait. Where's my flag? Flag on the play.
I'm a date.
You're right. Why would you want that?
Genesis.
Why would you want that?
If me and you start dating, I'm built, you're built. We're going to build together. That's it.
See, if we take my resources and we take your resources,
my Legos, your Legos, come on.
And we can build. See, I have a castle, right? You have a castle. We put the two together, we got a compound.
It's the same pieces. We got Lincoln logs.
Right now, we put our resources together. Now we can build a compound, a village.
Yes, a kingdom.
I have a king. Hold on, Genesis, check it out.
It never works out in these scenarios that y'all giving. It's usually the guy might be living paycheck to paycheck, or he coming up short here or there, and he needs that woman's income in order to get to a comfortable state.
And what's so wrong with that? You you helping him out.
There's a lot wrong with it if the woman is already in her comfortable place. If she's in her comfortable place and he's not, and then he needs her in order to get to the comfortable place, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Until they're
not building together, she's building him up.
What's wrong with that too? I'm still looking for the problem.
So
and that goes back to my point earlier. If she's done the work, then why does she have to date down to
and
somebody?
Genesis, I want to point this out. I'll let you cook because I want to point this out.
We can go there.
Give me a second, Mike. What I'm pointing out to you, Genesis, right now, because you literally just displayed it.
Yeah, she just
the independent mindset. That's why a relationship with someone who is marriage minded is not likely to work. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Not true.
It's not like I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's not likely. You have two completely different mindsets.
I got a question.
Not true.
I got a question.
I know you're optimistic.
I don't want to be disrespectful at all, but there is.
You know me. You can tell
Miss Genesis.
There's a different group of men. There's a different group of men where that isn't even part of the conversation.
But Miss Genesis, you just set yourself up there. You just said something very. If that's the case, if someone was established, then why does she have to settle down? But yet, ma'am, at the same time, and vice versa, if a man was already established, why do he have to settle down for certain things that a woman is doing? Then you would be up like, well,
because he's supposed to be a leader. The woman isn't supposed to be the leader.
So why doesn't he get a 20-year-old version of you? Why wouldn't he go out and get a 20-year-old version of you? He can afford it, and he's a leader. She's far more easy to get on his program.
Don't make me go there. Don't make me go there.
You did that.
A lot of times,
you did it, Genesis.
He think he can go out and pull that 20-year-old version,
and they do.
He ain't really that dude no more.
They do it all the time.
That dude in his head.
They do it all the time. They do. This is being done in real time.
They want him for the money.
So what does he care? He got her.
The 20-year-old can get the money, but the older woman can't get the money.
No,
right?
No, that's not. No.
What?
I'm gonna let you guys cook.
Go ahead.
Mike,
Soul Toucher ready to eat me up.
Soul Toucher.
No, we
y'all
love
take it. I've set it up for you. Maybe I'm not articulating it correctly, but she literally just did the independent mindset. That mindset you carried, that you displayed.
I've heard that.
That's not gonna work in a marriage.
Please wait.
Y'all go ahead. I'll sit back.
So to what the fellas were saying, and to Miss Creative's comment about I don't want a project, I have enough stress. Regardless of what age the woman is, if the man is established and the woman is not, she's a project. There is no difference in that. Like, if you want to sit at home and be a Susie homemaker or whatever the case may be, to an extent, you're a project. I'm established. You're not. You're an established homemaker.
No, he didn't.
I'm not putting you down or anything, but it just kills me how women who are established, and let's just say she makes 20, 30,000 more than a man. Why is he a project? Why is that a problem for women? It's like, why look at it as dating down or negative? It's like when we come in, y'all expect us to be leaders, this, that, and the other. Okay, if I'm leading and I'm building this relationship, regardless of where you are a project. I have to build up this structure and include you in it. You're a project. There's no difference.
Okay.
But do you have a problem with that, or?
No, it's not a problem.
Not you. Not you, her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This isn't about me personally.
You spot on, Soul Toucher.
This isn't about me personally. This is
it's not about you personally, but you're a woman. Explain.
I'm the voice of some of the ladies tonight on different topics.
Explain it to us. Explain it to us. Explain it to us as women why y'all look at us as projects when you are more established than we are. But when we look at y'all are not projects.
Because I think there's a double standard in that case that favors women, just like it's a double standard for women when it comes to body count and stuff like that. It ain't got to be fair.
Well, if it's not fair, then y'all should stop complaining about having projects.
No, it goes to the point, like, if anybody is going to not work, or if anybody's going to not work, it's going to be the woman. If somebody has to out earn the other, then it should be the man.
No,
it is 2022, ma'am.
I get that. I get that. Again, I said this is not about
you're free. You are free.
This is
but you are the voice of women tonight.
Yes.
You have to bear this brunt on your back.
Unfortunately.
I know there are plenty of women that are waiting for husbands because they're waiting for that guy.
But their expectations are way too high.
But and that's another thing. Y'all say that our expectations are too high when we say that. But then if y'all go get an other, then she can just show up and be cute and be an other.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Here's what the others do. Here's what the others do. The others they come in. The guy says, "Okay, this is what I'm looking for in a wife. You cool with that? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, cool. Now, like Miss Creative says that my expectations are too high, right? But the thing is, I have like 5 things on my list. That's it. Like, I mean, it's like respect me. You know what I'm saying? Like the respect is the first one.
Yeah.
That I'm looking for in a relationship. Yes. You know what I mean? And like in a marriage, it's like respect me, loyalty, acknowledge my position as head of household, respect my position as head of household. The end. 4 things in a marriage is all I'm asking you to do. Just under that umbrella, just do that. I mean, in a relationship, respect me, be loyal, and be honest, be truth, and always tell the truth. That's 4 things.
I don't know. I don't know.
If I may respond to this,
Brianna needs to cam up and come up here and explain, because I know part of her story, but y'all don't.
Yeah, but respectfully, if I may, this is what I can say. This is why this transcends any age, right? I'm coming from younger perspective. I'm about to be 24 soon, so I can say this respectfully. How, even though we're saying, well, if you're younger, things will be different, and actually not the case. It's the same spirit you're talking about, especially when we date out the other. Well, fortunately, what happens with the others that like the expectations they have on us is that we can be the bare minimum, right? But instead, we still get a level of respect that, unfortunately, if we were Cam Newton for our own folks, we still won't even get that same respect. So it's like, so tell me is why I like
Cam Newton.
No respect. This is what I mean. It's like me and my girlfriend, like, we have dated other people opposite races, right? And we have this conversation when we got together because we also had assumptions of each other before we started dating, right? She thought, oh, well, my type probably white girls because I was intellectual, smart, whatever, a little bit corny. I wasn't really a hood dude or anything like that. Got out of trouble. But her, she's like, oh, she probably dated some Asians or Latino guys, wherever. But at the same time, what we discussed was that we both came from different backgrounds to where we had an assumption of what in terms of black men like, or what black women like. One thing we had a consensus is that, unfortunately, is that a lot of black women make this assumption that a lot of us black men think, well, if I take white women, I have the easier route. And absolutely, that's not the case. Unfortunately, is that when we have other race of women, say white, Asian, Latino, whatever it might be, I can be I don't want to use the term Steve Urkel. I can be in terms of like average man, whatever, not below average, but just average decently, whatever, where I'm able to stand both of my 2 feet, whatever. I'm like able to keep myself together, just basic minimum as a functioning human being or an adult. That's okay. That's acceptable for other races, but fortunately for our women, that we see throughout history, a lot, at least in the last like a couple decades, is that when I mentioned about the whole Cam Newton thing, being at least 6 foot, being a 6-figure earner, we even know you don't really have to be a 6-figure individual to actually have a functioning life, right? That's the same thing as a false expectation, right? But even then, that's still not enough for them, right? And she even admitted that. It's like, yeah, I don't, because she said social media had a huge part to play in that, because we want to save a false reality just to sell you products, to sell you this fantasy. But unfortunately, you're never going to achieve it. But hence, is keep the cycling of profit in our culture where we try serving these stories that's not benefiting us as a people. That's the reason why. And it's preconceived notions on both sides.
I don't know. I don't know about this.
I know.
Yeah, no. Black women are echoing the same thing in a bunch of different circles.
Well, okay. Well, here, wait. Say that again.
Black women are echoing the same thing in a bunch of circles.
But here, I'm not denying that they are, but I'm saying that in situations like we're not having a middle ground of conversation where I think there's a level of this mentality that's causing us to have this division between black men and black women. We're thinking that we're not fit for each other, right? But the same things that those standards that we're talking about, it's like I can have a conversation with you, and yet you and I might disagree. But the thing is that a lot of the things that we're saying, some things like, well, as black women, sometimes like I never heard that before, right? But as a lot of us men, like we know that because the society is selling to you as women. They're not selling to us; it's selling to you.
Okay.
So hence, that's why when we try to give you information, unfortunately explain why things are the things are in the division in terms of us as men and women, you're like, wait, what is this? Because the problem is that you've been sold this narrative, the fact that us as black men, we don't want you, but that's not the point. What we've been taught is that us as black men, we're always not enough for you. We're always not enough for you, right?
I don't necessarily know that you guys aren't enough for us. I think it is.
Here.
I'm not gonna say that. I think it's.
Not the cackle.
Thank you. They're all listen.
I think it's different.
See, it's statements like that, Genesis, that when I say that you cap and it seems like you pander. It's statements like that when you say, "See, I don't think that." Like that's an obvious one.
Jumped.
That's a universal. That's a universal.
I think I'm getting jumped, Brianna. Right? Exactly.
That's one that's universally known.
What's up, Brianna? What's up?
That's another one. I'm like, there's no way, Genesis. I would bet. I would have lost real money. If someone bet me on that one. I would have lost real money. I'm like, there's no way Genesis would disagree with that. But here you are. You're like, I don't know if that's the case. I'm like, come on, Genesis. And look, you're going to make me go broke out here. Okay? I'm lose all my little coins I got.
Oh, man.
Don't be betting on Genesis.
Right, I can't.
I might be a wild card. So
right.
I
every time I'm like, I got faith. I have faith in her. I have faith in Genesis. Genesis tonight. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's not good enough. I'm like,
if you go, I'm not the black bet. You cannot bet on Genesis because I might disappoint. But
yeah, that's true. My heart is broken right now.
Brianna, hey, Canadian-born Nigerian, also known as Black David. Hey, the Book of Marcus.
Shout out to everybody. How's everybody doing? I just want to show some support to Genesis. I love you so much. Yeah. Shout out to Soul Toucher. Nice to meet you, Talk Williams, and Brianna, Jedi.
Book of Marcus, yeah.
How y'all doing?
Marcus? Marcus got a different name on everybody's show. Pan Man Unfiltered. He's some of everything.
I do Canadian born cousin, American born Mexican.
So how y'all doing? She said the entire panel is lit. She loves it.
Shout out to Sophia.
Shout out to Sophia.
Man, Genesis.
Sophia 50 time.
Yeah, man, Genesis.
Sophia 50.
She's single.
I don't know. Sophia, are you single? Look, Tack is asking now.
Oh boy.
Look, I'm doing on my show. Look, they say hurt people hurt other people. They try and hook me up on every show. Now I'm over here trying to make love connection.
Oh, they be hooking you up on the shows, huh?
Oh, man, all I'm gonna say with somebody on every show.
Why Miss Creative keep telling Mandriel to go to work?
Mandriel be at each other.
Miss Creative is trolling me. She's trying to get under my skin. You know what I mean?
But I say, Mandriel got strong arm. He can lift anybody.
I'm gonna stay at home.
Right. I tell you,
y'all hear that?
Here's the thing, Bree. Miss Creative waiting on me to give her this ring. That's what it is.
You're gonna give her that big kickstand from your tricycle.
Everybody, Mandriel is known as the YouTube flirt in these circles that we be running around.
Who says I flirt?
Everybody says that.
Flirt, Mandrell, you flirt with everybody, Mandrell.
Am I telling the lie or am I telling the truth? That
why do they say this? Why do they say this about me?
I would say that, Miss Credit, if you're hearing it, be careful. If you lift you up, you get sprung easy.
Look at that fake, I'm innocent posture he has right now.
Mandrell's like that little dog with a pink thing coming out. That's Mandrell.
Right.
When I've come on your platforms, Bree, you have never known me to be anything except respectful.
You are very nice on my platform. I will say
that is the only platform that he is nice on.
No, I've been nice
when he's on mute.
I've been nice to you all night, have I not? We've been in a very good conversation, have we not?
I don't know about the conversation being good because y'all was really up here capping about women staying home, and I don't know what that was.
Well, personally, the thing is, I'll say this: personally, women staying home. If she wants to stay home and we can afford it,
no, that wasn't what you were saying.
Yeah, I would talk to her. I would talk to her about it. Now, if she, that would be a discussion. I wouldn't say yes out of hand. No, that would be a real discussion over a couple of days. Because, I mean, there's too many pros to you working.
No,
to just
there's not.
No.
Ooh, Mandrell, you get your pushback, Mandrell.
Be quiet, Marcus. Be quiet. I want to hear.
Sophia, you gotta come through and hit me up.
I can really relax in my feminine energy when I'm
single right now, so I don't lie much.
It's top tier feminine energy when I'm chilling at the house.
Okay.
Like if I could just stay home, like I was a nurse, I quit. I like to let go of my career and everything to stay home and help raise our kids. We have 3 kids. My oldest is homeschooled. And then I have 3-year-old, and I have a bonus baby who's with us part of the year. So I stay home. I gave up my career as a nurse. I was on the way to get my PhD and everything. But I gave it up to stay home because you said you can raise kids, but it's really better if you can be at home, at least for a time. I don't foresee myself going back to work. I'm good on that, but it's much better. Our kids are happier. They're more well adjusted, and I have time to actually pay attention to the nuances in their personalities and help nip things in the bud that I did not have time to pay attention to when I was working and he was working at the same time. So there is a huge benefit to your children as far as them being more well adjusted and catching problems early. And if you're homeschooling, obviously you can't do that if y'all are both at work. So there is benefit to the wife being at home.
Okay. There have been don't
get big crickets now.
I mean, because I was making 6 figures and my husband was making 6 figures. So to your argument, yeah, of course we make bank if we both working, but then because of our jobs, like our kids suffer. You know what I mean? They suffer. They can't be discounted.
My question is, how do they suffer exactly? I mean, because suffer is a strong word. How do you?
Well, but they do suffer because we're not there. The kids want your attention. They want you. They don't. Of course, we could hire help. We could hire a nanny. We can send them to my mom's house, and we actually moved my mom into another area. To the area to help us with our kid. For my youngest, until she was 1, we moved my mom. We paid all her bills so she could take care of my youngest for a year. So like we had the money to do that kind of stuff, but ultimately your kids want you and you want them to have that attachment to you and a healthy attachment. So,
well, yeah, but to be fair, they could also be attached to you while you go to work and accumulate more money. Now, fair enough to your circumstances, cool, but I don't know where this whole thing, again, like I said with Genesis, I don't know where this whole thing came from all of a sudden where so many, particularly Black women, want to stay at home and be stay-at-home moms when for my entire life, Black women worked.
Well, maybe we shouldn't be working.
But you know how far ahead you'd be if both people work, right?
But that's not everything.
You all just talked about the other races being ahead of you.
Yeah, them Beckys be at the house.
Hey,
yeah, they be at the play days.
No, the thing is,
I be at the play days with Becky.
Here's my also.
Yeah, and did you heard what she said?
I get it.
She spoke her truth, Mandrell. She spoke her piece.
There's no such thing as her truth. There's just the truth. Now, here's the thing,
Brianna. If I can ask, how many women look like you at those play dates? Are there a lot of you? Are they equal in number, or are you the only one or one of a few?
No, there's usually like one more. So if it was like a group of like eight, maybe eight moms or pairs or whatever, probably like 2, maybe 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Where do you live?
the thing is, it
Georgia.
depends. Yeah, it also, like I said, this whole thing is subjective, but
Yeah.
it seems to be a big outcry from a lot of African American women who really want to be housewives and have the man bring on the bacon and things like that. Whereas this has never been our history. This has never been our lot in
That's
life.
because we've been kept from it.
I get that, but my thing is, you have women who the problem comes in when women turn down guys who are really good, really good, really good men, personally and professionally, and they wait on a guy who can provide them with a certain lifestyle. And I'm like, okay, you're doing yourself a disservice when you do that. That's not the way. You're going the wrong way.
Define great. Like, is he 40K a year great? Because that's not that great.
Wow.
I said really great guys.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because I know where we're hinting at. Maybe he doesn't make the money so she could stay home. I'm not talking about his. I'm not doubting he has a great personality, but let's be real. We're talking about his money.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about this
because
guy.
You said she wants to stay home.
I'm saying this guy. Yeah, I'm saying they women meet guys all the time who are honest. They are stand-up men. They'll take care of that woman as best they can, and they will love them through and through. And they don't make the money. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, these guys might be 40,000 a year, 50,000 a year. I know a guy who's still making 35. I don't judge him, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, like if you're a military man, right? In the military, when I first joined, my first paycheck was $600 on the first. My second paycheck of the first month was $600, right?
Lucky you.
Right.
I got paid twice. I get paid twice a month. So I'm saying, like, these guys are military, and I was always a man of honor, always a man of principle, always a man of respect. You know, like especially when I'm with my woman, because in my family, the men take care of their women even in death.
Uh-oh.
And so, even in death, the men of my family take care of their women. Right. That's the ilk that I come from.
Right.
So just because I was in the military and I didn't make the money like that.
But your wife could stay home because my brother was in the military and his wife was a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah, so, she can stay at home, but she has to
But they lived on base and
but she has to understand that you're gonna have to live on base or get the BAH and BAS. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not gonna be a glamorous lifestyle, is what I'm saying. It's not gonna be some big glamorous lifestyle.
But it doesn't have to be glamorous though. Like she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. And he joined the military. And so if your wife is cooperative, if she knows what it takes to get that, if she's willing to rock with you to get that lifestyle, live in the means y'all can afford her to stay home, it doesn't have to be glamorous. Like I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm not going on trips and blowing money, but I stay home. Like I think like where does this whole idea that because a woman wants to stay home, she wants to be like in this luxury life while at home.
Women say
they're
that.
looking at the socialites of other colors.
No, the women say this. That's where it comes from.
I don't think so.
That's where I hear from. I don't hear it from anywhere else. I hear women say this out there.
But also, Mandrell, to be fair, this agenda that's been pushed down to help people survive capitalistically in America, it's to the point where people can barely survive on 25,000, 30,000 a year, you know, because all the bills, the taxes, you're paying rent, paying for your gas, you got to drive to work, you know, you got to get to work, got to make sure that check clears, got to make sure everything is in tune. So now it's like to the point where this agenda that's being pushed in media, where it's like, hey, you know, women are, you know, are controlling, they're the controlling population in colleges. They're choosing degrees that don't exactly pay the highest, but they're still choosing to graduate. They're still choosing to be independent, all this stuff. So some people will be more weakened to get, indoctrinated in this, to be fair.
Now, Marcus, you are of another race.
He's of Latin descent, yes.
As in not African American. what do you see in your culture as far as women working versus being stay-at-home moms?
Usually from Mexican American women or Latin American women, I see the same thing as all westernized women, where they go to college, they're going to school, they're grinding, but it's usually the mom before and the grandmother before that usually are the stay-at-home woman, or they aid their husband in their business. For example, like in my household, my mother and my father, they weren't the most educated. They didn't graduate from high school. One of them didn't even make it to high school. So I had to help my father from the ground up with his business at a young age. So I was the one helping him with the bills, the math, the estimates, all that. My mother was a stay-at-home. She would clean and cook, which I loved and I'm grateful for. She's a damn good cook. I don't care what anybody says. She can season the shit out of chicken. But I took into account everything she did for me, for us. So that was always reciprocated. My dad would take her out to eat when there was the weekend or something like that. Hey, for the hard work you put in during the week. And then my mom would, treat him back, do some things for him. That doesn't mean they had the best marriage, though. They had their ups and downs. They had their, their arguments, but that's not my business. That was between them to handle it. It's just, and Latin culture is usually like the mother and the grandmother before, but usually this younger generation of women now, it's not just, I don't see it as just one race issue. I think I see it in all races, westernized in general. I don't see it like that from my experience. Okay. And I could be wrong.
You're not.
Okay. Trouble just came in the building.
Not really.
We love him to death. Welcome, Black Man Unfiltered, to the show.
Yeah. See, the thing is, like, I'm not saying this is a one race issue. It is across all races. You know what I mean? However, with Black women, and this is why sometimes I would get triggered by some things that people would say, is because for some strange reason in my head, I had this idea that Black people were supposed to be better. But when I see us falling for this trick bag, as people call it, that's just what it is. It's a trick. You want this kind of lifestyle and stuff like that. Understand that there are only a handful of men who earn that kind of money to put their wives in that kind of position. Most times, more often than not, you're going to get with a person who doesn't have the means to provide that kind of lifestyle. So instead of coupling with a guy and building that lifestyle together, women elect to forego a guy who would be a really good guy, and that who can get to that point if he get her and put her in that position, if he had her help as a helpmate. If she came on along as a helpmate, 5 years down the road, this dude might be a multimillionaire. You just don't know. Listen to the guy's plan and look at what he's actively doing to achieve his goal. If he is actively on that path, give it a shot, ladies, is what I'm saying. But if he says, I want to do this, that, and the other, and he hadn't done anything to get towards it, then I understand you passing on him.
Panic.
I understand that. But when women elect to forego a really good guy who wouldn't cheat, all this kind of stuff, just because he doesn't make that kind of money today, and that guy would be in his late 20s. I'm like, well, the guy's in his late 20s. What are you talking about? I got a cousin of mine who did that. I was like, well, the guy was in his he was like 28 years old. What do you expect? But she doesn't want to date up either. She doesn't want to date older guys. I'm like, listen, it doesn't work that way. Like I've had this with a cousin. So when I talked to her about it, she's like, really? I said, yes. I said, women do this all the time. You pass over really good guys, but I want this, that, and the other. That comes when you earn it. And if you earn it with him, the bond that you have will be almost unbreakable.
Yeah, but it's a gamble.
Very much so.
And Mrs. Creative said, but if you're 40 plus, how long you supposed to wait?
If you're 40 plus, it depends on how far the guy is. I mean, the thing is, if what you and that guy have once you first meet, you look at what you have and what he has. If you guys are happy with that,
please do.
Yeah, if you guys are happy with that, I mean, because that could be something really good. You guys are happy with that? Okay, now understand that what this guy builds from that point on will only be better. than what you already have. So it's not that you're waiting on him to put you in that position. You should be building that life with him together. You have to work together. You can't put it all on him. You know,
Seeds are
that's the way you earn it.
A seed might be minuscule, but after being watered and nurtured, it will reap a long harvest.
You're right. Like
This is in the
myself.
Bible.
I think the
myself.
fault is seeing it like you're putting it all on him when you're just playing. You're taking on a different role. Like I'm not putting like I don't understand that. Like he's making the money, but I don't think the idea that it's like I think that's the fault in the logic for me.
Right.
Well, let me ask a better question, Mandrell. What do you have to offer to a woman if she were to date you?
Who you asking me that personally?
Yeah, because I mean, hey, man, me and you are cool. We're close, but you always tend to have a very strong, open, blunt opinion about things and your standards, which is fair. You can have your standards and your limitations. What do you have to offer to a woman in return?
Protection, protection, peace of mind. Okay, I could finish, or you could just laugh. Okay, structure, peace of mind, direction. I can provide. You know what I'm saying? Loyalty, honesty.
Okay.
Which for some women, that's not enough.
Well, that's true.
I like the provide part. That's nice. So that means she can stay home.
Brianna, that's a no.
He don't want his wife to stay home. I mean,
I'm just saying.
my brother's wife likes.
Well, wait a minute, Mandrell. But what if the woman? Well, what if your woman, your lady, is working out at home? She's actually cleaning the house. She's cooking for you when you get home. She's thoughtful for you. She said, "Hey, how's your day going? I hope you had a good day." Is that not enough for you?
I mean, it could be.
Oh God.
Mandrell wants that coin.
He said, "Oh God."
He said he's trying to get this.
But listen, I'm trying to take. Listen,
that coin.
Listen, we don't have. Listen, I tell you what. If I met someone let's say Miss Creative and I got together, we get married, right?
Oh shit.
I'm gonna say that I would be this way.
Miss Creative said he got community pain.
I don't.
Damn.
And I so don't. Here's the thing.
Damn.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the way I handle that. Listen, you want to stay home and be a housewife? If she came to me and said she wanted to be home and be a housewife, can you wait until we have a kid? After we drop a kid, stay home. But until then, just stack the money. You don't have to spend it.
Is that fair? That's
But
fair.
I think that's what most
you don't have to spend
women.
it. Stack the money.
That is the point at which most women decide they want to stay home, though. Like most women, are fine generally working until they have kids. That's usually where the whole stay-at-home issue comes up.
Hey, can I say something real quick, Mandrell? So did y'all get a chance? I don't know if you guys watched the Kosher Clinician? Anybody watch him?
No.
Yes.
Oh, so did you see his show where he said 38% of all women that stay at home and don't work, they're the women that cheat the most. Now I don't agree with that, but I'm just asking you, the panel.
That's 38. But that's 38%, right?
I would agree with that.
But that's 30. So it still means that the majority still don't cheat, though.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I think they probably just cheat anyway. I think they're probably just cheat anyway.
Right. Exactly.
I don't think.
I'm just saying. My thing is, I'm not.
Mr. Gardner, man.
The thing is, I'm not against it. Having to stay at home. I'm not against having a stay-at-home wife completely. My thing is, it would be far more advantageous and far more fruitful if we both work. Now, but that only goes to a certain point. Ladies, understand that. If within the next 3 years I'm a millionaire, okay. You want to stay home? I don't need your money. We don't need your money.
Only has to work because you're not a millionaire. If your financial position were higher, then working would be an option.
What do you mean?
She's saying that she only has to work because you don't have.
I got a question.
I'm saying
I got a question after you.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, I said I'm not completely against it. we can have the discussion. If I'm a millionaire, we can have the discussion. But I'm still gonna make the case. I'm still gonna make the case. Look at how much more money we can have if you were to work.
Let's be honest, man, Joe. Realistically, you're not going to have $1 million.
Black man want to have an answer question.
Let me ask
I'm well on my way, Marcus, already.
Let me ask a question. So, and this is not to anybody in particular. This is just a general question. A lot of women in this climate, guys. If y'all can't hear me, I'm driving. So just if it's can y'all hear me clear? Okay. So a lot of women are saying that in this climate that we're in now, that I'm independent. I don't need a man, but we'll take that part out. But I don't need a man to give me no money. I make my own money. I can pay my own bills. I can pay. And then all of a sudden, when they get married, they want to be able to hold on to all the money. They don't want to share the money. They don't want to give the money up. They don't want to help the man. They don't want to do nothing but sit at the house, right? And some women, and I feel like if there's so much independence, and in this climate we're living in, women want to be equal to a man. If you're equal to me, and me and you're equal, which we shouldn't be, we're not. But if you're equal to me, then why do you have all these expectations if we're equal?
Equal in what way? Equal in voice, or equal in
these YouTube streets, or if in mainstream media, we're saying like okay, take Gabrielle Union for instance, which was so stupid for her to say, but Gabrielle Union was like, I don't need Dwayne. I can pay my own bills. His money don't mean nothing to me. Girl, you crazy? I looked at your net worth. You're worth 17 million. Dwayne is worth 375 million. Somebody go do the math. But you're gonna sit on TV and say, I don't need him. I pay my bills. I pay my family's bills. I pay my mama bills, my cousin them bills. And I don't need Dwayne's money. I'm not here with him for his money. I don't need him. And I'm thinking,
and she's got 17 million.
She can survive.
That's still a lot of money. That's a lot.
Yeah, but why would you?
If she worked it right.
But the thing is, why
would you say that though? Why would you say that in public
on television?
I don't agree with her saying that, because definitely you shouldn't be saying that publicly about your husband. But if she has 17 million, then I mean there is some truth to what she's saying.
If she say that in private, I'm telling her to get the hell out.
You know what? I don't like.
She eating booty hole. She ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Black man, your service. Black man, your service is going out. Yeah, his service. I think it's going down a tunnel or something.
He's driving. He'll be.
But as far as
why would you say that in public?
Yeah.
Why would you say that? Period.
That too.
He don't care what she say.
Right. He don't care.
She eat groceries?
She do whatever.
She eat groceries?
Huh?
You said she eat groceries?
Yeah. We also don't know the context. We don't know how she was asked, what the conversation was. So, but I mean, I don't ascribe to that. I need men. Give me stuff. Give me money. I'll take it. I'll stay home. I don't believe in that, so I can't answer that question.
I just personally think that certain things should just be held in private, behind closed doors. That's just the way that I think it should be, but I could be wrong. But that's just me. It's like, especially if you're a public figure couple, they're looking at you to like mess up and use anything against you. TMZ, all those, they're trying like Barry Bonds, ready to hit you at a home run.
I mean, I understand her to be saying basically that like she could survive even if they weren't together. So she chooses him. She's not with him for her survival. That's what I understand her to be saying. Would I necessarily say that, knowing that people can take it and spin it? No. But I'm understanding that that's probably what she's saying. I'm assuming in the context of the conversation, it's about how she is with him because she chooses to be, and she chooses marriage.
Right.
Because she could survive on her own. I'm assuming that is the context of it.
I mean, and let's not forget, he came in the door with a couple kids and had a kid while they were split up. Like, she there.
Didn't Dwayne Wade like leave his previous woman to get to be with Gabrielle Union?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They say that. I don't know.
Well, I don't want to literally say that, but isn't
I think that.
Let me say this: he did left his wife. He set up his wife, lied on his wife, fabricated a story whereby he makes sure the California court move her mother right to see her kids. And because of that, he let some other ass crazy ass black woman to brainwash his son to be something that he's not supposed to be.
I don't think
Yes,
she
he did it.
brainwashed him to be something else.
I think that was a school system. I think that was a
I
school
don't think
system.
Gabrielle Union is responsible for that.
Hold on. He married his first wife since high school, got to California, lived a lifestyle. A lot of reporters pointed out very, very well he did fabricate a story against his own wife, took her to court to lose her parental right over her own two kids. To the point where she's not allowed to say anything. And they even put a gag order on top of that.
Right. Money will do that.
And on top of that, this woman have to watch to see another woman to get access to her own kids and have the younger one, which I recall he wasn't walking down that path to begin with until that shenanigan happened. So I'm not giving.
It's not understanding it was his choice though, or her choice. Now,
but at the same time, like
it was her choice, and then they supported the choice.
He needed to have custody of the kids at that time.
But at the same time, like the California school systems, they're indoctrinating this stuff too about the whole alphabet community, and like, which I think it should be the parents. It shouldn't be like the privilege should not be left to the school. It should be to the parents in private for those kind of talks.
I would agree with that. If let the parents have whatever discussions about sexuality and whatever else with their children, I don't think that they should be promoting that.
But Ben had a crush on Gabrielle Union.
No, we have to teach the children about it. We have to.
If you send your kids to public school, they kind of just left up to. Yeah, if your kids go to public school, they just gonna have to learn what they decide they want to teach them. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
They do homeschool.
Private school or homeschool. That's it.
Right.
Which is why your wife should be at home.
Here's the thing. Here's one thing with that.
She got you.
No, she didn't. I think that a child is far more equipped for life if he goes to public school. The amount of different personalities that they meet, they're more socialized because they're socializing with children and all kinds of people. You know, when they go to public school.
I 50% agree. I disagree with you. I believe they should go to high school, but from elementary school to I'll say probably maybe around middle school. I suggest going to private school.
Yeah. Okay, private school. As long as they're going to school, it's up home school.
Why do you say that, Jedi Mike? They should be in public until middle school.
Because it started in terms of the root of terms of children. Because most of your childhood trauma starts between really around kindergarten, around second or third grade, right? But those are very crucial times for a child's life. And unfortunately, I will say in terms of the public school system, they do a very disservice in terms of actually setting a strong foundation. And I can tell you this as Africans, with some of what we do, instilling children from a moral concept in terms of now a value of education, also having strong structure in terms of morals and everything. I tell you, the westernized education school system is complete crap in terms of early childhood education.
So wait, they should be in private until
private or homeschool. I would say
yes. Until
my 13-year-old is about to go to. She's about to go to public school now. Well, it's still a theme school. It's a STEM school, but I'm allowing her to go to school to get her socialization because at her stage of development, she needs to be around peers now at the teenage years for development. Development.
See, I'm with the private school, but homeschool. I'm not sure about that.
I get
it. It depends because they have accredited homeschool. It's not just you making up stuff. You can get accredited curriculums. There's all kinds that they're still getting graded. They're still getting tested. It's still curated. I mean, you can make your own. There's so many options even in that. You can do hybrid schooling where they go to it's kind of like private school and homeschool. They stay home 2 days. They go to a classroom 3 days with a very small group of kids. There are so many options with homeschooling. It's not a one size fit all.
Fair enough. And that's why I said I'm not sure about it because I don't know enough about it. But it just teaching a kid at home, I'm like, I don't know. Like that's my answer with that. I don't know, but go ahead.
For someone who works with the Board of Education and down in the past in New York City, public school is not the safe bet for children because the curriculum in public school is much lower to the charter school and the private school. So you're not really helping your kid to begin with, number one, for public school. Second of all, every school district in every state is very, very different. But private school, the curriculum will all be above everybody else for the sake of how much fun they have coming into the school, what kind of program they have to engage. Because even though during the C-19, I want to say the wrong word, some of these private schools have better setup whereby they're able to educate the kid, from home as well, if they can't come to the classroom. And I see what happened in the public school system, especially in New York City. There are a lot of people who didn't get no laptop or they have no tablet, but they had to create a program by they giving out everybody iPad. Now in charter school, they're giving them better equipment instead of that. But to me, public school have been watered down over the past 4 decades. It's not like we used to be back in the 80s. So I would never recommend anyone to put their kid to public school. If you making more than six figure, both of you making six figure, like my manager said, put your money together, put your child in a better private school, get a better education. Like Anton will say, this way you provide an avenue for your child to be more successful than going to the public school. But there are some specialized public schools that are very, very different, but hard to get in as well. That's the big difference behind that. Not all public schools are the same. There are some that stood out. It's good enough to be private school, but to get in, they got to test it to get in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry for the
I think it's most definitely a difference in the education between private school and public. Like hands down, huge difference.
Or even a theme school, or I went to a magnet school.
There's a reason why
Absolutely.
For the public school issue,
also.
the reason that's happening is because a lot of the white folks don't want their kid to be around the same black kids. So because of that, when they move out to the urban area, they create a private school system so that all the curriculum that meant for their kids go straight to the private school sector, while the public school, little by little, to the 80s, went on a downhill spiral. So the education back in the 80s is not the same as right now. And I see my kid homework, and I was like, wow, only if I have the money. But the New York City public school, minimum is about, I don't know, $26,000 per semester. Money.
Yeah. I went to Catholic school until high school. And then I went to
She
CPS.
said the C word, Catholic school.
I did. I went to Catholic school until high school. Till
I love Catholic students.
Oh,
I know
you.
I know.
And then I went to Chicago public school system, and it was, oh my Jesus.
You feel like you were free,
I didn't
right?
last long there. I didn't last long.
So Genesis, what were significant differences from a Catholic school to a public school?
In high school, when I got into the classes, like the curriculum that they were being taught were things that we learned in 6th and 7th grade. But Chicago public school system in really, I don't think it's a decent marker like for comparison, because there's so much trouble in there. But
Did you go to a tough, like one of those tough schools? You know what I mean?
What do you mean, one of those tough schools?
You know, like one of the.
You know, the ones where you walk through the metal detector and you get wanned.
I think they do now. I went to the school that Derek Rose went to.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it was bad then, but I don't think it was. We didn't have to go through metal detectors or anything like that.
Like Morgan Freeman, Lean on Me bad, or was it like?
No, it wasn't that. But then,
hey Genesis, that was after our time.
Oh, okay.
I think it did change to that.
That was after our time, Genesis.
Huh?
But
that was after our time.
Genesis got lucky.
Yeah, that circles around. Not to stir the pot.
It was terrible. The education was terrible. I was just like, I couldn't believe it.
And that's why I was trying to explain to you what was going on with working for a board of education and though in New York City. I realized what was happening. A lot of these white folk, if they put their kid in public school, it's not no regular public school. It's a specialized public school. I'll give you a perfect example. There's one school across the street from BMC, that's Ball Manhattan Community College. All the students in that school were getting Apple laptop and printers, which I find it very unusual. But every other school don't have that type of privilege. So it's like a selection of public school, but wasn't like really a public school, like an undercover private school. but only certain kid can go there based on the school district, meaning these rich folk let the kid go to that one particular school, so it's better for them to go. But we'll not have to think quickly like all the other schools in Brooklyn and other boroughs as well. That's what's been going on for the past couple of decades to keep watering down the educational system. And we know they keep doing that. A lot of these parents that are working, they don't come to the PT meeting like they used to do back in the day in the 80s to see what the heck is going on. So when you have less parents come to a PTA meeting, they don't see what's happening, they don't see what's going on. So what that's happening, the downhill spiral. Look at Baltimore. That's even worse. Imagine how many
trash.
What?
Trash.
What?
Wait, are you talking about
the public schools in Baltimore? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it's tough. I heard it's like one of the toughest in the country, right?
It's trash.
Worse. It's trash. Imagine
it's trash.
80% of the people who graduate from high school have a 1.0 GPA average or below. That means they're not really glad they had to go back and repeat again.
Damn.
When I was there, I know of at least one gentleman who was literally illiterate
in Baltimore,
in Chicago.
Oh,
and he graduated.
Dang.
Yeah, no child left behind.
No child left behind.
I did not understand how he made it to high school. How do you get passed through all the way to high school and you still don't know how to read?
But I've seen that though.
The average American reads on a 5th grade level.
It calls
on a 5th grade level.
It calls. Let me explain to you what it is. It calls social graduation. That's what's exactly going on. I went to over 300 schools in New York City, and I saw the same exact thing that is happening. This is why I said the education level of the yesterday back in the 80s is not like it is right now. Back then, a lot more parents showed up in the PT meeting. They were able to pay attention to what's going on with the school system and the school curriculum. But as the 90s kick in and people barely come to the school PTA, a lot of these parents both parents are working and weren't able to watch the kids. That was a perfect opportunity to water down the curriculum.
It was watered down before because I went to school in the 80s.
It was watered down.
Doesn't that circle back around to why?
Doesn't
that circle back around to why a woman should want to marry a man who could let her stay home and not have to live in the hood school district? Doesn't it circle back around to why I should marry a man who makes $40K?
See, Bree, that's why I was asking. That's why I was making those points when I was asking Mandrell. So I could go back circle to you.
You make a perfect point.
How much does a man have to make to be with a woman? Average. Give me a number.
I mean, what city we in?
Say we're in my city, Dallas.
Is it? That's close to Atlanta. It's cheaper than Houston. It's cheaper than Houston. I mean, like price wise.
Well, it depends, but Bree, it depends though because Northern California is like 2.5 times expensive more than Southern California.
I know. Yeah, I know how much, and I know Houston is expensive, kind of getting up there like Atlanta, but I don't know about Dallas. Is it close?
Yeah.
To Houston. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna need you to make about 80,000.
Okay.
Fair enough.
No, hold on. What percentage of men make that?
I don't know what percentage of men make that. I know a lot of men who make that.
100
personally.
Personally, black men only. 100,000+. If you go to
I said 80. I said 80K.
No, I'm starting at 100 first. Go to blackdemographics.com. They had this information is there. 3% of black men make over 100,000. 3%. That's it. If you go,
I made it. Shit.
There you go.
All my siblings made it.
Right. If you go to 80,000, it's going to be a little bit more, probably 9, 10%, 11%. Right. Everybody else, the average man makes 40. Average.
What?
Where? Only 7
in America.
Only 7
Are
points.
they doing? Wait, when they're saying the average, are they counting? Ones who are underemployed for whatever reason.
If you go to a government site, it'll tell you because you got to.
I need to know. I
I explain it.
Only.
I don't really need to know the
8%. 8% makes 75,000.
Hold on. Let me explain it.
7.6% earns 75,000.
Is given.
Hold on. Let me help out.
Hold on, but I want to hear what David. Can you repeat that?
No, I'm saying it says right there. I'm looking at it too. It says only 7.6% earn over $75,000.
I guess I made it. I made it.
When it comes to black men in America,
they don't make no money.
It falls off the cliff.
Yep. Exactly.
Let me explain why that you get this information.
At least I made it to that point.
Blackdemographic.com.
I made it over 80.
Here's the problem.
Right.
Blackdemographic.com get all the data from the United States Census government program, whereby every data that's being properly documented, meaning when you get a job, your social security number, it documents what kind of rent you're making. So all that information go to the government, and this how Black Demographic pull all the data and they able to see the chart. So
they don't change my mind.
I look it
I
up.
believe it.
I know at least 30 black dudes.
She said, "Grab the data and change my mind."
I couldn't marry somebody out of charity. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Bree. Watch this though. That means 3% to make 100,000, 7.3% make 80. I mean 75 and above, right? That means the women that want those men. That means the men, those men that make that kind of money, they have so many options. It's unreal.
They do.
Right. I don't believe them.
Gotta be able to compete, I guess. I mean, what they got? They still don't need.
I hate statistics.
Why? Why?
It doesn't change the reality that if I want my kids to have a chance at a certain education,
when they file their taxes, Black demographics, when they file their taxes, they report it to the government. The government sees color, black.
The government sees color, but how many people are hiding income from the government?
You're talking about under the table?
I'm talking about dope boys. We ain't marrying dope boys.
Yes, they are.
So they don't matter.
Yes, they are, Bree. Yes, they are.
My daddy was a dope boy. I ain't got no problem.
See, they champion them dope boys. See,
I'm not marrying
FBI and DA have entered the chat. They've entered the chat. All you local drug dealers, FBI and DA.
Look, but he would never tell me to marry somebody who did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't have no shame in saying it. I know that there's a lot of black men who do that. I know a bunch of them. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. It just doesn't change what I'm saying. I want my children to have be able to have a decent education. Let's just say decent. You know, there are certain things. I cannot marry you and have kids with you if you make $40,000.
And this is why
if you're making 80K, Bree says it's okay.
Yeah. I would tell my daughter that don't be married up. Now, if you want to marry him and he broke and y'all could be broke together, just don't have no kids.
Yep.
Don't have no kids. Like, hey, that's okay.
Bars.
If you what?
If he don't make 80, he can't get a baby.
No,
he's not trying to make no baby.
He got bars tonight.
See, the thing is, I'm over 80. Miss Creator telling me get a job, Mandrell. I'm like, I'm over 80, and I don't. I mean, that's why I say depend on. I say he at least got to make 80, and if we don't have babies, that means I can still be working too. Like Mandrell was saying, his plan of attack. But I'm talking about when I have a baby, that means I have to stay home without a job.
But here's the thing, too, Mandrell. Like people can work from home too, though.
Yeah, they can. Like, that's fine.
And listen, my girl, she works part time. But I tell her, don't worry about working full time. I work full time. If she can work part time, she'll work part time. But I don't force that work on her. And as far as school, she does school from work. She does school from home.
This is why Kevin Samuels is so popular. Because he talks about
them high value men.
Yep.
No, it's just
ain't high value.
No, here's the thing. It's about
80K men.
It's not about that. It's about people's unrealistic expectations. Now, Genesis, earlier I said men. There are men in that category too, with this Disney romanticized idea of what relationships and marriage is supposed to be. They're going the wrong way, when you tell them they're going the wrong way, they don't want to hear it. They don't listen. This is both men and women. They don't hear it. They don't want to listen. They're going to keep right on making the same mistakes that they keep doing. What kind of
Disney fantasy is the man making when the average black man make $40,000 a year? What's he fantasizing about?
I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a child that's 29 years old. He had his first child coming out of high school. Me and his mother, we're not together. We ain't been together since 96. And we said to him, do not have any children. He chose to have a first child before he got out of high school. He joined the Army, got married, had child number 2, had marital problems, had child number 3. He said he wanted a 1920s wife. Don't know what the hell that is in these at times. He got out of the Army on a medical discharge, and he's been unemployed since 2018. Those are the type of guys that we're talking about here.
Right.
It's like
wait, Soul Toucher. Does your son, respectfully, does your son get help because of his medical discharge from the government?
Because he should. He definitely should.
He should.
He's one of these knucklehead men out here in the world who do not listen, do not take advice, but think he knows it all. And he's the type of guy that's planting this, oh, you can be a stay-at-home wife type of thing, but he's not holding up his end of the bargain. And he has this romanticized notion or fairy tale of, I want to stay at home wife, but you're not doing anything that you're supposed to do outside of not getting the job, not getting all the benefits that you're deserved and all this type of stuff and all this other stuff. At the same time, he's not doing anything to progress his life. So these are the type of guys out here that are selling these stories to these women.
Soul Toucher, we get in contact with your son.
Wait.
This is important.
Like David was waiting.
I know this is important. Soul Toucher, if you got my contact information, if you don't, let me know. I'll shoot my email. I'll shoot you my phone number.
Shoot it to me. I don't have it.
Have your son call me when it comes to the VA benefits, because I can help him with that. Getting what he if he's owed more, I can help him with that.
Shit, let me tell you what my brother.
You got to get through that thick ass skull first.
How do you get? Wait. What's the problem?
It's an attitude problem.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
We'll talk offline.
Okay, guys. I'm leaving.
Talk behind the scenes. That's behind the scenes conversation.
Hell cares? Wait. Why would you not? That's crazy.
Okay, Black David.
I'll be honest. What you just told me just now is no different what I tell in the hood. You have to prefer you call them boo boo the fool. They think they know it all. Don't need to get no word of wisdom from no elder because think they have all the knowledge. It's not that they don't have all the knowledge. They don't got nothing in the brain cell because they have not been enough reading. They have not done enough research to realize the 1920 women you're looking for was long gone with 1920 itself. Because no one teaches the woman or passing down wisdom down to the women until their generation. Same thing with the guys.
You sure right about that shit?
So when your son doing that and you giving him wisdom, he's the perfect example of people who think they know more than the old generation, don't realize it. You're epically going to fail with God on your faith in the most epic way possible. And that's where the problem contemplate when I was telling people about black culture. When it constantly keep on changing and the one passing and receiving the knowledge for the past generation, what do you think happened after that? You could then whole new type of generation out of that mess. Then from that mess alone, then another different type of generation following after that. Because if you think about it, from the 60 to the 70 to the 80 to the 90 to 2000 and now, they have at least 4 to 5 to 7 different changes within the black culture that people did not pay attention to. So and they don't realize the more you keep on changing and you don't realize the mistake you keep making, the more you have a repeated cycle of chaos, but it only get worse as time progresses.
Now, Soul Toucher, let me say something real quick. Soul Toucher. How old is your son?
29.
I used to be your son. Let me tell you in what way. I grew up with my mother and my father. They've been married for 39 years, be 40 years this December, right? But I was around my grandmother a lot because my dad drove cross country and my mother worked graveyard, right, at the plant, right? And so I used to watch my grandmother around my grandfather. That's who I modeled my mind after. And even at 13 years old, I say, when I grow up, I want to be married to a woman just like this. My grandmother, she's just amazing. And so the way she treated my grandfather, the way she treated us, the way she treated how she raised my mom, it's just amazing. So when I grew up and I started dating, hell, I was looking for my grandma. Right? 19 years old, look for my grandma. All right, got married at 20. Say, oh yeah, this one just like, and then she had community cat. So then I ended up not being with her no more. Right?
You too.
Turned around and look.
Yeah, community cat, right? And so after that, I was single for a long time, but then I got a wake-up call when I was dating. These women are not like your grandmother. They're not like my grandmother is to this day, and I'm asking her every day, Grandma, I talk to her every day, it's my baby. I said, Grandma, baby, will you come on my show? I want to be in front of them cameras. I said, Grandma, baby, please come on the show.
I love it.
People can see you. She was like, not them cameras. I said, okay. So, but yeah, man, it's just the way the value she had. And my sisters asked her, because my sisters are more modern, they're trash. And so my sisters asked her.
He said they're trash.
Yeah, my sisters are trash.
They're trash.
So they asked her, I don't know, why would you do all that for a man? She said, listen, that's a lot of work. She said it's not work, but it's unconditional. She said, I've never worked a day in my life. She said, I've never worked a day in my life because I love your grandfather with everything in me, with all my being. I love you all with all my being. And my grandmother, to this day, I can call her right now, y'all, and say, Grandma, I need you. And she's there. And I'm 38. And she's still the same. Now, my grandfather died. They were married for almost 63 years. Now, my grandfather passes away, 12 years ago. And now she's that big-ass 6-bedroom house, pool, tennis court, basketball, all that stuff. She got a big house. She's turned into a damn foster care. Now she's taking in other people's kids and taking care of them the same way. Like she's just look. And they're not built like that no more. Now I got in that dating world where them girls told me, especially the ones I thought I was gonna be with. I said, this is my grandmother. Oh, this is what you want me to aspire to be like. Oh, no, honey, I'm not your grandmother. They told me straight up. No, your grandma love different. That love don't exist no more.
Yeah, that love hit different. I don't know about all that.
And B9 would be like, and that's the problem.
And that's the problem.
You want to do it? Here's the thing.
You know what else?
Here's the thing.
What else? Right quick, I'm done, Andrea. My grandfather worked on the pipeline for 38 years. My grandmother did not have to work, but she chose to. My grandmother said, I don't care how much he's making, right? She said, I still need to add to what he's making for us to have what we want. So what she did was, my grandfather made $1,500 a week in the 70s. Think about that, 60s and 70s. Come on now. He would send my grandmother all the money, and he would just keep $10. Wow. My grandmother took that money. She invested that money. She bought land. She bought rental properties. She bought little houses that was for sale. And right now, to this day, my grandmother sit on her ass. She ain't got to do nothing. People bringing those envelopes, putting them in that door every month for their rent.
Your grandmama, like I told you before, is a perfect example of Pro 31.
She rented her 200 acres out. She has 200 acres of land. She rented it out as a deer lease, a 20-year deer lease.
So you think a modern woman wouldn't do that for her husband?
Hell no.
Hell no.
But
you're wrong.
A man
wrong.
ain't bringing his check to his wife and keep him $10 either.
He ain't bringing it no because he's tricking it off with her homegirls.
I don't know. I think it's just kind of a pessimistic view of the world.
My grandma didn't wear wigs, weave, eyelash, right? My grandma didn't go spend $225 on her head. And I told my grandma, when I got my 5, 6, come on, what I'm gonna do with this little ass money? I need more money. She says,
Black David's face.
It's pessimistic.
You know what she told me? She says, not what you make, it's what you do with what you make.
So it just sounds like to me that
advice.
It just sounds like all men are just like modern women. What can modern women do anything? So we don't know how to invest. We don't love our husbands.
It's not that you don't know how to do it.
We don't actually know how to be productive. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
what else? What was it? The wigs. We spend a lot of money on those. What else is it? We want to stay home. Okay. Did I get it all? Just making sure.
Listen, hold on. My sister, let me give you an example. My sister married a veteran. They were married for 10 years almost. He would send all his money home to my sister. When he came home, they were still staying in the apartment. She's still staying in the goddamn car. You got to push to start. Now, and I'm asking my sister, where the money? Baby, I got shit to do. I say, so you come out the house looking like a Aretha Franklin stunt double and looking like, put your house, you got no house to live in. You got no apartment.
You already said she was trash. I mean, you already said they was trash. I mean, that's trash.
But that's what he did, though. That's what he did. After my sister did him like that, that's what he did. They got a divorce, and guess who he with now? Amy.
Becky.
Yeah, he with Becky, and Becky and guess what they're living in right now? Nice, beautiful home.
Okay, so that means modern women can do
moving on up. We moving on.
I mean, a modern woman can do those things.
Well, I don't know about. I don't know about us. I mean,
if all you have around you is trash examples, I can understand you having that.
But I'm giving examples of good women. I'm just saying that the generations are just so flipped. Shit.
Well, yeah, but then again, Black man, it goes to what I said earlier. It's like this new. We live in an upside down world where logic isn't logic, and then common sense doesn't really exist that much anymore. The young generations think they know everything without willing to learn. You got systems that are put in place, policies and laws, which censor you. you can't even discipline your own kids anymore because you gotta invest in their feelings more than the reality of it, you know. And I think that's an issue.
Even with my first wife, she said, "Babe, I'm gonna cook you a big, nice dinner." I said, "Oh," she said, "Let's go to the grocery store." I said, "Oh, okay, shit." We get to the grocery store. She put in the grocery. I said, "Okay, all right, I see, okay." And she went over there and grabbed some Jiffy cornbread. I said, "What the fuck you gonna do with that?"
I think a lot of men marry basic ass women though. Like I think a lot of men marry basic women who aren't very intelligent and don't know how to do anything from the get go.
But everything else
just becomes amplified.
But thing is, no, I think Mama didn't do her job. She didn't.
I just think that maybe men sometimes marry unintelligent women because as long as she can cook, she look good, and she'll fuck you when you want to fuck, then y'all good.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the basic three things that men want. They want to.
Okay, so then if intelligence and resourcefulness and productivity,
but when you're saying, when people say intelligence, what do you mean, Bree? What do you mean by intelligence?
I mean, because he's talking about, hey, his grandmother was obviously a very intelligent, resourceful woman, and she was productive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's that you should look for that in a wife.
Now, come on now, Bree. Now, Bree, we've been in these streets a long time now. Bree, listen to me. I'm finna get emotional. Bree, you know these women out here few and far between. You know these motherfuckers ain't out here like that. Come on. Bree.
Hey, don't put these in like the TikTok video.
Right, Bree, right. I'm with him,
Black man.
Bree, stop the cap.
Bree. My grandmama shared everything. My grandfather shared everything. My grandmother ain't had no split bank accounts. They ain't had none of that shit.
Listen.
But unfortunately, we don't live in those times. That's what sucks because we don't live in those times.
I think those women exist. Just like you said, on what percent of men make more than 80K
when they were young.
Of course they exist.
What percent of men make over 80K is probably that same percent of women that's intelligent enough to be a good woman.
But I'm talking about first world modernized, westernized countries like Australia, the UK, America, Canada. All of them have the same issue and the same problem. But you go to the other countries where it's more tribalism and community, where a family that struggles together, but they stay together because they know, hey, through all that stuff is duty and responsibility. It's not about happiness, laughter, or sadness. They're all going to go through it, but they're going to understand, hey, our kids right there, at the end of the day, is what matters. Screw our happiness and our sadness and our anger.
And no women, you listen, my grandmama say when he's seen that money, she said she didn't get too proud of it. She said she found land and rental properties and all kinds of stuff. My grandfather would come home to stuff that was making money while he was out working. Ain't that something?
I mean, get you an intelligent and resourceful and a wife who knows how to do these things, and you too can have it all. You don't think any women know how to invest, flip money, like buy property?
You know what an ETF is?
Yes, you're right. They can invest, but that 10% they hide in the secret account, see, that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit.
It's always something.
So let me ask the panel real quick. Do y'all believe in having 3 accounts, your account, her account, and a joint account? Do y'all believe in that?
Genesis.
How many people working?
I know that's where Black Man was going when he said that, because on every show he always gives me pushback when I say that. Yes, his, hers, and ours.
I agree.
Yeah, I've cried when I had to close my little bank account.
You can sell your money.
Listen, there's
I'm not sharing the money.
Things that you have to, that might be in place when you're later on in life. I mean, for example, if somebody has a living trust or something like that, then some of those things are irrevocable. So you can't really, divvy up or add that to the pot, because there may be things in place where you can't do that. I mean, it depends on the circumstances.
I mean, but that's just like what a pessimistic,
of what somebody has going on. I think if they got together in their 20s, then, and they stayed together, then that's a whole different thing.
Let me tell you something.
I agree with that.
Okay, now, Soul Toucher, watch this. So I used to work with this guy, and I told him he was wrong at the time before I knew about this, before I found out about how things were, because I was still stuck in my grandmama's ways. Mm-hmm. But this guy and his wife did the same thing Genesis is talking about. She saved her money. He paid all the bills, right? Mm-hmm. He was at work. That was a hustling bastard. Ooh, that was a hustling bastard. And so what happened was he used to sit down and tell us at lunch that that's what he do. So some of the guys gave him some pushback, like, dude, you crazy hell. What do you mean? So anyway, he said, nah, that's what we do, man. We agreed on it, blah, blah, blah. He said, but She got sick, guys. She ended up having to have some of her small intestines removed or some shit. And she was out of work for a minute. And then she ended up catching an infection, which took her out of work for another 6 months. She wasn't making no money. So watch this. Everything that she would do with her money, he was still paying the bills. And she said, well, baby, I'm going to need you to kind of, help me out. And he said, no. He said, I can't pay your bills. The ones that you made for yourself that I don't know about. Because see, now she ain't making that income not coming in, but she can pay those little secret bills. Now he found out a whole bunch of shit about his wife when she was down. She owed this, she out spending this kind of money, swiping these credit cards and shit, right? And so he found this out, and now she want him to pay those bills. And he told her, no, your money is your money, my money is my money. He said, so when you get back on your feet, pay him. Yeah, that's what he told her while she was sick. And
I just feel bad for these sorry people in their trash marriages. I don't know what to say.
I get that.
Damn, shots fired.
I don't have no sympathy for trash people being trash.
So hold on now, Bree. Now it's okay to split the money, but it ain't okay for people to tell her to pay her own bills. Bree.
I said she trash, he trash. They got a trash marriage. What? I mean, what you
it's different ways to look at that, though.
Bree, Bree, you're not being fair.
How am I not being fair?
You're not being reasonable.
Y'all not being fair to modern women. Y'all literally sitting up here talking about how modern Black women, which I've gathered, basically don't have the intelligence to flip their husband's money, invest,
I said modern women in general in the West.
Okay, I got you. Okay, Book of Marcus.
Right. And the thing is, Bree, I didn't say that. The thing is, gentlemen, this is why it's incredibly important to know the person that you're going to marry before you marry them.
Oh yes.
Are they good with money? You have to know, is this woman good with money? And you have to know, and this is why I'm so selective as to who I marry. It's trust. Trust is paramount with me. I have to be able to trust you with my life. Because one day, God forbid, I might be in the hospital down sick or something like that, and they come and ask you questions like, hey, you want us to pull the plug? Wait, you want us to pull the plug? And then you start thinking about that insurance policy I got on myself in case something like this happens. You start considering this nonsense. No. Let me hire
a contract guy.
Know
that is so
fellas,
that is sad.
Know the woman that you're gonna marry before you marry. Okay.
Bro, there's women hiring contract killers to delete their husbands.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, yeah.
Good evening, Candace.
What's up,
Bree?
Last man, unfiltered Janice. I never met you before. Hi, Talk. How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Candy?
Okay, Mandrell.
Hey, Candy. How are you?
I just got off of work.
Hey, this is my
shut up now. She talking.
This is my best YouTube fan of all time.
Landon Ann is joining us, and she wanted to mention some things or continue. It's my understanding from Jenny Morena, that she wanted to continue the conversation from last week.
Which I don't even remember what it was about.
I don't either. But I'm giving the disclaimer: we will not be here 8 hours. We are wrapping it up real soon.
We got 4.5 hours left.
Y'all ask Kendra and whatever questions y'all want to ask.
I want to know what she thinking about when we talking
about this money right quick. I do want to talk about this money.
Yeah.
I agree with Mandrell that you guys say, fellas, it's incredibly important for you to be very cautious with who you choose to marry in terms of their spending. But I also want to tell the same thing to women. It's incredibly important that you pay attention to how your man spends money. Like, I think it's important on both sides of the spectrum. So I was in the car when because I wasn't even supposed to work at all today. To make a long story short, they were short, and I was like, okay, I'll come in for 4 hours now. So I was listening in the car a little bit. I missed a good portion. I came in when you guys, I think Black Man Unfiltered was talking about, and he was talking about his grandma, who sounds amazing. And he was you guys talking about 3 bank accounts, which I heavily agree with, the 3 bank accounts. Right. But I don't believe in hiding anything. Right. So my bank account is my bank account because I work hard as hell. Like, you guys know that I've been working overtime. I think I did I work a 12-hour shift. I worked 6 days this week, but I only did 4 hours just now. I worked 5 12-hour shifts this week because I was trying to get that overtime. I don't normally work that much though. I'm just saying that I work just like he does. I work. My husband's working right now. He's upstairs working. And so he gets to enjoy. He loves comic books. I'm never gonna say, why buy so much? I'm not gonna nag him. He's his own individual. He has his loves. He has the things that make him happy, his joys. Go out and buy those things and enjoy them. I'm never gonna nag him about that. I love perfume. I love body soaps and scents and lotions and all that.
Bath bombs.
Bath bombs are okay, but I'm into perfume and all that kind of stuff, and I spend money on that. Like I have no credit card bills. I owe nobody. I'll do the overtime to buy it cash, right? To buy it straight out, but I don't owe a credit card, a student loan. I'm extremely, between me and my relationship, my husband turns the money to me because I'm extremely diligent. I'm a good steward of money.
Candy, what year were you born?
What year?
Yes.
75.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a very good steward of money. So we have a shared account in which I put a certain amount of money in there. He puts a certain amount of money in there, and we pay our common bills. After that, there's really no discussion. Our bills are paid. I'm comfortable. There's heat, there's water, there's food, and I'm not nitpicky. Like, so you guys talked about when the lady got sick and the boy was like, "No, I'm not gonna cover your bills." I think that's mad petty. I agree with Bree. That was very petty because my husband, I told you guys many times he got sick and I covered every motherfucking thing in this house.
Ooh,
I covered she's talking spicy.
Yeah,
she cussed.
that's my husband and I love him and I'm going to cover every goddamn thing that needs to be covered. I covered his car notes. I covered the entire mortgage. I covered every single thing.
We're all doing prayer right now. Let me pray for you. Amen.
I'm not going to leave my husband assed out because I'm talking about some bullshit about 50-50. That's ridiculous. That's a trash marriage. I agree with Brie. That's trash. I would never marry somebody that, okay, granted, yes, I have my own account, but so what? I'm going to cover you. You don't have to think twice. You don't have to think twice. Like your car. I'm not about to have your car repossessed. Are you crazy? Even though my car was paid off. Right, his car, he still had some payments on there, and then he fell sick. I'm a cover.
Dearly beloved.
People, but you're a good wife. Like you're a good wife.
So I agree with you, Brie, when you were talking about this a trash relationship. I agree because why are we nitpicking? Like I don't care about the 50-50 thing. If I make more, like this week I made more in overtime. So guess what? I'm gonna put more into our house account than my husband will because I did the overtime. I don't give a shit about the 50-50. If he makes more and he gets a big bonus, then he might put more in. When the oil bill comes in, what I used to do is 1 month I pay it, 1 month you pay it. So what if it falls on my month that it got extra cold and I got to pay more? Fuck it. I just pay extra.
A moment of silence, please. A moment of silence. A moment of silence for our dearly beloved.
Because for me, it's more important that I don't worry about it for 2 months. So I'll pay it this month and I don't have to worry about it next month. Next month, you're going to cover it. And then once you cover it, you don't have to worry about it for 2 months. And then after doing that, next thing you know, winter is over. Right. But I don't care that it's not exactly 50-50. I'm not, we're in this together. So we gotta yes, I have my own spending money. Yes, he has his own spending money. But at the end of the day, what you don't got, I'm a cover. And I know for sure if I see my husband's walking around with holes in his socks, I'm coming home with a pack of socks.
Sound like my ex. Sound like my ex-girlfriend.
Hey, now guess what, Candy? Now, you hear what you're saying? You see what you're saying? Let me tell you what you mean, what you just said. Okay? Now, I don't know what it is about when you cuss, Candy, but when you cuss, Candy,
I can't.
It sounds when you cuss, when you cuss, Candy, it sounds like you reading the Bible or something. But listen, you was born in the 70s, and them 70s babies, they just built different.
No, they're not. Y'all say that every time y'all move the goalposts. There are women.
Now, here's the thing. I'm the 70s babies. I'm gonna have to agree with them.
Genesis. What? A fantastic woman you may be, but you're not that.
Let me tell you
Ouch.
something.
Now listen.
Ouch.
You
Ouch.
might not
You're
go
not
compare me to anybody because Candyman is
This is
Candyman
why.
and
This is why
Genesis
life
is
is not
Genesis.
fair.
I'm dope in my own way, baby.
You are, but holy crap!
There's only one me.
Genesis said I got a shot.
No, hold on, Marcus. Let me clarify this. There's a big contrast in the things that you say about marriage and the things that Candid Ann says about marriage. Huge gap.
Absolutely huge difference.
Now, I'm just saying. I mean,
that's why her name is Candid Ann and mine
right.
is Genesis.
Here's the thing. This is hold on. Stop. Let me cook. This. Remember when I told you earlier tonight that you the way you speak, those are the words of a woman, a single, words of a woman with a single woman's mindset. These are the words of a woman with a marriage woman's mindset.
She's married. I'm single right now.
So,
yeah, but you can't take the single woman's mindset into a marriage though.
I ain't trying to get married.
Oh, okay.
Well, man, that's what I see, Mandrell. You're not paying attention, Mandrell. Mandrell, if you're that experienced with women, you would understand and see it.
What's the point now? What we getting at?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to be single. I'm living my best life right now.
Lil Duval, shout out to Lil Duval. Living my best life.
5 more seconds. Well, in that case, Genesis, my bad.
Later on down the line,
doing what you're doing. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Genesis
If you're not trying to get married, okay.
Genesis has been married all of her adult life. I'm trying to be single.
To all the ladies that are single in the chat, this is what you witness when you see Mandrell.
God forbid something were to happen to my husband also, I would also be single. I would never get married ever again. So just to
wait a minute, Kennedy. Wait, hold up now. This isn't fair.
I know.
Hold
I'm gonna
up.
bust your bubble a little bit. Get your water, Mandrell. I know.
This isn't fair. Wait a minute. This is why life isn't fair.
God forbid something were to happen to my husband. That's it. Like he's the only person I'm gonna ever be married to. I'm not marrying anyone else. That's it.
That's not true, Candy. Watch this. Let's take it to the metaverse. If one day my wife and your husband on the way home on a plane, and all of a sudden the plane just disappeared for 15 years, and I say, you know what? Look at Black David, and I say, you know what, Candyman? I mean, I guess
it's the Bermuda Triangle.
I guess the metaverse that brought us together, Candyman. I mean, what we're gonna do about that? I mean, that's.
Listen, I'm telling you, if God forbid something happens to my husband, it's a wrap. I'm done. So I'll be right with Genesis.
Yes. Do you believe that there are no capable wives under a certain generation, or do you think it's
absolutely not? There's lots of wonderful wives out here. However, I think that sometimes they're not well represented here on YouTube. You know, so TLC, he was talking to what's that guy's name? The fitness guy, Chris Jones. And I've been following Chris Jones. He's a fitness fanatic. I've been following Chris Jones for a long time. And he got with this girl named Denise. If you think I'm feminine, Mandrell, Denise is hella feminine, beautiful, helped him with his business.
Yes.
She, literally helped him build that multi-million-dollar business or whatever. He's millions of dollars.
Thank you,
gave him a child. She wanted to. She told him from the beginning, "I want to be married," and he bullshit her around. He lied to her. He cheated on her, and every other kind of thing. She cooks for him. She cooks his meals you know anything about bodybuilding, you know about macros. She's up on the macros. And she makes those 3 squares, and she does everything. And he cheated on her. She's a wonderful woman. I wish you would have married her, but he get married, and now she's a baby mama. Right?
Wait, you see, but Mandrell doesn't want that. Mandrell wants a working woman.
No, here's the thing. Okay, no, I don't, Marcus. Shut up. Anyway,
he mad.
I wish I could cam up. I just got home. I wish I could cam up.
There's far too much nuance in life for you to put. For a broad brush to mean everybody for real.
Yes.
It doesn't. When I say women or things like that, and if you notice, I'm working my way away from doing that. That's why I say some women or a lot of women. You know, instead of saying all women. No, but for me, it's a lot of these things. There's nuance to it. You have to take the nuance into consideration. That's why for me, a lot of this is circumstantial. It depends on the circumstances. Is this going to put us in the best position possible to get us where I want us to be? I'm never going to stop striving to be at the top. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be master of the universe. I'm never going to stop trying to do that. Now, am I gonna get there? No. No one's gonna be master of the universe. You know what I'm saying? No. But it's something I put on myself so that I don't get bored with life, and I never get complacent with my station in life. I'm proud of what I've done in my life so far, and I've done quite well for myself. You know what I'm saying? All things considering, I'm just not. I look at it now. No, I'm not a millionaire yet, and I've done all this shit.
But there's a couple of things I
good
don't
woman
want you.
will multiply what you give her. A good woman, you're productive. She should multiply. She should add to what you bring home. I flip my husband's money. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep saying women don't do that. I flip my husband's money. I put his money in crypto. I made him $50,000 last year from crypto. I'm young. I'm young though. I'm just saying. Y'all
I get it, but
Bree,
what we're trying to get you to understand is, Bree, what we're trying to get you to understand is, and this is why I want some of you women to come on my show when I do my show called the marriage solution. Because Bree, we need women like you who are married.
Hey, check your phone.
And Candid Ann, who are married, we need women like that to represent, married women, and just to tell guys out there, hey, there are women out here like this. We do these things for our husbands. There are more women out there like that, because the thing is, men don't see this. A lot of men don't. I happen to be one of the few, it seems like the few men who don't really bitch and complain about it. I don't complain. I mean, it's just like when people ask me, what do you see? I'm like, this is what I see. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just answering the question. I mean, if this is the way women want to be, you go ahead and do that, but it's not going to get you far, or as far as you could be.
The thing I think that right now is the issue. Like, I watched this morning or this afternoon when I was getting ready. I'm a little bit confused because I work overnight. So, the morning to me means when I wake up at 4 o'clock, right? Right. But I was watching Sir Hill. I'm not sure if you guys spoke about that, Sir Hill, when he was having the conversation with a young lady today. Bree, I heard you on there, and I was so happy what you contributed.
Robbie. Thank you.
Yes, and as well as E-Man. E-Man also contributed a lot. I wasn't proud of you, hush. Just joking. But what I think is there's a couple of things that's going on right now. Two things are happening. I feel like at some point we have to realize that we're not going to be able to live the way that our grandparents lived. And it's unfortunate, but most of us need 2 incomes, right? If you're in a situation like Bree where her husband covers everything, that's fabulous. That's wonderful. I think that's probably the most ideal situation, right? But it's not going to be possible for everybody. And so, excuse me, what I want women to kind of, this is just me, right? A couple of things that I've noticed, not our goals, I believe in a traditional relationship, men, women, and child or whatever, but not everything is Christian based, and that's okay. That's okay, because we're having all of these. Oh, what up, Yella, my boy? Yella, my man, Yella, right? Not everything's gonna be Christian based, and that's okay. But I think that we need to realize that the same way women have adversity to the word submission, and we're like, oh, I don't want to submit. I think that men also have an adversity to partnership. Like, you guys hear that, and you guys get upset about that.
Ooh,
right?
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
And so I think we got to just take those words away and realize that we have roles. I am not like, if I was married to Mr. Black Man Unfiltered, I cannot do what he does. Right? I still need him to be a very masculine man. And I can't fulfill that role.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to be feminine. And he's not going to fulfill that role, even though I think Black men still deserve respect, despite how much money they bring into the household. I still expect them to be masculine, despite how much money they bring into the household. I don't know why that's really a factor. I'm not taking out the garbage. I don't care how much money you make or don't make. I'm not taking out the damn garbage. I expect a man to do that.
And you should expect you should expect a man to do that. It's simply what it is. What it is. And regardless to what's the name's comment. I'm not 95 pounds. That's too small. That's,
oh, you saw that? You saw that earlier from this creative?
That's too little, man. 95
but you want her to work though.
See, Bree. Hold on, Bree.
Uh-huh.
Depends on the circumstances.
How long I've been knowing you, Bree? A while, right?
Yeah.
So, Bree, I remember when you defined who you were and what you do and what you're about. Listen, you're the unicorn. Watch this. Because one day you were on my platform one day and you said these words. You said, I'm a woman that loves my children, that takes care of my children. I'm here for my children. I parent my children differently. I used to be one way, but now I'm this way. I used to be this kind of woman. Now I'm this kind of woman. I used to be this wife. Now I'm this type of wife. I've moved in the country. I'm raising chickens. I'm doing farm life. I mean, goddamn, when you were saying that, did you see the people in the chat like, damn, where's she at? Is she got a clone? She got a sister? Because a lot of the men are saying to themselves, damn, she makes it that easy, that simple, right? It's no complication.
Right, that's wonderful and that's possible, but not everyone is like you mentioned earlier through blackdemographics.com. Not everyone's going to be able to make Bree's husband's salary and be able to keep her home. So some of us are going to work. What I'm saying is, even though some of us work, I still think you deserve respect and love and to be appreciated, and that you respect cooperation, respectful cooperation, right? That's still something that I think you still should have. My only issue is that it seems to me, and I'm not really speaking about you, Mr. Blackman, I'm just talking about in general. If you've ever listened to like the Book of Alpha Romeo, if you've ever listened to Donovan Sharp, if you've ever listened to a lot of these other platforms, the way they speak about women is terrible. It really is. And there's this expectation you guys want us to submit, and follow you, despite that you might not be making that much money, despite the fact that you want to be unfaithful, despite all these damn things, but yet you still want us to have these submit. You got to submit and follow me because I'm the man. And one thing that we got to talk about is, unfortunately, not all men, just because you have a penis, are qualified to be leaders. And at some point, we have to come to that realization. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a leader, but if we were honest, and not all women are qualified to be wives. I completely admit that. We got to get to this point where we got to be real with one another and realize that, like, a lot of the men that are on these platforms are very upstanding men. That's why you're able to stand up and speak on these things, because you know that the character that you have. But women are out here telling you that there's trash out there also, right? Not all of these men are fit to be followed, and not all women are fit to be wives.
Because they don't even have these guys don't understand that these red pill dudes are on these platforms saying you need to follow the man's lead. Well, nigga, you ain't even got a plan for yourself to follow, let alone a woman. It's these red pill dudes crack me up. I mean, don't even get me started on the black pill.
Andrea, wait a minute, wait. Watch this. Men, I'm gonna say this, and this ain't gonna be sexy. I don't give a fuck. So men don't have to ask for submission.
That's right.
Women are drawn.
Exactly.
I agree.
Women are drawn.
Yes.
And let me give you an example. I can be on a platform. Let me tell you the difference. I can be on the platform, and you will have a dude on the platform that's screaming, yelling at the females, going in, raising his voice, acting like a bitch. Then you will have somebody come in like me or somebody coming like this, and our voices command the room. Everything get quiet, right? That's submission.
Right.
That's
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, as much as people, even females disagree with me, if I was to ever date any of them, I wouldn't have to ask them to submit. They would. I'm not worried about submission. And if you're not, okay, later. It's just not going to work. You're not for me. I'm out.
I like the fit today, Yellow. Yellow looking. The fit is on point.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what these guys don't
looks
get.
Like a GTA character.
Even in that list that I have of requirements I'm looking for a woman, submission was nowhere near in there. I'm not going to ask you to submit.
Right. But it's what Black Men Unfiltered said.
Yep.
Men don't have to, and quote, men don't have to ask women to submit. They just do it automatically.
And that's why when you see these women out here with these Pookies and Ray Rays, because they got good dick, you see them out here with Pookie and Ray Ray, and you see real men walk in the room, and you see they women side-eyeing that real dude.
Exactly.
Pookie and Ray Ray.
They start looking at you, and they want to grab my ass in the gym.
Right. You know what I'm talking about.
Your husband right there in the building.
You could be Pookie.
Somebody put their hands on you, man, Trail in the gym.
Your husband is right over there.
Pookie and Ray Ray, they getting plenty of cat. But think about this: when a real man walk in that door, they're gonna look over at him. They're gonna look and be like,
those pheromones, baby.
Damn, wait a minute. If somebody just walked in here, they can feel it. Shit, wait, whoa, it's a chill just walking. Who is this nigga? You know what I'm saying? Because they understand when a real dude walks.
Yes.
It's simple.
Yes. I don't know why you thought there would be pushback, Black man. We agree 100%. We are 100% in agreement with you. Yep.
That's the
Yes,
problem
I
with
agree.
society. They're always expecting,
Yellow flag
they're
is
always
orange.
throwing it out there that I deserve this or I want this, that, and other. But if you walking in your lane, some of this stuff you don't have to ask for. It's just organic.
Right. And once you show yourself approved, once you show that you know that you're a alpha, I ain't gonna say alpha because alpha is too a little aggressive, but when you show that you're a leader and that you show that you're that guy, and then she chooses, because some women will choose. Some women will choose to say, you know what, I'm not following this shit because I wasn't raised to follow no man, so I'm not gonna put myself in this position. Then you know the move. You know what? This is the men's problem right here. Before y'all
move on, bro.
You know what? This is the men. These are the men problems right here. They don't know how to move the fuck on. Stop chasing after one female and treat you like a bucket of greens. Go out and find you another one. It's another one out there that's gonna be finer than she is, more well spoken, more intelligent, more sexy. She smells better, look better. Like
AKA, man, stop having the scarcity mindset.
she can jump in the water. She can jump in the water. Her scalp won't burn off. You can go find you somebody else.
Exactly.
I want to hear what Yellow has to say.
Go ahead, Yellow.
But Black man, weren't you?
Nice hoodie.
Did you reference Fresh and Fit earlier? Did you reference that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be willing to walk away, dude. I mean, if she's not what you're looking for, be fair. And thing is, you can't hate on the woman. Okay, just because it's not going to work out, you can't just say, oh, and curse her out or whatever. You just be like, okay, cool. I mean, that's what you're about. Yeah,
that's right. And on the other end, black women and black women stop using that same damn excuse. Black women too, this for their asses. Stop using that same ass excuse when y'all be talking about, oh, you just can't handle a real black woman. Well, if that's what you call real, let me go find something else. I ain't even listen. Bye. Everybody finna. I'll be tired.
Don't be afraid to go to Planned Parenthood either.
Yeah, I can't. You can't handle a black woman. No, you can't handle your cholesterol. Move forward. I ain't got time.
That's right. When she rejects you because you make $38K a year, keep it pushing. Find that queen that's gonna take you at your $38K a year.
Hey, just like Bree said, if he ain't making 80K, it ain't okay.
If he ain't making 80K, it ain't okay.
No baby. He ain't making 80, no baby.
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you making 33, just find you one making 17. Shit, move on.
So let's get Yellow in here because y'all, I keep saying again, we're not gonna be here for 8 hours. Me and my co-hosts are tired, so we're gonna get Yellow in here, and we're gonna be back to continue the party, of course, again next Saturday. But before we get Yellow in here, let me tell y'all, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, share it with somebody else, tell them to come join the party next week because we're gonna be right back here again next week, 8:30 Central Standard Time, and it's gonna be lit over here again. We ain't gonna do all this heavy talk. We're gonna have a party on the Saturday night.
Hey, Genesis, before Yellow go, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Everybody that supported that damn Dear Jezebel, a letter to Jada and women like her, man, that motherfucker then blew up. It damn near went viral.
What did I miss?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Somebody hit me up today asking me, can they use it on their platform? This dude got 85,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Yeah, he sent me an email today. Hey, bro, can I use your platform? I don't want to get struck or anything using your platform or whatever. I said, hell no, as long as you put my name out there and tag me.
I'm trying to tell you. Look, we out in these YouTube streets. We got to
Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did not get to finish it. I feel my husband left for work, so I had to cut most things short this week. So I saw the beginning. I saw up to where Courtney was talking about the lyrics to her music. That's as far as I was able to watch.
It was a good show. It was a good show.
I saw a little bit of Courtney Michelle's breakdown. I thought it was terrible, but that was just me.
I gotta go rewatch. I gotta go watch Sir Hale Speaks because I missed like most of that interview earlier today.
It was good. And if for anybody that's listening that doesn't know, the show that he's referencing is our appearance on Black Man Unfiltered Network this past Tuesday. So y'all go hit up his page, go catch the replay. Tell the title again. I forgot what it was.
It was Dear Jezebel, a letter to Jada and the women that's like her. And guess what? I even got an approval from Big Bad Bull, and we disagree on 99.9%. Big Bad Bull approved. He approved the whole damn episode.
Big Bad Bull approved. All
I'm gonna
right.
have to watch it because I didn't get a chance to watch it. But
Black
the
man.
idea that she's a Jezebel was so unnerving and annoying to me. Like we'll talk about that another time. And I love Courtney Michelle. Let me just say that just because I disagree with one or two things about a platform, a content creator, does not mean that I don't rock with them. I think many of you guys have noticed that I try to be respectful no matter what, whether we agree or not. So just because I said I don't like that particular video that she made, I still love her and I think she's a wonderful content creator and I think she's a good person, right? So let me just put that out there as well. So what up, Yella?
Yeah, he been waiting patiently.
Yella,
I don't have no clue what y'all talking about. I'm just here to be toxic. So what's the question?
Oh Lord,
you here to be toxic, really? Well, we ain't doing none of that over here, Yella.
We just chilling.
Well, I see y'all get up
and sit down somewhere and act like you got some sense, like your grandma.
Do you think it's okay for a woman to reject a man who made $40K?
I think a woman can reject. I think a woman can reject whoever she wants to.
Oh, see, there you go.
She just got to be willing to take the consequences. You're gonna keep saying no, and the offer's gonna stop coming in. Eventually, you're gonna end up being by yourself.
No. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. She's not gonna be by herself. She won't have no lonely nights. She has the Home Depot bucket theory, where she'll get buckets of penis, but she won't get nobody to commit to her or marry her.
And a cat or dog.
They ain't going out here and getting no penis, man. Don't let these chicks fool you, bro.
Hey,
they rose in
on their head with their ass hanging out. Dudes standing outside the door.
They rosing themselves to death.
Rosing themselves.
They not going out here and getting no men. That's the problem. They walking around here shaking all damn day because they using motherfucking toys.
Wait, hold on.
That's why they got anxiety all damn day because they.
Oh my God! It's only certain women that have to do that, Yella. Because most women, depending on if they bottom tier, then maybe they might got to do that. If they middle or upper tier, ain't no dude turn it down, no coochie with no strings attached.
It depends on how it smells. It depends on how it smells.
Well, I don't know, Marcus. I done been in a lot of delivery rooms. I don't know.
Oh, disgusting. Disgusting.
Depending on ain't no dude turning it down.
You smell like chicken of the sea.
That's not true, Genesis. I've turned down plenty of it with no strings attached. I've turned it down.
Hey man, Dre, I've seen a coochie before that back in the day, and this girl was young too. She probably about 19, 20. I mean, coochie looked like a whale carcass. I said,
what is that?
A whale.
That's nasty.
That's like a blue waffle. Like a blue waffle.
That's wrong.
I did,
but that's not what I said.
He said that's not what I said.
That's not what I said. I'm not saying it ain't no guy gonna turn down no free coochie. That ain't what I'm talking about.
Y'all ain't gonna turn down no free coochie.
I'm saying what? No.
Yeah, he'll hit Gabrielle Sidibe today, right now.
Damn right, I'll take her ass down, put on a football helmet, I'm gonna strap on a bulletproof vest, goddammit, and I'm gonna take her ass down.
I wanted Cicely, but she died.
Coochie is coochie. I'd have hit Betty White.
I would sue me too. I would told Betty
White. What the hell?
Look, they sleepy now. They sleepy.
Yeah, that's that mummy kitty cat right there.
I've been on record saying that Betty White would have got the cuckoo bang.
It's probably dry.
Yeah, I've been singing the song and everything. Thank you for being a friend.
Look at Soul Touch your face.
That's not what I'm saying though. This is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that dudes ain't turning down coochie. I'm talking about women ain't out here giving it to nobody. They talk that good shit. Like for real, all these chicks be talking about hot girl summer and all that. They live in the fantasy. They ain't out here
cold girl.
No.
Dating apps make it real easy if you really.
They live in them hot girl summers
Look,
now.
look,
They live in them hot girl summers.
I'm trying to tell you this right now. I ain't talking about what folks talking about on these YouTube streets. I'm talking about what's happening out here. On the ground level, right? These chicks, that's why they frustrated. Because they at home and they ain't getting none.
No.
They got it's yellow. They got the Hitachi. They got the vibrating whatever.
Nothing. That's why they get super excited about these toys because they ain't out here getting
They getting it even if they shadow girls. They get
I don't think sex has anything to do with whether people are walking around frustrated or not. Because if you have a man that's knocking it down and he's got you stressed out and cheating on you, and you got you hiding behind bushes to making sure that you're not with the next woman, then you're stressed out also. And for me, when I was single, the answer, as you already know, was absolutely not. You're not getting nothing. So let's not even get to know me. Let's talk, because the answer was no. We're not even having a conversation about that. But listen, one thing I will say is that everything isn't for everyone. Like, just because I choose this doesn't mean that I think everyone needs to make that one choice. Like, so if your choice is something different, then that's cool with me. As long as two people are agreeing and they are respectful and agree. Hey, do what you do.
And us black men, we need to start concentrating on older women. We was being funny a few minutes ago, but I mean, what's wrong with Oprah? What's wrong with Betty White, Cicely Tyson? What's wrong with these women? What's wrong with
black man? Come on now,
Rosa Parks. I'm saying,
what's a limit, bro? We got standards, bro. We got standards, man.
I don't have any issue with older women, but you went geriatric. Come on.
No, Canada, I do like older women now. Don't do that.
I'm not. No issue with older
women.
No,
you like fossils, black man. You like fossils.
Geriatric. You went way geriatric. Like, hey, if you like an older woman, that's no issue. That's fine. But there got to be at some point. Like, come on now.
No, hold on. So you mean 80-year-old, almost 60, 70-year-old women need love too now, Canada?
No, they don't. They need their medications on time. And
my grandmother was in her 80s and she was still doing her thing.
Listen, black man. She basically told you, make sure they drink their prune juice, they watch their Matlock, they take their meds, and that's it.
They have the most STIs. They have the largest. They be getting in them homes.
Yeah,
be going up.
It's like spring break in Mexico.
Yeah. Them nurses smelling like orgy plants.
Oh God.
They be having STIs.
Yep, Mr. James going upstairs. He like, yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
I'll be back. Are we on the air?
Yes, we are.
Are we on the air?
Oh man,
that's if we gonna be speaking statistics, that's a real statistic.
Yeah, it is. It truly is.
What's that sound upstairs? Oh, that's Mr. Jimmy and Becky again.
Mm-hmm. Nursing homes and senior living places got the highest rate of STIs.
Oh yeah.
So they getting it in. Don't worry about them. They all right.
So they having their fun.
The person that asked for help button and shit.
And that's why Black David always do. He's stripping. He do bar mitzvahs. He always go to the
big sexy over here. Big guy with amazing snake oil.
You got to know your audience. We all streamers up here. Play to your audience.
And what you think? Look at our co-host up here. What you think his name mean? Go back out of there. Look at that soul.
Wait a minute. I got age limits.
Touch the soul, baby.
Oh, you got limits. And he was talking about, look, black man, you missed it at the beginning. He was talking.
I heard the beginning.
Yeah, he got a poem where he talking about touching her soul.
Oh. So that's what you're name too?
I don't strip anymore.
To the stage.
He said he don't strip
anymore.
No,
30 years ago.
Right, man. Back then, he was in his thought phase. He was a soul reaver back then.
Oh my God, y'all stop it.
Soul reaver back then. He was in his thought phase.
Oh man.
Oh, can y'all imagine Mandrell coming out in a tool belt with nothing else on with baby oil? Boy, that shit would be hilarious.
He probably done did that already.
Yeah.
He said, "Man, Joe, go back to the slip and slide."
Audience, why the fuck y'all not clapping? You know what? That's a That's the point right
Leave.
So angry. That's why you be so angry on their platforms, man, Drill.
What do you mean?
He be so angry on their platforms. That's why I said
Mandrell, does he appear
Mandrell, he be choosing violence. That's what I be telling him. He always choosing violence on their platform.
I've never
Is this
chosen
why?
violence on your platform.
Not on mine. You're nice on my platform. I said that. You're very nice.
You act up everywhere else.
I do not. Not on my
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's because that's your show.
You just new on there.
I don't act up on Security Boss's show.
You act up everywhere.
I don't act up on Security Boss's show.
Wait a minute. Is that why Security Boss came in that last stream?
Times on Security Boss show.
That was in the beginning, and I didn't know any better.
Mm.
Okay. Genesis, I did not act up on your show. This right here.
Well.
And shame the devil. You came on here last week and showed your whole entire ass.
No, I did not. How did I show my behind?
You showed your whole entire ass talking about a balloon
Jenny, you dropping
knot
links?
and all that other stuff.
Balloon knots and all.
Yes, you clown over here.
I just asked questions. That's all I did.
No, you kicked the door down, as you said when you came in.
You didn't have to answer my questions, but you did.
Man, try to take that little kitty door down.
Yella, you should go back and watch last week's episode and watch from the time I came in on. That's the only thing that was interesting. No, it wasn't. I came in and all I did, Yella, was ask questions. Genesis did not have to answer my questions.
No, you were grilling her.
You were grilling
her. He elected to answer my question.
I promise you. Well, Genesis, what did you like?
Yes, Genesis, what did you like? I just asked the question.
Genesis.
I mean,
you answered.
This right now, this is Mandrell versus the people right now.
No, it's not.
No, Miss Creative. No, she was here last week and saw.
Miss Creative is going to be biased and take your side regardless.
Boy, y'all done started Jenny on some shit, dropping them links.
That's what I'm about to say. Are you safe to please now?
This is why you don't come into a stream at 3 hours and 15 minutes.
We're going to bed. Y'all need.
No, you ain't. Hell no, I ain't trying to hear that bad.
Or something.
I ain't trying to hear that bad shit. Accountability. God damn it, something. Say some blood.
Genesis.
All y'all being disingenuous. I don't want to hear nothing about accountability. I'm an alpha male. Y'all need to be in your feminine energy.
Submit.
You don't get out of here with some talking points that you done got off of you.
One more talking points.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to get my Manosphere bingo game going on. I'm gonna clip this and use this later.
Whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, come check me out, y'all. We play Manosphere bingo. We react.
What is Manosphere bingo?
We reactivate it. We basically, it's like bingo, but it's all the buzzwords that you hear in the Manosphere. And we react to clips.
Videos.
Yep, we react to clips. And you.
Well, how many times y'all done got struck?
Oh man, look. Do I look like I worry about?
I've been on yellows. I've been on yellows before.
Look, I'm the type of creator that look. I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission.
Hey, Yellow. When's your next stream?
Shit, I don't know. We're gonna do tomorrow probably, but I'm Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
I think I heard two niggas.
All
right. I'm Brian in the building.
Oh man.
So okay, on that note, we're gonna end it. We're gonna get out of here. But before we get out of here, everybody, y'all shout out your channel so that we can make sure that everybody is listening, is subscribed, and they like and share your channels because
we don't have to. I think I heard you leaving. You could just stay. I'm leaving, Genesis.
These men are hard to control. Can you guys listen to the host?
Okay, yeah. Hey, Mandrell, Candy said you listen to the host and be quiet.
Don't call me out, man. You don't want to see him making all this noise.
He's cutting up again. He don't cooperate.
Oh,
not cooperate.
Mandrell and E-Man needs a show. They need a show. Just the two of them.
No,
yes.
I told him that, Canada. I told him that. I swear.
Them and E-Man need a show.
Here's the thing. I thought we were friends. Genesis, I thought we were friends as well. Apparently, you want me to turn to drink.
You show your ass.
Y'all are friends from a distance, Mandrell.
No, stop. Hold up. Apparently, these women want me to turn to drinking.
No one said that.
I want to see you under the influence, Mandrell. I would not, unless you the sleepy drunk that's gonna go to sleep. I would not want to see you under.
That's the thing. For me, it's not liquid courage. When I get drunk, everyone thinks that though. Everyone thinks I'd be an off the chain drunk. But when I drink, I'm like, no, it's time to sit down somewhere and chill out.
Man, Mandrell, one of them. I love you.
No, when I look at Mandrell, when I look at Mandrell, he gets a sippy cup.
Get a drink. Whose show was that on?
Oh, Black man,
No.
looking nice.
Listen,
real good.
Hold on. What Canada Canada, what you say?
I was saying I love your hair. It looks really good.
Oh, thank you, hon. I sure appreciate your show.
He made sure he interrupted to get that in.
Right. Yeah.
What's that? It's all your little locks and your little lining.
I mean, you know. Canada make
trying to flex his locks and stuff.
You know, Canada and Genesis too, though. Genesis got this thing about her where she you know, her lips and her smile are so voluptuous, just so voluptuous. And so when she speaks, she be like, what you say you're gonna do? And that's how
you're doing it right now, Genesis. You're doing it right now.
Genesis.
She emphasizing now. She emphasizing.
It's the smile, Genesis. It's the smile, Genesis. I swear, it's the smile. It's the teeth, the lips. Oh my God! When you be talking, you be like, and what you say?
And
no. She be doing that. She do that.
I do not. Oh shit! Well, that's just the way that I talk. I can't.
Embrace it, Genesis.
Candid and motherfuckers are paying Candid to cuss them out. So listen. So here, Candid. Listen, motherfucker. I can't even get it out. Listen, motherfucker.
Dirty black bastard.
Even when Canada said that, it was so beautiful, so serenaded.
Oh, man. Well, thank you guys for having. I know Genesis is trying to close out. Sorry that I came in late.
Shout out your channel. Everybody shout out your channel before you go.
This what happened last week. We finna close out, and then we looked up
hours and hours.
We all on 90s throwback. The third.
Now that was good though. That was
good.
That was
good. If you missed it, you got to catch the replay.
Yeah, that was
go ahead and check that video out from last week. And y'all, I need to get to 100 subscribers. I've been here for 5 minutes. So I ain't got no subscribers, but I'm almost at 100. So y'all,
what's your number? What's your number?
On the way.
I don't know.
I
know it ain't 100.
Wait, you said you got no subscribers. I've been a subscriber for you for.
I'm saying my numbers is low. We got to get the numbers up.
Yeah, we got to start. I'm gonna start. What's his name? Mandrell, on your show on Wednesdays, you got to start calling out. And you know what? I'm gonna start doing it. I'm gonna start adding other content creators to commercials during the show.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is because I just did Security Boss's dating show, a commercial for her dating show.
Yeah, I choose on Wednesdays.
Right. So how about
Unsolicited Security Boss?
Mm-hmm. So how about you make a little small video and then send it to me, and then I'll add it to my commercials and I'll play it throughout.
I have one thanks to J Boogie Freelance HD.
Okay.
He created some promo materials.
Absolutely.
I just got to get them uploaded and.
Yeah, send them to me. I'll play them right in the middle of my show.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Genesis, this is something that I don't do that I recommend that you should do. I don't do this because of I'm just greedy with this overtime right now, but just be consistent. And if you can, I recommend the lead attorney, his Patreon. If you just look at even if you only subscribe for 1 month and then unsubscribed from it, he has a lot of great information. So if you notice, everyone was talking about this slap. You gotta what he calls ride the train. So, when something popular comes up, you talk about it, get on that train.
I know, and this is where I struggle because I am so
you gotta make a decision.
Non-conformist. When everybody is talking about it, I go in the other direction.
You gotta make a decision. You have to make a choice whether you want to be, be consistent. I'm horrible with the consistency.
I'm here.
I chase this
from
money.
Here on out, I am here every Saturday night at 8:30 Central Standard.
So you got that part going, and then when something pops up, you got to be on it. So even if you're like your days are Wednesdays at 9 and something pops up Tuesday at 10, you got to be on it Tuesday at 10:30.
Yeah.
You know, talk about it, get your panel going, and just be consistent. And you know, you have to make it. It's not about if you want to be popular. It's not about what you want to talk about. It's what the audience wants to discuss.
And guess what? And I can show you a clean example of that. When the slap first happened, I did the next day. I did what does protecting a black woman really look like? Bam. And then right after that, we did Dear Jezebel. Then right after that, yesterday, Anthony Anderson's wife said she wanted to divorce him. Does she deserve half the money? Like every one of us.
Yeah.
Every time something pop up, I'm on that shit.
Yeah, you gotta ride the train. You know, and so,
yes,
yeah, it's if it's something that I'm telling you I don't do because, like I said, I'm over here chasing these goddamn nursing coins and what have you. But once they stop the bonus and I become more consistent, you'll see me doing it as well. You know, just be consistent. You know, and you'll be fine.
Jill, who does your thumbnails? Because thumbnails are very important as
Thumbnails are important as well.
I got some for Freelance HD, or I got one from Freelance HD.
Okay, well, if you need, listen, he trying to make some money. Listen, I got you, sis. If you need some damn thumbnails, tell me what you're talking about. I have them to you in hours before your show starts.
Yeah, those are very, very important because even though
tell Freelance to get his ass up here because I ain't seen him in 3 weeks. Tell me
he was up here earlier. You were
took my
gone.
money. He owed me $1,000. Get him up here.
He was up here.
Get your ass up here, Freelance.
Yeah,
he was up here.
Even though you're beautiful,
I ain't got my $1,000.
You know, gotta be something to like hook them. So but if you can join,
that's why it's called clickbait.
Ride the train.
Even if you can join it for 1 month and ride through his information and then unsubscribe from it right quick, it's worthwhile. I wouldn't say you have to join his whole Patreon, his whatchamacallit, the $350 or $550 thing. But even if you do that $25 thing, run through his stuff and then unsubscribe from that Patreon, it's worthwhile. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I will tell you this too.
Thanks.
Boy.
I appreciate all y'all. You know,
them damn Google ads, they work too. But you gonna pay for them. Ooh, I looked at them damn Google. I said because I saw the evidence of it. Another content creator was like, "Hey man, get them Google ads." I said, "Oh, let me look." Shit, $500 a week, $600 a week. I said, bullshit, baby. Bullshit.
It's Google.
And guess what they do with it? They put it on movie, like they show movie shit on YouTube or stuff like that. They put your shit as advertisement before the goddamn movies. They put it after the movie. They put it in ads where, like, the ads that pop up if you have the regular
$500 a week though.
Yeah. You got to pay for it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Genesis is another suggestion. Yeah. You should have. For one, if you're only doing it once a week, that's not going to go very far.
I'm going to still do
you used to do
something
it
in the daytime, but
you used to do it in the afternoon, right?
Is not going to be as consistent as the Saturday show. And I actually only chose Saturday because in our network.
Oh, by the way, real quick. Did y'all know about The Real getting canceled?
I love it. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you, Jesus.
Now, Genesis also.
I hate Lonnie big ass. Thank you.
Also, you had Soul Toucher as your co-host tonight, right?
Hate him.
Yes, I did.
Right. Awesome choice of a co-host. You know what I mean? Also, you do know that if you want another co-host, I'm available.
Okay.
Not a problem. I mean, let me know what's going. If you need me here or Soul Toucher, he's a good choice for real.
He is.
Word
really
up. I mean, yeah.
And we're gonna be over on his show supporting him. Wednesday, he's going live.
Every second and fourth Wednesday we go live.
Second and fourth Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn the thing on, the notification on real quick.
Second and fourth. So this coming Wednesday.
They go take boog ass.
He pulled up too.
Hey, I had to come in and defend my damn name.
Right. He pulled up on you too, black man.
I want my money.
I was in the background watching. You did. What money we talking about?
Man, I just want to tell you I miss you, brother. How you doing? I ain't seen you, man. Where you been, bro?
Hey, man, I'm in these YouTube streets.
Yeah, I hit slanging that thing from the free throw line. That's what you're doing, and I know it. Somebody told me about you. They said they'll call him Jay Boogie for nothing. Hey.
Paint the floor.
No, but
he ain't saying nothing.
now, look. Why you say I'm just out here trying to make money? Yeah,
because I'm trying to get you up on it. Because I try to get you on the platform. It's
yo, it's still 1 week. It's still 1 week left for the promotion that I put out there last week.
Yeah.
On
and that's why J-Book, I need your contact. I told my partner about you. She'll like have a conversation with you as soon as possible. So put your information in the back chat so I can relay the information to him. That you can have that.
I thought Mufasa was speaking right now.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Black
that
you need to start
Mufasa,
wearing black more often. It makes you look fierce. Stay out there yelling shit. Just start wearing black. You make you look fierce. Man. Hey, listen, I'm gonna ask this. So how do y'all feel about them for real canceling the real? I love it. I'm so glad they should have canceled this shit 4 years ago. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Canceled the first season. But from what I know of the show, I didn't think.
All Lonnie do.
I've never seen this show ever.
Advice. Ooh, but could try to get a relationship advice, and you look like half a moose sitting up there on that damn couch.
Well, here's the thing too, though. Like, if they're gonna cancel the real, why don't they cancel Ellen? Because she was supposed to be canceled too.
No, Ellen didn't get canceled though. Ellen gave her show away. She didn't get canceled.
Yeah, but they brought her back.
No, she's gone. Ellen,
and they paying her good money too, brother.
And here's the thing. Also, here's what Lonnie Love does. And here's what people. I don't like it when men do this either. Like, she's dating a white dude now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so she gets up there and just trashes black men left, right, and center.
Right. And him and her together in a picture.
Anytime they bring up a black dude. Right. Now, anytime they bring up a black dude, even a successful black guy doing something fantastic for the community and all this and that, they'll say that. And then she says something negative about the guy. Right. And never touts him for his achievements. And I'm just like, what is
remember
this
the guy that got shot in the apartment in Dallas? That got shot by the police. Say we mistakenly shot him in his apartment while he was eating ice cream, and they went into the wrong apartment. She was on the show. She said, "We gotta stop making this a color thing. It could have been a white man got shot eating ice cream."
Right? She excuses. Lonnie Love excuses a lot of behavior that's done against black men. Yes. I don't know what her history is with brothers.
Black man want her,
but I don't know if I'm going to go that far.
But I'm telling you.
No, somebody had to scar that woman.
Oh,
and it was probably a black guy.
Yeah, she scarred herself because now she talk about black men, but the dude she with look like an overweight Pat Sajak, and and then they stand beside each other looking like sausage biscuits together. I'm tired of her. I do not like her at all. I did a whole when I first started. I did a whole show on Lonnie. I can't stand her ass. I can't.
And so one thing I do want to say before I leave also, Mandrell, the reason why I told you that I think it would be a good idea for you and E-Man to have a podcast or to
you want me to dive alcohol?
No,
alcohol
not at all. Mandrell,
you're gonna kill me, Candy.
You're
my favorite person on YouTube. Well, you and Security Boss and Genesis.
The reason why I say that
you gonna put Genesis in it, I'm gonna go there, because any other time you leave me out.
I realized Mandrell's blood pressure goes up the moment E-Man steps in.
Genesis, Genesis, I love you.
Hey, don't make me send Genesis that video real quick. That 5-second clip.
What 5-second clip?
Of you and E-Man. Don't make me send it to her.
Oh, I've seen.
Where he was
cussing. I say that.
Where he was cussing.
He say.
Yeah, move the damn goalpost.
You go. How many times you gonna move them up? Yeah, I saw
it. E-Man moved the goalpost like right there. It's like, E-Man, you did it in your face. How do you not see that you're moving the goalpost? Stop trying to win an argument and just say okay and move on.
But this is the reason why you guys would be good together. Is because
exactly
what I don't like oftentimes and what's boring is if we get two people that agree on every damn thing and you're just like, yeah, and I agree, yeah, that's great, I agree, that's great. We want to see people who a man and a guy's a woman and a guy's opinion. We want to see a Christian and a non-Christian. We want to see two people that are who have completely two different ideas about themselves, and you guys debate and discuss, and it's entertaining. It's also funny. I know it irritates you and stuff like that, but it's funny. The interaction is entertaining for the audience. So if you can control your blood pressure, then it's just good to watch in terms of watching differencing of opinions. Like when Yellow, I'm glad you popped back on. When Yellow was on Sir Hale, we were all agreeing. We all basically had the same opinion. But when he came on, if you look at the response posts, people was all of a sudden popping up, all of a sudden the chat went wild, is because he had a different opinion. So I'm not saying to be rude. I 100% like believe in being respectful and having difficult conversations with respect, right? But I also understand how to be entertaining at the same point, right? So if you can, like, I feel like me and Yellow, we can have we can go ahead and debate and disagree, and he could be like, well, get some dick, and I'm like, no, fuck that.
But here's the thing, Kenneth, there's a difference.
Yellow has told me to get some dick straight up, and we understand each other, and it's entertaining and it's wonderful, right? And so I'm not personally offended by that. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I could do that with Yella. I mean, if Yella and I disagree on something, I can debate with the brother back and forth because Yella's not going to say something stupid.
But that's what you want.
He's not going to say something.
I don't have that much confidence in me, dog.
Yella, but what I'm saying is, you ain't going to say nothing.
It's marketing.
You might say something.
Exactly.
Mandrea, it's marketing.
Yes,
it's marketing,
exactly,
Mandrea.
yes.
Listen, at what expense, bro?
I'm
trying to get my health back in order, man.
The only reason why I get pushback is because you give the guidelines and the flagship, so you might lose that shit.
So let me give you an example. When E-Man was on my show, him and Bree had an argument because Bree came on as a nurse. See, y'all went around for this one. Ooh, y'all gotta go back and find it and watch it. She came on my platform. We were talking about, and this is what E-Man said. He get in the camera. See. The reason that women are dying in the hospital, black women are dying in the hospital after they have babies, and the doctors don't take care of them because of their attitudes.
Yeah, I lost them. Yeah.
And boy, when he said that, no women lit his ass.
You see what I'm saying? And wait. Hold on. Okay, I have a question. Wait, I got a question. Pause it all. Pause it all. I got a question. Now, did you hear what the man just said? And it's true because I heard it too. Now, you guys want me to suffer that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yella.
No, I don't want you to because I had that argument.
You got to suffer by it.
Go look at my numbers on that one, Mandrea. Mandrea, go look at my numbers on that show. Go look at my numbers.
Oh my God.
Gee, when he said that, it's like all the women text each other.
Yep.
Big head motherfucker is over here saying that black women is green. Shit. My number said bloop, 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 bloop. And that's when I first got started. I said, damn, sir, I see up to 80 people. 90. Wait a minute. That's when I first got started.
So maybe E-Man might not be the person. I'm just saying that you want someone that like doesn't have the same opinion as you. So maybe it'll be you and Bree. I know Bree ain't interested, right? I'm just saying you and Bree, or you and whoever else, or you just want differencing of opinions, because it's ridiculous to just sit there and all of us agree on the same thing and then we're just like, yeah. You want that. You want the audience to disagree with you, and you want the audience to love you. You want the audience to disagree with your co-host. You want the audience to also support your co-host. You want that interaction. That's what's entertaining. That's just it might not be E-Man. Maybe it'll be someone else as you continue on your YouTube channel.
E-Man would be perfect.
E-Man would be. I have to say, from a producer standpoint, Candid, you hitting it right on the head, because sometimes when I see brother and I'm just watching on the sideline, my blood pressure goes up. So you understand what I'm saying? And he does move the goalpost a lot, but it's good.
He runs with that shit.
Oh my goodness! But it makes for good content.
Oh my God, I don't know about that.
And then it makes for great clips. You can clip all day from one stream.
And guess what? Me and Mandrea went at it today because I got on his ass today behind the scenes for that pandering shit he was doing today on the other show.
Who?
Remember, we're backstage. Did you come backstage with us, Mandrea?
Who was him?
Oh, talk about Sir Hill on Sir Hill.
Oh yeah, on Sir Hill. So yeah,
I want to talk about that.
He was on today.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Now,
that chick was being disrespectful though.
No. Hold on.
I want to talk about that.
I'll tell you about that. Listen. Now, okay. Now, at the end, getting close to the end of Sir Hill's broadcast today, I had to text Sir Hill. Understand what I'm saying, ladies? I picked up my phone, text Sir Hills, calm down, keep you cool. I had to. I am texting someone telling
Sir
them.
Hill to keep his cool.
I had to. Yes, that's where Sir Hill was today. You could visibly.
No, he was fantastic.
No.
You can see it was coming though. It was coming.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you can see it coming. You can see it coming. You can see it coming.
Yeah, glorious. I like chaos. I'm sorry. It was
Sir
Halo.
What did you think of the show, Yellow? What did you think of that show? You saw it?
Yeah, I watched it. It was glorious. I like chaos.
It was good.
Genesis, what was the first thing I said when I came up here?
You came here to be toxic, but why you
Why
do
would
that?
you think I would be lying to you?
Why would you do that?
Yellow, what happened to you as a child?
But you know what? You see what?
That was good though.
But you
Yellow,
know
what happened to you as a child?
Look. I'm generally disagreeable. All right, I got 3 strikes working against me. I'm the Taurus. I'm light skinned, and I'm the youngest brother. I'm here to cause chaos.
But see, my thing is this, Bree, why you here? When I got on, the people in the chat was shit. I felt like I was a superstar or something. I came in the chat. I say, please drop the link. Everybody like, please let black man on to go get her. He needs to go get her. Please let black man go get her.
Because they were
let him on to go get her. And the whole time I said, no, I'm not gonna get on there and attack her, but I'm gonna get on here and ask some direct ass questions. I'm gonna ask some questions.
I kept asking for women. I kept asking for women to get up.
What you say, Bree?
She read your energy. She saw it coming.
She did.
What energy? Because all I asked her was,
are you married?
No.
Black man.
Are you
Here's the
married?
thing.
And do you think little girls or women should take your advice on how your behavior is right now?
She read your energy.
So hold on.
right now.
So even though I know that you were trying to hold back, and that's something that we all do, and that sometimes we're not aware of, like you do. There's a certain energy that you have that you could automatically pick up on. Now, I'm not saying that you deserve the response or that, I'm just saying that automatically you could just tell, like Yella came in here on a vibe, right? You could just tell there was a vibe. There's just a vibe that we all have, right? And so,
Yellow needs some milk for his coffee.
Nah, Yella's mad cool. We just don't know Yella yet.
No, I know Yellow for a minute.
Hey, hold on. I clicked on that, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say something real quick. I mean, I don't want to hold this thing up because she's been trying to cut this thing off for like 25 minutes now. But what I will say is I would love to talk about that particular show because I think there's a lot to learn from it. And even though it was a display of where things can go wrong, I feel like even in that display, there's still things that we can learn from it in terms of how we speak to one another, in terms of cutting each other off, in terms of trying to understand one another. Because I get frustrated myself when someone cuts me off, right? But I do understand that people are just trying to seek clarification. So I have this intelligence. I don't even call it. I have this understanding that when a man cuts me off, he's just trying to get better understanding. So I'm not offended. But I will tell you, in regular life, you cut me off. I'm already like, fuck. Why do you keep cutting me off? It's frustrating.
The
right?
chat got mad disrespectful.
But
that was very disrespectful as well.
Like Big Bad Boy.
There's a lot to
Big Bad Boy
learn.
said, go to his last comment.
There's a lot.
I don't
to
know why
learn.
people keep saying that. It wasn't me. They said,
Yeah,
Big
here's
Bad
what
Boy
it is.
said, I made her turn her camera off and go cry. It wasn't me. She was crying.
No,
She made herself cry.
Yeah, she turned her camera
She made her ass cry. That was her fault.
She
That was her fault.
was reading the comment.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
The one from today?
Yeah, here's what happened.
That's her fault, though.
Wait, let me flesh this out. Here's what happened, okay? Now, no one ran afoul at this woman at all. Here's what I said to Black Man Unfiltered, Answer Hill, and E-Man backstage.
Boy, Bull is correct.
Because E-Man thought that, see, I had calmed her down when I came with mine. I said, no, you didn't. I said, that woman was one of those people where if she feels the least bit threatened or pushed back, she's off. She's one of those people where if we've all met people where if they blood starts boiling, you can't say nothing. You have to wait until they calm all the way back down, then talk to them again. Mm-hmm. If they blood boils again, you have to stop, wait until they calm back down all the way, and then she's one of those people. That's why I said, E-Man, you didn't calm her down. She humored you. She she tolerated you until you finished talking, just to get you to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, because notice after that, she started reading the comments. She cuts that camera off and starts crying.
Yeah,
and it's like there's nothing anyone could have done. She was hot, and that was the end of it.
But calling her Section 8 was, that was just...
Yeah, there was disrespectful, and you guys, even as strong as she came out, one of the things I want...
Wait a minute. What did I miss?
One of the things I want to point out is
at the end of it, you missed a good one.
As strong as she came out.
Go ahead.
Somebody message me the name so I can go see the reaction video too.
As strong as independent and strong as she came out, and oftentimes, we say that we're strong, independent Black women and all that and as strong as she came out, this, I know we don't have a lot of time to really flesh this out. At the end of the day, she was hurt. And she was still feminine and sad and upset about it. So a lot of this energy that we talk about, like, I'm the shit, you don't say nothing, you can't affect me, and all that kind of stuff, you immediately see that's not really always true, because she was genuinely hurt. And she when she was given the last word, she said bye and she left. She was hurt.
Even at Genesis, it's like
she
this.
Was
even
hurt.
Genesis, even I felt bad for that woman.
I
genuinely felt for her. I really
all that
did.
energy that we claim sometimes as independent women, it's not really true. It's not really so.
The reaction video is up.
I genuinely felt sad. Because I don't want. The thing is, she was being combative, and she was being passive aggressive, and even after Sir Hills, shut the whole thing, shut it down, all the nonsense down. She was still taking jabs at him here and there. You know what I'm saying? And I had to text Sir Hill. I said, she's going to continue to take jabs at you. Ignore it. Move the conversation forward, and just power through it. I had to send him a text saying that. I mean, because I could see Sir Hale, like, he was affected by this whole thing.
But one thing
that woman right there is a woman that's not even dating Sir Hale.
She's married.
She's not even dating him. It doesn't matter. It's a man that you're on his platform. This is why I don't blame Freshman Fit when they kick out dumb bras that act so disrespectful. You don't do that shit on somebody else, especially whether it's their home, their platform. So it's a matter of decency, etiquette, and
okay, hold on.
I think they know who to pull that with, though.
I just want to say this, right? We can't.
They know.
One of the things I've come to realize here on YouTube is that I can't have a conversation with everybody. I have to have a conversation with people that are willing to not take things personal. And that might not have been the proper conversation for those two to have about that particular situation. Maybe she could have a conversation with Mandrell or with E-Man, and maybe myself and Sir Hill are able to have a conversation. Just because we both have platforms don't mean that we see eye to eye in the way that conversations are had. However, I want to say this, one thing I will say is that it is frustrating when you're talking and someone cuts you off, and then when you try to cut them off, they're like, wait, this is my platform, it's my platform, you ain't gonna do this to the host. That is frustrating. And I know I have a lot of respect for Sir Hale, but I would say if I was on there and I didn't have the relationship that I have with Yella, with Mandrell, with all these other people, if I didn't have that relationship, I would also, and he's not doing anything purposefully wrong. I'm just saying that I don't have that relationship where I can brush it off so quickly. So if you cut me off telling me that I'm asking a clarifying question, you ask me, I can only do one thing at a time, so I gotta think, I gotta flesh things out. You cutting me off at the end of the day, and then when I do the same to you, you pull this is my platform. You ain't gonna tell me what to do on my platform. It's my platform. You gotta understand. You're gonna tell the host what to do. You can't. You know what I'm saying? So I know we love Sir Hale, but I feel like I'm really objective, and when wrong is wrong, I feel like I can say wrong is wrong here, and that's okay. There's room to grow. None of us are perfect. We're all learning in this YouTube streets, and I've made mistakes as well. So for me, when I watched that, that's how I felt about where he could have grown. And yeah, her attitude, once she got frustrated, her attitude was completely off. And I understand, and I completely see that. And I would, if I was her friend, I would say, girl, listen, don't cop an attitude, just have the conversation, because we're not talking about you. The chat is going to be disrespectful. That's what the chat does. Sometimes
the chat is full.
Listen, sometimes I troll in the motherfucking chat. I be trolling in the chat too. It's fun. Okay,
me too. I started giving it back to them. You gonna troll? I'm trolling with chat.
You know what I'm saying? I troll the chat also because I have thick skin. But I felt like her attitude was off, and so therefore, it's a perfect example of how sometimes us as women, Black women and Black men, how sometimes we can't have these conversations because we get hung up. It was a perfect example of why we get stuck. So we can't always have like I think I could have a conversation with Yella and we could talk about anything, and he could be like, girl, shut your ass up, and I could be like, shut, because I know how he is and he knows how I am, and we could speak that way. I feel like, Mandrell, I could probably have that conversation with you. Black man, I already know you and I can go at it and it's all good and it's all love. But I know that once we have that conversation, I'm not gonna turn on YouTube the next day and look at you calling me all kinds of nasty names and making a video or response about me, because it was just a conversation. It was just wonder. It was just love. It was just entertainment, and we can end it there, right? So there's a lot that we can learn from that conversation. And so even though I love Sir Hill, there's fault on that side also. He wasn't perfect, and that's okay.
No.
There's room to grow. Just because I say he's not perfect, I support that channel heavily. There's room to grow on both sides.
Amen. And to your point, Candid Ann, at the end of the day, that show will go viral.
Exactly.
That show will go viral.
Hello. Yes.
Whether
it'll go viral.
It will. It will. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, at the end of the day,
it's a great thing.
And that's basically, I believe that was your point with saying like E-Man and Mandrell should do a show, because conflict sells at the end of the day.
He does, which is crazy, but people love dysfunction. They love toxicity. And
and at the end of the day, that's not. At the end of the day, that's not what I'm.
Content creators, what type of show you want to run,
right?
You know,
and at the end of the day, that's not what I'm here for on any of these platforms. I don't come here to stir up a hornet's nest or be in the middle of a conflict. I don't want that.
But if it happens organically, run with it.
If it happens organically, or I guess I'll run with it, or either kick them
off.
But
know when to shut it down too. You gotta know when to shut it down. Because like I said, you could tell she shut down. If somebody shut down, she can't move the conversation forward. So as a host, peep when your guest, if you peep and your guest shut down, I know you want to continue the conversation, but some people, once they shut down, it could be to protect their own energy so they don't go there or whatever, or you could feel like, well, of course your chat's gonna gang up on me because it's your platform and they're your audience. So she had shut down to kind of even protect her energy. So at that point, it should have just been like, okay, we're gonna wrap it up.
Okay, so hold on though. Some of the best talk show hosts, some of the best and the richest and the most popular talk show hosts are those talk show hosts that will push you. Do y'all remember Montel? Do y'all remember these motherfuckers that will push you till you cry, run off stage? It's because they got famous because they pushed the envelope. They didn't care for your damn feelings. But I don't think that's what his goal.
I don't think that's what he wants. Also, that might be okay for some people, and that's like some people. Their goal is for like Jerry Springer. That's their goal, but I don't think Sir
are
Hill,
not the father.
Sir Hill is not Jerry Springer.
I'm just saying the conflict is sometimes the conflict can be crazy. Like that's what people want. Like Fresh and Fit. The reason why they invite those girls on there, I think, and talk crazy to them is because they want the conflict. Because that's why they provide the alcohol, because they know it's gonna be a mess and people are gonna tune in because they want to see the conflict. If it was just me and Bree talking about how great married life is and how much we love our husbands, ain't nobody gonna tune into that.
Nope, 15 views.
Nobody's gonna tune into that.
Right. Because when you look at their numbers, like when they try to do some of their other content, Fresh and Fit, when they do their other content, their numbers are trash.
Nobody watches.
And like the thing is, like today, the thing is, was the woman being disrespectful and uncooperative when she shut down? Yeah. But at the end of the day, it hurt me to see her like that because I didn't want to see the woman cry. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that. That was, even for me, I was like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want that for her.
And this is what I want you men to know, that even though you see these women out here acting like they all strong and everything, like it's not necessarily so.
But she promoted that from the beginning.
But what I'm telling you,
she did from the very beginning.
Even though, listen to what I'm saying. Even though she promoted that, at the end of the day, what happened? You saw her break down and hurt and crying, right? So even though out of her mouth one thing occurred, you saw her response. And so women will be out here acting like we tough, we independent, we this, but like I said, we'll act like hard, like an egg, hard on the outside and a complete mess, and then just soft and a liquid mess on the inside. Right?
Hide behind pain.
It's all cap.
Let me give y'all some insight real quick if I can. I did a show called "Does the patriarchy, whatever the hell, I don't even know what they said, and black male privilege harm black women and other groups?" Right? I got 48 views on that fucking live. 48. Okay. The week after that, I'm looking at it right now. The week after that, I did "Is polygamy the new trend in the black community?" 780 views.
Yeah.
The week after that, "Are men too corny for modern women?" Mandrill. Right? 330. Ain't nothing going under 200. What black men really want from black women? Oh, that was really popular. There go another 600, 500, 800. And then I did another show. Black what I said? Black women and men raising their children together in the household. 58 views.
Let me
trying to hear this shit.
Have you ever analyzed?
Ain't trying to hear that shit.
Have you ever analyzed Black Man your numbers when E-Man is on your show? Have you ever?
Oh yeah, they crazy numbers.
I believe it.
That big head bastard bring them in.
I believe it.
And the thing is, listen, I gotta take, like, I mean,
that's why Mandrill gonna have him as a co-host.
No.
The idea isn't for you guys to fight. What I'm saying, Mandrill, is the idea is for you guys not to be Jerry Springer. The idea is the purpose of it is for you guys to have two difference of opinion.
I get it, but
to have conversation regarding the differencing of opinions, but not for it to go left. Because I believe that you think it's going to go left.
That it has no choice but to. And I'm not. The thing is, hold on. The thing is, I'm not an admin when I go live. I'm not, no. So I can't mute him when I want to or when I need to. Because there's times where I need E-Man to stop talking so that I can finish making my point and flesh it out.
Yeah, I've never done that.
E-Man will not do that. I will. Black Man don't do it. I will.
Never muted. I've been on since September. I've never muted a person in my life.
Black Man won't do that. But here's the thing is, I will. I have a different. I run. Listen, it's just a thing. Listen, if I'm talking and I'm trying to make a point,
opinion though.
Disagree. Right. No. The thing is, disagree with me when I'm done making my point and finish explaining.
Mm-hmm. And that's what the lady today was trying to say on Sir Hale, wasn't she?
But hold on. But watch this though. Hey, there's nothing wrong with Discord. Everything that has been built in this girl. Everything that had to be a decision, every law, every judge, every damn thing you vote for has Discord. I
agree.
Everything. So you can't say,
you and I agree.
And that's the hypocrisy.
No,
you and I, Black Man, you and I 100% agree about that. I was just making a slight point that when Mandrill says he wants to finish his point and he can't mute him and it's frustrating as hell. I was just using that as an example as to why the woman felt fucking frustrated today on Sir Hill's network. That's all. And that's why I said, ooh, because Mandrill felt the frustration. And that's how I'm just trying to say, that's how she felt. Yeah. That's how she felt. She felt fucking frustrated. Yeah. I'm not saying it wasn't a good reason why he cut her off. That's neither here nor there, right? Whatever his reason is his reason. Right? He was trying to get clarification. He was trying to flesh it out, whatever. I'm just saying the same way that Mandrill's like, no, when I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to make a point, and I respect that because I'm just like that. But when she tries to explain it, people are like, no, you got an attitude, and I feel like no grace is given to her when she said the exact same thing that Mandrill just said.
So, candidate, let me say this: that's like signing up for the army and getting pissed off when you get shot. Listen,
or getting yelled at by the drill instructor.
You signed up for YouTube as a YouTube content creator. You know they coming. I know they coming. I sat and watched people call me bitch ass niggas for 11. I've been there. I've seen it.
Right? But Black Man, you and I are the same.
But what I'm saying is,
you're right.
Know that they coming.
Yes, I agree with you. There's nothing you could go on and make this point for 10, 15 minutes, and I'm gonna say yep, because I agree with you. Because I have thick skin. Because I don't give a fuck about what somebody has to say.
Every time she cuss, it do something to my spirit.
Right? But not everybody is. We all have different platforms, and not all of us have that same thick skin. Some of us are upset. Some of us are quickly offended. Some of us can't take but so much. So even though you and I come from that same line of thinking, she obviously does not. It offends her. You saw it happen. Right? I could stand my ground and with respect and conduct myself in a feminine manner and still be like, I happen to disagree with you. I don't think this way, and have a conversation, right? But that's me. Who cares? That's just me. I'm just saying that not everyone is the same. I agree with you, right? But not every one of us are the same. And so I've seen multiple platforms in which the person gets offended and they are, go off the rails for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. So you either separate yourself from that situation, separate yourself from that platform, don't go there no more, do whatever you want to do. But for me, I'm gonna go where I can have a difficult conversation and we can still be like we can still be love at the end of the day.
Right.
And
And see,
still have a hard
I'm
conversation.
gonna just give it. I'm gonna give because Mandro, you've been speaking for a bit too. But I'm gonna just say this: if you can't have thick ass fucking skin, don't bother your ass to get up to a damn StreamYard if you can't have civil discord and respect and etiquette. I'm gonna just say it like that. Even Yella even presents more respect, even though he might disagree and may say he's a little toxic. He's actually real chill when you can't come to think about it. This is respect to Yella. And I'm gonna say this again. It just happens to happen a lot of the times, whether it's the person that's the opposite gender or if it's a man of the same gender that tends to not have structure, respect, and discipline in his mind, in his fucking body. The same with the woman. Now, there's plenty of platforms where there's high subscribers. You got The Fighter and the Kid. You got Joe Rogan. You got the Pat McAfee Show. You got the Nelk Boys. All these people who bring up people that might disagree with them, and they'll still have a civil, respectful discourse, and their shit blows the hell up.
I agree with you. That's why I want Mandrell and E-Man to have a civil discord. I agree with you. I agree with you. I want it to be civil, but we have to have.
Why?
I'm not saying it's not gonna listen, Mandrell. I want you to be amazing on YouTube. This is not gonna affect. Listen, this is not something that I'm doing that I'm gonna get money out of. That I know. I don't benefit.
You're gonna get entertained though.
But it's gonna blow up. There's money to be had on this place. It's marketing. It's a wonderful. It will be a wonderful show if somehow you guys can have civil discord. If it can be civil and you guys cannot get emotional,
it won't. It will not be civil.
Right.
But Candid and
no, that won't be civil. That's like Mike Tyson and Ali.
I will. I 100%.
It ain't Mike Tyson and Ali. It's Mike Tyson and an infant.
You.
It's versus Mike Tyson. It's Mike Tyson versus an infant.
I want to see Mandrell have a meltdown on the internet.
That's what they want to see.
We want to see Mandrell.
Yeah, I think they want to see you have a meltdown.
That's what they want to see. Yeah, that's what they want to see. That's exactly what. That's why I'm sitting here just shaking my head. They want to see me. They want to see me. They want to see me turn into Chernobyl. Or Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Yeah, I can just imagine. I can just imagine Mandrell with like a puffer, like an inhaler, every time that E-Man speaks.
And that's what I'm saying. If E-Man
I have stress-induced asthma now, E-Man.
Thanks. Get some damn self-control.
Right, big bad boy.
And control his show. Him and E-Man can have some really great conversations and disagree with each other.
No, we can't.
I agree.
No, we can't. You can't agree with that. I'll sit here and quote facts that I have sourced. E-Man will say no. I will show E-Man I will show E-Man the proof. E-Man will still say no.
Mandrell, it's not about you.
The conversation won't go anywhere.
It's about your viewers. It's not about you.
Mandrell, I agree with you, Mandrell.
Stop. No, my show is about solutions. Finding solutions to the issues.
Finding solutions to
viewers.
You
can't find a solution with a person who doesn't want to find one.
Dude,
and that's the problem.
Congress do it every day, Mandrell. The government do it every day.
And that's why nothing ever gets done.
Hey, no nigger needs to be a judge here.
And that's why nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets done in this country.
Did you just see the lady judge? Did you see how they talked to her in that court?
Yeah, and she's still that was just a dog and pony show. Don't believe any of that. That was a dog and pony show. That's a chick who was picked by Biden.
For real. Because as soon as she got voted in, all them motherfuckers was clapping and doing backflips.
Exactly. Republicans and everybody. That was a dog and pony show.
Go back and watch it. When they nominated her, go back and watch it. Go back and watch it because I watched it from beginning to end. Go back and watch it.
What are you talking about?
When they nominated her, all the people that hated her ass, they walked out, did not support her. They walked out. They were very disrespectful.
Who y'all talking about, black man?
Or when she got like
when she got disrespected.
When she got the AOK.
Yeah, they walked out on her.
Look, it don't matter anyway because she ain't for us anyway.
She's not. She's not.
Well,
just like our bogus ass.
Nothing's gonna change just because she's in there. Keep in mind,
y'all gonna be here all night arguing. Genesis ain't for y'all either. I'm gonna go to bed.
I love you, Genesis. The Book of Marcus is by
the Book of Marcus. Y'all shout out y'all.
Buenas noches, amor.
Y'all gonna be here till next week, the same time, arguing these same points. Y'all know y'all not gonna agree.
No,
I'm gonna smoke a blunt. Let me smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, and Candid and
yes,
I thought we were friends, but now I see you rather your friend.
Mandrell's feelings got hurt.
You find it entertaining to see your friend, and Genesis is the only one who really. You didn't protest against this, but you didn't exactly support it too. So I know your heart's in the right place now, Genesis.
I didn't support what?
They ain't protect that black man.
This crazy. You're right. You didn't protect the black man. You didn't support it, so thank you.
I support it.
You support this lame brain idea.
I absolutely support it.
Oh, Genesis, come on, don't.
Candid, keep coming up with great ideas, Candid.
I don't support it. I don't support it.
Wait, you know what? No,
you acting brand new because at the beginning of your show.
Hold on, wait.
I told you E-Man was a good co-host.
Genesis, this is I'm starting to believe this is an abusive relationship between us.
The abusive relationship.
She's playing some mental Jedi games with you, Mandrell, and she's winning.
Mandrell, hey,
because I mean, you know,
if it's not okay, blink twice.
Twice. It's not okay. It's not okay.
Emotional damage.
Amen, brother. Amen. Good.
Oh man.
You guys want me to drink myself? Yeah. Listen.
A moment of silence. A moment of silence for Mandrell's feelings that got hurt.
Oh man, my feelings are hurt. It's just like look.
I don't support it. I don't support it.
Thank you.
You don't support it, Soul? Why not?
Look. I agree that it would get good ratings and all that good stuff, but for Mandrell's sanity, I do not support it.
Yes, it's not worth selling your soul, Mandrell. It ain't worth selling your soul, Mandrell.
Listen, Mandrell is on a show at least once or twice a week, every single week.
Doing the same thing E-Man do.
Exactly. With E-Man. They own the shows anyway.
Y'all the same.
Have you seen the shows this week?
God damn it.
I don't go back and forth with them. These past 2 weeks, in fact. I ain't going back and forth with them. I just sit here and just I'm gonna let somebody else take care of that. I'm not engaging.
You took my advice and Great Pill's advice.
I'm not engaging in this.
Be telling it though.
You're right, because he says crazy things, and I'm just like
he just doesn't agree with you. That don't mean it's crazy.
It's crazy.
That masturbation.
I don't know. I don't know. Here's the thing. No, right. Here's the thing. No, Genesis. I'm gonna. Hey, Yella.
Who is that?
Yella. Check it out, Yella. Wait, man. That ain't the worst part.
Your mic is low, Yella. Say that again.
The masturbation one.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, that clip when they was talking about men shouldn't masturbate, I was like, what? Mandrell almost jumped through the internet. He almost told Dad.
I was watching that and I was like, I can't take it.
See what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo. And Yella, the worst part about it is the week before, he said, I was like 2 weeks before that. He said, I have a son. I'm going to teach him about sex. You sit down, you have to have that conversation with your child, blah, 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 right? Then comes that night. No, you shouldn't have sex before marriage. I'm going to teach if I have a son, I'm going to teach him not to have sex before marriage, no matter what. And then, like 15 minutes later, Yella, he said, oh, what's jerkins? What's that? As if he didn't know. I'm like, okay. I was almost.
He knew Johnson and Johnson. He knew Johnson and Johnson.
Hold on. Let me finish. And then he says, "Oh, masturbation? Oh no, I would never say that. I would never tell him to do that. That's terrible advice." I was like, in my mind, like, so what the fuck you want him to do then? He can't. You don't want your kid to have sex. You don't want him to jerk off. What do you want this kid to do?
He's going to turn into a serial.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Thank you, brother. See, I need to be in control of that stuff. If you want me to do this with E-Man, I need admin privileges.
No.
I need admin privileges before. If you want me to do a show with E-Man, that is part of the price. A part of the price.
But no, you can't sit the whole show doing this now. You can't do the whole show doing this.
No, I won't be doing that. No,
yes,
I need my Samuel L. Jackson stuff, man. Listen, I'm gonna have Chappelle Show shit on there. The stuff Great Pill over there doing. When he has a shit pop up on the screen.
Emotional, damn.
Yes, I'm going to have all that going on. Listen, I need admin privileges. You want me to do that nonsense? Bruh.
You actually just need a roadcaster if you want to do that. You just need a roadcaster.
Yeah, get your roadcaster.
No, I need admin privileges.
You need roadcaster.
Yeah, I know. I need admin privilege. I'll go get the roadcaster. I'll go get the, what do you call it? The
roadcaster. Yeah, that's for your sound effects, your mic, all that stuff.
Cool. So how about this? How about I'll work on the roadcaster. You work on giving me those admin privileges.
But if I give you admin privileges, what they're gonna do? You ain't gonna be still gonna be all the stuff coming from you with your roadcaster.
I get it. No.
He wants to mute him.
Yes.
Oh, hell no.
I need him to shut what we call. I need him to shut what we call up when he come with that crazy stuff.
Oh,
hey, E-Man, you know the Earth is round, right? Well, no, you can't say that. It might be flat. No, E-Man, the world is round. No. Well, then how do you explain the Coriolis effect, gravity, inertia, the sea tides? I mean, he come with some crazy stuff like that. It's like
that is some crazy shit though.
Yeah, he come with stuff crazy.
All that shit. You ain't never seen a real picture of Earth. Stop that bullshit.
See this nonsense. But see, I know he's fucking around.
Let's be real. I mean, anybody agree? When last time you seen a picture of fucking Earth that they really took one?
I ain't seen it.
And now look, we millions away from the big. We millions of miles away from stars, right? But when you see the motherfuckers in space on the space station, you don't see not a damn one.
Okay, so you see, here's a depiction of Earth. Okay.
Here we go. This bullshit. Somebody to see that's a picture. They gave you this.
On the bed. Y'all going over on Black Man Unfiltered
Network. Play the Superman thing again.
We're not doing that.
Play the Superman. Play the Superman again, Black Man.
Y'all moving the goalposts again.
Play the Superman, bro.
We are entering into the fifth hour.
Right, we are into the 5th hour.
That's what Mandela look like in that background.
I'm done. I swear to God, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. That night that we were on and we started talking about that, we started talking about how those preachers set Martin Luther King up to get shot. And Genesis was like, no, I don't, wait a minute. And I played the video of the man actually saying it. Genesis couldn't, but she was just sitting back in the chair like this. Oh my God. Dude, we had a conversation about everything that night, dude. We went for about damn near 8 hours probably.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Genesis. I mean, like
Black Man Unfiltered is the one who starts all of this mess all the time.
It's the
yes,
truth. You know, people didn't build the pyramids.
My first 6 hour plus show was on your channel. On your channel. He don't go to bed. And I see he come right over here and do the same thing. We like, okay, we about to go. We about to wrap it up. And then he, hold on a minute. And then he come over with something else.
So you mean to tell me you ain't learned nothing from all that stuff we went through?
I have.
Even the little insects, y'all.
Go to sleep.
The little insects they found in the ice caps, right? They found some insects in the ice cap.
Some in the ice
no,
caps.
but you were bothered about. I'm talking about how your face was. Your face was like, ugh. You was like, but they found these fucking insects in these ice caps.
Oh man, Joe, nice.
Ice age. They've been since the ice age. They melted the damn ice around them, and the damn thing start wiggling again and start making babies again. The motherfuckers 300,000 years old.
Million years old.
Yeah, and they wiggling around.
Years old.
Motherfucker, they're dancing around like ain't nothing happened.
Yeah,
they
in the next smoke
me in an
session.
ice cap if I don't get no sleep.
In the next smoke session.
Tired.
Monday
at
10:30 East.
You still doing Twitch though, right?
I'm on Twitch and YouTube, man.
Wait, what day?
Mondays. Monday at 10:30. I'm Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So
at 10:30 Eastern time.
10:30 Central time.
10:30 Central. Okay.
Yeah.
What part of the world are you in, Yellow?
I'm in Chicago.
Okay. Oh, you up there with Genesis then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she got that nice Chicago girl.
I got that nice Chicago girl energy.
Yeah, you like.
No, don't try to play it off. We saw you.
You like from
don't try to play it off. We saw you.
I gotta rewind it. I gotta watch me play.
Okay, so hold on. You said I'm from the south side. What side?
Hold on.
You gotta watch the replay.
Don't try to play it off. We saw you.
What happened?
We saw it, Dave. We saw you, Black David.
He fell asleep, but
He's gonna get up and try to play it off. Like, no.
We gotta end this so I can go.
All right, so everyone shout out the channels.
Genesis, can I clip it, Genesis? Can I clip that?
Yes,
please?
clip it.
Oh my God. Oh shit. I ain't gonna make
He's tired. He's tired.
Black David, we saw that.
Oh my God. Oh shit.
Oh my God.
So wait, Yellow, you west side.
Hold on, my bad. I was replaying it real quick. No,
Big sex.
I've been all over, but I'm from the South Side. that's what I was saying. Like you got that different Chicago girl energy. Like you ain't got that West Side girl energy.
I ain't from the West Side.
Yeah, right. See, I know you not for sure.
Yeah.
Them is the girls those are the type of women that we talking about.
Oh,
okay. You not from over there. You not from over there. I'm thinking I'm thinking like Southeast Side. You probably from like Beverly or some shit like that.
No, I'm actually from Smashville.
You watching him, Andrea?
Y'all bogus. I watched that.
I gotta rewatch it. It was at 4:57.
No, what got me? What gets me is that he tried to play it off. He came back like this and tried to squeeze back and forth. Hey, nah, bro. No, we saw it. No,
Oh my God.
We saw that.
Hey, but you know what got me last night? With Sir Hale had a show last night. He got me. I was out of there.
It happened to the best of us.
Dude, I was in the camera like this, and I was just talking. All of a sudden, I just went blank. I said, "Damn, what happened to me?" And I looked up Sir Hale, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna clip you. You went to sleep." I said, "Damn it!"
Hey, I'm gonna let y'all know now. Get y'all some.
Yeah, get.
You want to take a little 5 minute during, you know what I'm saying, while somebody cooking? Y'all know somebody cooking. You just be like,
hey man,
just mute yourself.
Hey, Candid Ann.
Yes, darling.
Do you know about the digital dating show?
Okay, so behind the scenes, you and I can talk about that because
okay.
I'm not as Christian as you guys are, and as much as I support a lot of people, I just don't feel like maybe that might be a good space for me. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about it behind the scenes. I heard about the show. I wish her much luck in that, but it probably isn't my cup of tea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll reach out to you, Candid.
Yeah. I am interested in whatever someone was told. Was it you, Black Man, or Manjel talking about a show about women and wives or something like that?
Yeah, I was talking about a show. Mm-hmm. I mentioned the show too. I want to do because what I want to do is every other Friday now. So I want to get some ladies. We're going to do the barbershop, but then the next week we want the ladies to do the salon.
Yeah.
And then we come back barber salon. So off and on every week. So the ladies can have something to watch, and the men can sit back and relax, and the men can get to work, and the women can sit back and relax. So I want to do off and on, but I got to find a group of ladies that ain't scared.
So here's the thing. I don't like all ladies panels.
I know that's right, baby.
I like a co-ed. And I like diversity. So I don't like when all women are on the panels because it's just not my cup of tea. It's not. I'm not. I don't know why I'm so awkward. Why I feel like I never.
Well, how about this, Candid Ann? It's because you're awesome. That's all. Don't worry about it. How about this? Why don't I join? What if I was to join the panel with you and Genesis?
Like one time.
Yeah, it has to be a mixture because I'm not like a lot of these women talk about like Christian stuff, and I'm not married to a Christian. They talk about their children. I don't have any children. I just don't belong in some of these spaces when it comes to women. So that's when I feel I'm married. I love my Black man. I've been with him 24 years now, right?
Lucky bastard.
But I don't feel like I always belong in some of these spaces because I feel uncomfortable. So like with the security boss, I don't feel like her. Like she made a video the other day talking about like married women should not have single girlfriends that are single, right? Because the mindset of a married woman is different than the mindset of a single person. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I would hope, and this is with respect and love, because I respect that lady and she's doing wonderful things. But when my girlfriend got married, my girl who was my friend, she got married. I'm thankful that she didn't throw my Black ass away because I wasn't married yet. Right, she got married when we were 20 something years old. I didn't get married till I was 28. That was like a 4 or 5 year gap. So just because I'm single, so there's a lot of different ideas
not what she was
out
saying,
there.
though.
Yeah, she was talking about single
I know
women
what
don't
she
have
meant.
lunch with them,
Right,
because
she fleshed it out. She's not saying don't throw them away, but you have once a woman gets married, she has to dial it down how much time they spend together.
I disagree wholeheartedly with that.
Okay, fair enough. I just want you to have proper context.
Yeah,
I
y'all see my co-host is sleeping.
Because what she was saying
don't
was,
put that on
what
me.
she was saying was, you can't do
I'm gonna blame it on you now because they ain't
Oh
listening to me.
man.
She was saying you can't do what your single friends do. Like your single friends going to the club and they partying and doing all that other stuff, and you have now that you got married and you have responsibility. You have a responsibility to your man now.
Right, but there is like with her, I feel like there's this idea that all women are supposed to be a certain kind of way, and so even when I was single, I wasn't at the club. Even when I was single, I wasn't like showing my ass on any platform. Even when I was single, so what I want us to do is judge character instead of judging women whether they're single or married or not, because my character was there whether I'm single or not. And so that's why sometimes I have difficulty having some of these conversations. And listen, like I said, we can agree and I still love her. We can disagree and I still feel like, I wish her the best. But that's why I don't want to join a women's platform, because I feel like I wouldn't fit in. I feel great. I love Yella's platform. We chill. We talk about anything. I'm loving this platform. I love your platform, Black Man Unfiltered. I love it. I haven't been up to Mandrell because I've been working a lot of overtime, but I'm going to come on there. I'm going to cam up and I will be up on there when I feel like
I need you to co-host with
me.
I need you to co-host with
me. And Canada, I will say this as well.
Why don't see? Here's the thing. You talk about me, E-Man. Why don't Candid and I have
No. So you want somebody?
No, man, Joe, because you're gonna shoot your load.
He's missing it. But you know what will be a good show?
I'm not missing anything.
Candid Ann, you want people that's going to bring ratings. Candid Ann would be great with Security Boss as a show. They would bring in some damn revenue. Mandrell will be good with E-Man.
An idiot. See, y'all just talking about him and just making me, and I'm being nice by not saying anything.
She don't want to be on an all-women's platform.
Right.
Black David, you better wake up, Black David.
It just be them two.
That's an all-women's platform.
Just
like Mandrell don't want to be with E-Man. Let's just leave it right there.
Right.
Y'all gotta get y'all numbers up, man. That's how you get your numbers up, man.
I'm gonna be doing some salacious Saturdays.
Man, come on, Genesis.
Some what? Some what?
That's how you get your numbers up.
Some salacious Saturdays?
Yes.
So what I will do in good faith, Mandrell, I will cam up one day I will cam up and I'll go on Security Boss's channel one day and see if we can have a conversation in good faith. I will try that.
Yep.
I will try that because I'm not against the conversation, and she seems to be a very respectful person.
The thing is, she is a good. Security Boss is a very good woman. Very good woman.
She seems to be a very good one, but her ideas are very much like everyone needs to be a Christian, everyone needs to get married, everyone needs to do this, everyone needs to. And I'm like, we don't all need to be wives, we don't all need to be husbands, we don't all need to be Christians.
She understands that.
I think she understands.
She understands that.
I'm not married, and I'm on her show a lot of times.
Right, and
I'm on panels with her, and sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't. But
right, and it's just she's a person.
I'm not married.
She's a person who promotes marriage. She promotes marriage. She doesn't think that everyone should be married, but the people who want to be married and people who should be married, she's like, hey, I like to try to help people who want this lifestyle,
right,
which is marriage. Get married. That's her thing. I mean, I understand what you mean. She comes off that way, but that's not really what she means. That everyone should be this way.
You have your opinion, and you stick to your opinion.
I'll be happy to come on there and try it out. I'll go on there and try it out.
What's up, man? I need admin privileges.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Yellow.
Tell you something.
He ain't budging.
I want you to do a show. Hold on, Mandrell. I want you to do a show this week. When you do your show this week, invite Mandrell the next week, and I want you to compare the numbers.
Invite Mandrell the next week.
I'm sorry, invite E-Man next week. And I want you to compare the numbers from the show you did previously.
He can't come next week, man. I got plans for next week.
No. I'm talking about you have your regular show next week, but I'm saying the week after that, invite E-Man and watch your numbers.
No.
I'm telling you. It's like
Genesis got to go to church in the morning. Everybody shout out their channel so we can.
All right, here we go.
I'm trying to tell you.
Who gonna pray before we get out?
Let us pray.
All y'all heathens just been cussing and everything.
Can I do
When
it?
y'all ready to pray?
Heavenly
I
Father.
don't know. Yellow, you got me worried, Yellow.
Nah, don't let Yellow pray. Hell no.
All right, let's go. Let's get it.
Heavenly God, right now we thank you for everyone that's on the panel. We ask that you touch Genesis, even though she stole the first name out of your book. We're going to ask you to look over Genesis because she's the book of Genesis. She says, not your book of Genesis, but she is. We ask everybody to be covered on tonight. All the channels, you know who they are, who they represent, what they represent. Touch them right now. Also, we want to touch little man Mandriel tonight. We're going to get him and E-Man together, and they're going to do great things. We have the Lord. We know it's against your will to know about strippers, but we want to talk about Canadian-born Black David as well. Cover him and his IT for 20 years. Cover him tonight. Cover his family and his children, and make sure he go to bed so he won't fall out that chair again no more. Cover Yellow. Cover Yellow. That's over the Yellow Peel Coffee Company. Yeah, right there. Look at him. Look at him. He got his shades on because he's sleepy or high. We don't know, God, but we just want you to know there he is right there. He's the new R&B singer. They call him
80%.
Starburst. As we move on to the next person, him. Who's next?
It look like them.
Oh, we got Marcus, the man that hides in the picture with a whole bunch of men leaning back in the chair looking like one big orgy. God, we know you don't like orgies right now, but we ask that you cover Marcus this evening and let him come on, and so he can come and cam up one day so we can see that old crew cut he got from the military. I think that covers everybody tonight. When we leave here, Candid Ann.
Not leave Candid Ann out of there.
God, you made her and you know all about her. You know her ins and her outs, Lord. So we don't ask for no covering because we feel that she's already been covered. When she speaks like the raging waters of the ocean. And
Praise
so
the
God, we
Lord.
ask that you keep her voice all put together. Her vocal cords are a blessing to this earth in the name. Move on to the next person, please. Oh, hell. You already know. It's your boy. You know I love you. Bow, bow. All right, we good. Hey, man, thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. This has been lovely. Man. I enjoy coming on here. I'm glad you got this, Genesis. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. It's going down Tuesday.
All right, we're going to be over there on Tuesday. Tuesday, 8:30 Central Standard Time, Black Man Unfiltered Network.
Candace, you working Tuesday, baby?
I don't think so, but if they call me for this overtime and they still have the bonus money, I might show up, but I should not. As of right now, no, I'm not working on Tuesday.
Okay, come on over Tuesday.
All right.
Yeah, definitely.
We need more women over there.
Listen, there's some shows I've been wanting to come up on, so I'm looking forward to coming up more often as long as I'm able to. Yeah, definitely. You'll be seeing more of me.
Okay. All right, Mandrea, what you doing? Taking care of the pussy?
No.
Where's she at?
Taking care of herself.
She sleep?
What? No, I mean she walking around here somewhere.
Call her.
Creeping.
How do you call her?
Shiva.
Oh, you call her
Call
by
her
name?
Yeah, she'll come if she feels like it.
You know what I'm saying? The cat ain't listening to you, man.
So the cat not submissive?
Yeah.
Not even to you, man.
Feel like it.
That's the thing. Here's the thing about cats, man.
Call a nice booty cat.
Here's the thing. You cannot train a cat at all.
I know that's right.
No, you can teach it. The thing is, you can teach a cat, but a cat's gonna do what it wants to do.
Goddamn right. You sure right. He went in animal.
Yeah, they're gonna do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Who hurt you, man?
Now she knows there's certain things that she knows better than to do because I have taught her. Okay, don't scratch the love seat. Okay, and I catch her still doing it sometimes. If I'm around, she don't do it. But if I'm like in the bathroom or in the closet or somewhere changing clothes, she'll sneak over there and scratch it instead of a scratch pose. You know what I'm saying? She knows that she's supposed to scratch the scratch pose, but she'll sneak over there and then I catch her. Hey, and she'll look at me and just catch out running.
We got to run, y'all.
Cutie outro.
Bye-bye.
Black man, I'm gonna call you. Are you gonna be up for a little while, Black man?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna call you behind the scenes in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for joining the show tonight. And peace out. We got
peace
it.
out.
Later. Good night, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in to the Book of Genesis with your host, Genesis. If you would like to be a blessing, would like to be interviewed, or if you or someone you know would like exposure for your business, call us at 708-595-7500. Again, 708-595-7500. Email at genesis@thebookofgenesis.com. That's JENNESIS at the Book of Genesis, JENNESIS.com, or contact us by regular mail at P.O. Box 40, Monique, Illinois 60449. Thank you again for listening to the Book of Genesis.
I like